Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 3, Education, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024 to 2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today or watching online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Whan and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of skills, TAFE and tertiary education. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome to our witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence here today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Witnesses who appeared at the initial hearing before this committee for this inquiry also do not need to be sworn. The following witnesses will need to be sworn prior to giving evidence. Ms Lawrence. If I could ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yes, Ms Amanda Lawrence, Executive Director, Training Services, and I'll take the affirmation. Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Reid.
Chloe Allison Reid, Acting Managing Director, TAFE, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Meredith Sotoris.
Thank you. Karen Meredith Sotoris, Relieving Chief Product and Quality Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Tickle.
Julie Tickle, Chief People Officer, TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Scorer.
Janet Scorer, Chief Learning and Teaching Officer, TAFE New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Arambatsis.
Thank you. Peter Arambatsis, Chief Operating Officer for TAFE New South Wales. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Great. And Ms McPhee.
Rebecca McPhee, Deputy Secretary, Investment New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating area. I'd like to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table. This assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 a.m. to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there'll be questions from opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m, and 5:15 p.m. We will begin with, that's a good start, we'll begin with questions from the crossbench. I just wanted to check, Ms Mahalik, are you ready or shall I go first?
You go first.
Okay, I will go first, thank you. Minister, can I ask you, there's been a lot of media coverage and discussion of late in relation to universities. And I know that we've discussed before the distinction between your role as a New South Wales minister and obviously the federal minister's role when it comes to university governance. But I note that under the legislation under which the universities are set up in New South Wales, you do have powers to, for example, request financial information and that sort of thing. Have you exercised any of those powers?
Thanks for the question. And yes, in general, the role of the New South Wales government is we establish the universities by our legislation. We appoint 2 people to their councils. We do get, so in terms of the financial question, we do get reporting from the universities each year about their financial position. So that is available. I believe Secretary will make that publicly available. The last year's reporting suggested that the vast majority of our universities in New South Wales were losing money. And that's, I think we've heard from them the reasons for that, particularly the decline and difficulties with overseas students that they had. So they're facing challenging situation. That's what the financial reporting to us has shown us. So, Secretary, you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, like the Minister indicated, their statements are available in annual reports, particularly in relation to their funding. It's 179 million across governments in 2023 compared to 160 million in 2022.
Yeah.
So,
can I stop you there, because I think there's a couple of things Minister's just raised. Firstly, I'm well aware of the annual reports. I read them on a regular basis. But under the actual legislation, for example, the University of Wollongong Act, Section 21D, the Minister may request a report from the Council as to university commercial activities or as to any particular university commercial activity or aspect of a university commercial activity. So, for instance, when University of Wollongong was reported as having financial difficulties quite recently, as well as a couple of years back, did you, for instance, take that opportunity to seek more information under that provision?
Not formally under that provision. I do get, as I said, an annual report about the financial status of the universities, and I also do speak to them regularly. So I have face-to-face meetings with the universities on occasions, and Wollongong is one of those that I've had a meeting with, and they've talked to me about some of the challenges that they're facing. And I also meet regularly with the Vice-Chancellors. So I have been kept very well informed about some of the challenges that they're facing.
Okay. One of the other things you mentioned there was student numbers. My understanding is that there is a huge amount of wasteful spending within these universities on things like consultants. We had almost $1 billion in consulting fees just in the 23-24 financial year. Also, of course, the $1 million plus salaries of the CEOs and the executives, most of whom are earning more than $500,000 in each of these universities, and then also a bunch of redundancies and things that then they have decided was actually a mistake and have to go and rehire people. Given that what we understand from the annual reports is quite different to the media narrative, what have you done as Minister in charge of these, or having these powers under these acts, to actually work out what's happening in these universities?
I'll ask the Secretary to elaborate on this in a minute, but my powers are very limited. We don't direct the governance of the universities. The New South Wales government doesn't have a role in being able to tell the universities how much they should pay the CEOs, for example. The one thing I have focused on in my discussions with the universities and the Vice-Chancellors is on urging them to act quickly to rectify underpayments for staff, and that's something which I've asked them to report to me about regularly, and they have been doing that. Secretary could elaborate, if you would, on the other aspects.
As the committee would know, Minister, universities, New South Wales universities, they're administratively autonomous. So how they then meet their financial obligations and go about their tasks around teaching and learning, their faculties, their course offerings, their content, their enrolment, their employment is up to them. They're not subject to, for example, the savings that the government has requested that we make across agencies for consultants, which I've covered in the Education Committee about where we're up to. I guess, like the Minister's indicating, it's up to them around how they organise their financial management, and you know that they've got councils that they report to, university councils around that.
Can we just come back to that then? So, Minister, you know, I hear what you're saying about some of your limitations, but given that not only do you have powers to inquire into financial and commercial activities and get yourself satisfied that the universities are running effectively, but you also appoint members to university senates and councils. That's quite a lot of responsibility and power. What are you doing to exercise your functions in a way that helps these universities to clean their act up?
Well, I think it's very clear that the Commonwealth has the power over universities in terms of regulation and funding. So the direction comes from the Commonwealth. It hasn't been a role for state government to take a day-to-day role in the administration of universities or in oversighting the administration of universities. So that's not been a role the state has taken.
But you're appointing people who do.
But yes, we appoint 2 members of councils, and we've focused in doing that on ensuring that we are asking universities to bring forward candidates to us. They bring us candidates. They are appointed. We've been asking universities to bring forward candidates to us who have education experience particularly, and represent the diversity that we want to see on the councils. I guess the change in that is that it's tended, the reason for that focus on educational experience is that we've tended to see universities have gone with commercial experience particularly, but having that educational experience and the diversity of of council members is something which this government has felt was important, and that's what we've been focusing on with our appointments.
So obviously universities exist under state legislation, and that state legislation sets the object and functions of universities. You have recently made changes to certain aspects. I think it was University of Sydney, something to do with the accommodation. Apologies, I can't remember. It was last year.
Yeah, there was some legislation, fairly minor changes went through. Yeah,
but the point is you do have powers to influence how they operate in terms of changes to the Act. So, for example, could you put in some sort of change that would stop consultants from sitting on university boards?
We don't control the appointments, the other appointments to the councils, and that's not something the state government has been involved in. I think the New South Wales governments over a long period of time have essentially accepted that our role in this is as the legislative basis for the universities to be there, but the Commonwealth has been taking the lead through things like the Accord Review, and that's focused very strongly on governance. It's focused very strongly on campus safety and a range of other areas like that, which I think are very important.
And I appreciate that.
So perhaps the Secretary could elaborate on.
I might come back to the Secretary this afternoon, but just let's look at, for example, Section 6 of the University of Wollongong Act. It sets out very clearly what the objects and functions of the university should be. It is entirely within your powers, isn't it, to restrict what sort of things they can and can't do. And it talks about the establishment of the university consisting of the council, etc. It's got appointed members. It basically sets out the whole administrative structure for a university. You could change that, couldn't you, Minister?
Well, the Parliament could change that, yes.
Yes, but you could propose
the
it if
Parliament
you were concerned about it.
But the question is, to what extent should we be duplicating the Commonwealth's role in this? And we've accepted over a period of time that the Commonwealth has the prime responsibility in this space.
So if the Commonwealth was to decide that it wanted to change the makeup of the Senate and Council on Wollongong University, for instance, how would it do that?
Well, hypothetically, if it wanted to do that, if there was... I guess we've been working with the Commonwealth over a period of time over their Accord discussions. If they came back to us and said that there was issues around governance which they wanted to see addressed through the state legislation, then we could...
Right, but it would still have to go through state legislation.
But that's a hypothetical at the moment, because at this stage the Commonwealth has, through its Accord discussions, has suggested that it will be working with the universities directly, and that's something which we've been engaged with.
Ms Mahalik.
Good morning, excuse me,
Morning.
sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to ask you this morning about Bankstown TAFE, which I'm sure you'd be aware I probably would ask. Can I just refresh the committee on this issue? And that, of course, is that a decision was made by the government to proceed with putting a hospital at Bankstown TAFE site, and that the whole site would be redeveloped, and that Bankstown TAFE is going to be seeking temporary accommodation while this rebuild happens on the site there at Bankstown TAFE to accommodate a new hospital. On the 18th of September, there was an ROI, delivery of a temporary accommodation for the TAFE site, and on the 15th, I think with a closing date of the 15th of October and an announcement set for the 16th of December. And it says on that e-tender that the TAFE, you as Minister will make a final decision. So which location has been identified from the tender?
The ROI, you're right, the ROI did go out. We did have a number of responses to that, and I'll ask TAFE to elaborate on that in a minute. But TAFE has been undertaking due diligence investigations on those sites. The investigations are actually ongoing at the moment, and obviously that's a part of the process of working with health over the planning for the site.
Is that why there's a delay in the announcement? Because it says it was on the 16th of December you would announce where the temporary accommodation.
I'll ask Ms Reid to elaborate on that, because I'm not sure that I remembered saying the 16th of...
No, that's not a date I'm familiar with, but as the Minister said, we're working through due diligence on a site in Bankstown, and hopefully be able to advise students and staff on that location very soon.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I thought I saw the 16th of December as a...
Yeah, look,
it's online. You can go and look at it online. It says estimated decision date 16th of December.
Okay. Well, I didn't make any public commitment to the. I didn't make any public.
I can table the
comment
document
on
if you
that.
need to see it, but it says the estimated decision date. So I'm just. It's now 3 months. So I'm just wondering, what's the delay in the decision as to where the temporary accommodation is going to go?
I might take on notice the difference between the estimated date and where we're at in the discussions. I'm not sure whether they're set as a standard thing or whether that's indicative of something in particular.
It's online. So if you look up the document that talks about the delivery of temporary accommodation, it's quite clear. It says that it's been published on the 18th of September. The close date was the 15th of October, 3 p.m. and the estimated decision date 16th of December, and we're now 10th of March, 2025.
Estimated being the key thing,
well,
obviously.
I'm asking, what is the reason for the delay,
Ms.
Minister? What's the reason for the delay in announcing this?
There's, Ms Reid has said, we have been in the process of assessing the sites and ensuring that they demonstrate value for government. I'm confident that we'll be able to meet our timeframes on this.
Yep.
Okay, well, so what's the available budget for the tender, for the temporary relocation, Bankstown TAFE?
Well, the relocation is a part of the overall budget for the hospital project, which we don't actually know. Health is leading that project, and they'll obviously come up with the final cost.
But wouldn't you need to know what your budget is for the relocation as you go out for a tender?
So one of the elements of the way that we approached the market on this was a request for information and then for proposals, so we could understand the shape and scope of the potential costs for the relocation, and that obviously depends on the types of premises that are available, the fit out that we would need to do, and
sorry,
the
so
rates
you
that
didn't
we
have
do
an
offer.
available budget.
So we have, as the Minister said, the budget exists for the project overall.
No, but you've just said to me in your response that you were going to look at what sort of options were the sites to work out the costing of the specific temporary accommodation.
That's how we narrowed down those costs and make sure as part of that procurement exercise that, as the Minister said, that we're getting value for money in the relocation to that
I think it's not the practice of government normally to indicate the cost of something before we go to tender, because that...
No,
that
Well,
frames
hang on.
people's
It's
tenders.
after tender. You've
Yeah.
already gone to tender.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate
and we-
your,
well-
but
well,
it's
the-
now, and
the
you've already gone
discussions- the
by
discussions
3
that
months
were-
after the estimated decision date, Minister.
The
So by now, I
discussions
would
that
have thought there'd be
well,
some
the decision
thoughts on
hasn't
it.
been taken finally yet. I can clarify, I can confirm that, but the final cost is obviously the discussions with those tenderers are commercial in confidence anyway.
So, Minister, you haven't had anything before your desk about which sites are being considered? It
No, I
hasn't
have
been
not.
discussed with you at this stage, is
Not
that
yet, no.
what you're saying? Okay. Minister, regarding this e-tender, an amendment was made on the 26th of September and it called for the removal of conflicting requirement from introduction text.
Sorry, say that again.
On the 26th of September, there was an amendment made to the ROI and it called for the removal of conflicting requirement from introduction text. Why was this amendment made?
I'll have to ask TAFE to clarify that, or maybe take it on
I
notice.
might need to take that one on
Yeah.
notice. It's before my time.
Okay. Can I ask you if you've received a proposal from Canterbury Bankstown Council?
I'm not aware of personally, I'm not aware of who we've received proposals from, and I suspect that would be commercial in confidence, but I'll ask Ms Reid to answer that question.
Yeah, that's right. We wouldn't be able to disclose who's put in a proposal under this process.
So what I want you to take on notice, I want to know when your estimated date will be then, given it's now 3 months. There's a 3 months
I think
delay
what
to an
we-
estimated decision.
we're
There must
certainly
be, I mean, you've got
happy to-
timelines because you're supposed to have this whole rebuild of the hospital completed when? By end of 26?
I'm happy to take on notice the timeframes for the relocation for the process, and if we can, as part of that, I'm happy to take on notice. Well, I will take it all on notice, obviously. Yeah.
Okay. So you're confident that everything's on plan then, Minister, for the rebuild of
Well,
the site?
it's a very
If
big
we
project, and
if
Health
we're
is
already
obviously
delayed
running
in the
it.
tender.
Well, Health is running the project overall, but I'm confident that the TAFE portion of it is on track. And we've been discussing, I've been meeting regularly with Minister Park, who's obviously got overall carriage of the proposal, and our department's TAFE has been meeting with the health infrastructure on a regular basis. We are confident that we will meet our targets for relocating the TAFE so that the build can commence.
So is the hospital? Sorry, I should say, is New South Wales Health then actively involved in where the in this process or not? Not with the
They are the
temporary
overall
relocation.
managers of the project, but Ms Reid can clarify whether they're involved in the relocation proportion or not.
So they're not involved in the process or the kind of governance of it, but obviously we're keeping them closely
But they must be
updated.
giving some dates as to when they need.
Yeah. So
yes.
we're keeping them updated. We have, as the Minister said, regular contact with them. And obviously when you're running a project like this, there's essentially a need for every party involved to be communicating well with the others.
All right. Well, so if I can just ask then, yes, so I put on notice that I'd like some more details about when the estimated decision date will be. And I put on notice, so I just want to make it very clear, that I want to know the reasons why the amendment was made to remove the conflicting requirement from introduction text, which is quite significant, and who made that decision and why. Madam Chair, do you want? I'd like to go into the next session. So, do you have anything left in a minute and a half? So I won't be able to
do a
finish
quick one in this time.
that
Yep,
time,
thank you. Minister, last estimates in September we spoke about the role of TAFE's training colleges and universities in preventing gendered violence. Has there been any progress made in working with the Commonwealth on the initiatives coming out of the University Accord relating to safety on campus?
We have had continuing meetings with the Commonwealth around the implementation of the University Accord. We've seen obviously some significant work that the Accord group has been doing over anti-Semitic incidents, but the campus safety aspect of it has been, ministers agreed that would be the priority area for implementation on the Accord. I might hand over to the department to elaborate on where that's at the moment.
Yeah, I can add, Chair, the National Student Ombudsman, which was the call for a new statutory function under that accord, has been set up and is taking student complaints. That kicked off on 1 February this year, so that's underway. Also, the Universities Accord Bill 2025 was introduced to the Australian Parliament on the 6th of February, and if passed, that legislation would empower the Federal Education Minister to establish the new national code, which will require national higher education providers to take specific actions to prevent and appropriately respond to gender-based violence. And that code is set to comprise of 7 standards. 7 standards that cover the following areas. Leadership and governance is the first. Trauma and informed processes is the second. Reporting and data collection are further areas, as well as student accommodation. So there has been movement, and that key legislative piece would help in that space as well.
I'll come back to what the New South Wales government's doing, but back to the opposition. Or over to the
Chair.
opposition.
Good morning, Minister and
Morning.
officials. Nice to see you all. Minister, I just wanted to start picking up on something that my colleague asked just in relation to the universities, and you said that you meet quite regularly with the different university vice-chancellors. Are you able to tell me the last time you met with anybody from the University of Wollongong?
Can I take on notice the date? But I did meet in the last few months with somebody from the University of Wollongong, and I've specifically discussed with them issues around international students.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you take that on notice, that's fine.
Sure.
Are you able also to advise the committee whether you spoke to them about what their budget will be going forward, any other cuts or changes that they may need to make to improve their financial position?
Not in specific terms about what cuts they might make, but they certainly conveyed to me the challenges they were facing, and as a result of declining income.
And is that based on concerns with international students or more broadly?
No, primarily with international students.
Okay. I might follow that up with them this afternoon, but thank you for that. I wanted to just take you now, obviously, to what's happening up on the North Coast and the Northern Rivers. I understand that there's a number of TAFE campuses that are closed. Are you able to provide an update on how many are currently closed and when you anticipate they will be able to reopen?
Yes. There's currently 20 TAFE campuses which are closed for students. We have two of them which are evacuation centres, so that's Kingscliff and Wollongbar, and Wollongbar is a staging centre for the SES. So those 3 campuses have activity on them. The other 20 campuses are currently closed. Obviously, we're waiting. Obviously, we're watching the situation very closely. But Ms. Reed's informed me this morning that TAFE is currently looking to reopen on Thursday.
Okay.
But Ms.
Yeah,
Reed?
that will. So obviously, what we're doing in the yesterday, today, tomorrow will be to, where safe, assess the condition of the campuses. Then we'll need to undertake any rectification or safety measures. And as the Minister said, we're still obviously watching the weather in a couple of places really closely. So the incident management team have recommended that those campuses are closed until Thursday, but we'll be making those assessments over the coming days.
And have you been able to assess yet, and you may not have given the sort of ongoing weather, but if there has been any damage that you're aware of to any of the campuses at this point?
I'd say not in a fulsome and comprehensive way. There's a few things that I'm aware of. There was a tree at our Kingscliff campus that did land on a building, but actually they think the damage is fairly minimal from that. There's some bits of guttering from roofs and things, but many of our campuses, Kingscliff we know about because it's obviously operating as an evacuation centre, but for many of our campuses they're closed, and we've made sure that staff do not attend on site, and they should continue to not attend until we've made those assessments.
Okay, thank you. And then the campuses that are being used for the evacuation centre, and also where did you say?
The staging
centre. Yeah. Are you anticipating that they'll be in a position to open on Thursday, or will that take a bit longer depending on community need?
I think that will take a bit longer depending on community need, and again that will be very dependent on the weather in terms of whether the individuals at those centres are able to return to their homes, and then we'll need to make sure that we put the campus back as it needs to be for normal operation.
Okay, thank you. What support are you providing to students who have been impacted with the closure over the course of, I guess it'll be about a week? fingers crossed if you can reopen on Thursday, what's in place for those students?
I'll ask Ms Reid to talk about individual support. Obviously, we've been very conscious of the safety first and foremost of our staff and students, and thus the decisions. I could also say that when I've been to Kingscliff 3 times since I've been minister, which is interesting, and also Wollongbar. And one of the things which I heard from the staff there is it's just how passionate they are about providing that support that they're doing with because they were also, Kingscliff was also an evacuation centre in 2022.
I remember.
And so yes, we're very focused on looking after the welfare of the staff, but I also hear from them just how satisfying, I suppose, it is for them to be able to help in the way that they're able to do in those circumstances. So, Ms Reid could maybe elaborate on that.
Yeah, so we've had regular contact with students. We've sent them emails, but also SMSs, and we'll be offering them the full range of services in terms of support. So, in terms of their learning first, where we can, we've been moving provision to be online and to make sure that they can continue where they need to. And then, of course, we have sort of counselling staff and others, educational support staff who can assist where students might need additional support.
And then just picking up on what you said, Minister, about a lot of these areas being impacted back in 2022, and I'm obviously aware of that, having been the Education Minister at the time. I think some of the underlying issues around trauma and things tend to be triggered quite a lot again, and that was something that came across very obviously back then, and I anticipate that's happening with community now. Will you look at sort of some mental health counselling support for those who may need it through TAFE as well, and what do you envisage that will look like?
We certainly have a very strong range of individual supports, and I absolutely acknowledge that trauma of an event coming so quickly after a previous one, and I certainly remember the 2003 bushfires in the ACT region. Whenever there was smoke in the air after that, you could feel the tension and concern, and I would absolutely understand people in the Northern Rivers feeling the same way. So TAFE will be continuing offer the support that it does for our students, and Ms Reid can elaborate on that.
Yeah, so obviously we have the employee assistance program that's there all the time, but we can also arrange for additional on-site support where needed, and we're likely to be doing that at some of our campuses in the coming weeks.
Okay, so you'll just sort of assess when you're back and see what's needed. Okay, thank you, and I just thought it was important to ask. I'm sure on behalf of all the committee we're thinking of everyone up there and what they're going through. Minister, did Stephen Brady quit or did you sack him?
It was my decision, and I made the decision on the basis on a few things. Now, first of all, can I say that Mr Brady, in the period he was there, provided stability to TAFE, which was very much appreciated. He has gone through a number of areas of strong reform in the TAFE, in TAFE, as we've gone over the last period where there has been quite a lot of change with the vet review, with putting in place a new operating model for TAFE, developing the TAFE Charter. I felt, though, that we've had some challenges coming up soon which needed a different skill set. We all have different skill sets, and while I very much appreciated working with Mr Brady, I took the decision that we needed a different skill set to take us forward over the next period, where there is a number of quite significant changes which need to take place at TAFE, and I've been very pleased that Ms Reid has agreed to be the acting Managing Director of TAFE, and brings to it, as I know you're aware because you would have worked with Ms Reid when you were Minister, but brings a breadth of experience in the skills portfolio which can really help us to actually take the next steps forward. And some of those are really important, like bedding down the new operating model, moving us through the implementation of the rest of the vet review, and a whole range of areas like that.
Okay, so just to be clear, he didn't resign, he was terminated from that position.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, can you provide on notice any details of the payout that he received as part of that process? I'm happy for you to take it on notice. But
Yep, certainly take that on notice.
Thank
Of
you.
course, it was consistent with the legislation
Sure.
under the Government Sector Employment Act.
You just mentioned then, Minister, that you felt that he was missing, I guess, some skill sets that you wanted going forward. Can you elaborate a bit more on what skills they were that you didn't feel he had?
Well, firstly, can I say I'm not criticising Mr Brady at all. I think the work that he did in the time, he brought stability to TAFE over a period of time, which had a series of managing directors with a fairly quick rotation, and that's something which I very much appreciated his work in. The challenges that we've got moving forward in terms of where TAFE is going is obviously continuing the transition to the new delivery model. We are looking. The government has committed over the next 12 months to remove TAFE from contestable market, so from the smart and skilled market, which is something which is a very significant change, and one where we need to work through closely with Treasury and the central agencies and Department of Education how that's going to work. There's the phase 2 operating model, which needs to happen. There's a number of other challenges, I guess, which come from the implementation of the VET review, and I felt it was really important to have someone in that place who could make the linkages between the rest of the skills portfolio and the federal initiatives, who could take us forward with the federal government and the implementation of the things which we'd agreed to do. Okay.
Was there any sort of performance management, or was it just a decision you made as Minister that you wanted a new direction?
It was a decision I made in January that we needed a different skill set.
Okay, so there's been some media reporting too about TAFE being in turmoil. There's a restructure going ahead, I understand, as well. Can you tell us how many positions have been made redundant so far as part of that restructure?
I would dispute TAFE being in turmoil. Obviously, we have had a new operating model which we're putting in place, so we're moving TAFE to a faculty model. As you know, under the previous government, under your government, you changed to the one TAFE model, but it still left. Was a sort of a halfway in a lot of ways, and we've moved to a faculty model because we felt that was a better way of ensuring that we could share skills and best practice in the development of curriculum and a range of other areas across the state. I've had really positive feedback about the faculty model to start with, and one example was a discussion recently around the challenges of delivering heavy vehicle mechanic programs in the mining areas, and the faculty model has meant that they can actually have a look at what the rest of the state is doing and make sure that they're offering best practice. So that's an illustration of why we've gone to that.
Just keen on positions and restructure back to the...
Yeah, and so I think that we're moving in a direction. Obviously, any change in a structure does lead to some restructuring. There has been a change to a number.
There's media reporting about 80 positions being made redundant. Is that accurate?
I said up to 80 in an answer in the Parliament in early days. We have not seen 80 positions made redundant, but we haven't finished the process yet either. But I'll ask Ms Reid to elaborate on that.
Thank you.
So the current scope of the change, the Minister alluded to some further changes to the operating model to come yet, is a net of 53 positions at the moment. And you'd understand as we work through these processes, we have consultation with staff, we take their feedback on the design, and we make sure that the design where appropriate reflects those changes. So those numbers will move around during that sort of a process. And then it's just also important to remember that doesn't mean 53 people, it means 53 positions. And so we still have employees who are in the government mobility process as a result of those changes. So we don't have an answer on the number of staff overall who might...
Because they may go to other positions.
That's right.
That are... Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Would you be able to provide as best as you can on notice if people have accepted those redundancies, any of those 53 positions? I'm sure some have. How many, and again, the costs associated in terms of any kind of redundancy packages?
Yeah, because they're still working through that placement process, I expect that there haven't been redundancies. Is that correct, Ms Tickle?
We'll take on notice the number of redundancies, but as Ms Reid and the Minister have said, we're still in the placement process, so we haven't got final numbers.
Okay. Yep.
And quite a number of people have accepted positions with government agencies other than TAFE through the mobility process as well.
Well, any updates you can provide, that would be great. And then and Ms Reid, this is in no way a reflection on you, having worked with you, and I'll echo what the Minister said. I know you're an excellent public servant. But in terms of the recruitment process for the permanent position of MD, where is that up to, and when do you anticipate that to be finalised?
That's obviously my decision as to how to progress that, and I'm expecting to make that decision quite soon.
Okay, so there's no process underway at the moment?
I'll make a decision on that.
Okay. And will that be publicly announced, that process, or just the successful appointment? What's the plan?
I will come back to you on that, and I will make some announcements on that in the next few weeks, probably.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. I just want to take you to the TAFE Charter that was released, I think, last month or not that long ago. Who was ultimately responsible for the work on this document? Was it yourself or through TAFE? Where was the genesis of it, I suppose?
The genesis of it is the VET review, which recommended that we should have a TAFE charter to set out the government's responsibilities and really to recognise that TAFE should be recognised as being the heart of the vocational training system in New South Wales. It's the philosophical basis of it, obviously, is that central position. You would know from the VET review that it talked about stewardship of the TAFE system, of the vocational training system. So we really wanted to place TAFE in that situation. The Charter is attempting to ensure that we're outlining where we see government's responsibilities. So in terms of our community service obligations, our responsibilities to rural and regional areas, to people who have more difficulties accessing training. So the development of the Charter happened from TAFE, but in consultation with other agencies across government, and then with me as the ultimate person who took it to Cabinet, obviously.
Okay. In terms of the consultation with current students and staff, what did that look like?
We actually went through a period where we discussion around it. Ms. Reid wasn't the Managing Director at the time, but I'll ask her to perhaps outline or pass on if
do you have a sense of it? I don't have an outline of the consultation specifically. Do you?
I can give a little bit of information if it's helpful to the committee. So the consultation for the Charter involved various stakeholders, including the unions. There was some feedback feeding in from TAFE Connects, which is our survey that went out to communities across the state. That was fed into the Charter. Employee groups, so we had the teacher reference group, for example, that we had in place last year for the operating model. They had some input into the Charter as well. I'm not sure if that's the fulsome amount of consultation.
Also add the TAFE board and the skills board were obviously a part of the process.
What about, I guess, current students, or was there any input from them in terms of?
As you've heard, we surveyed and we've been obviously through that process getting the views of students.
Okay. And what about industry, local government, anyone sort of external to TAFE?
Yeah, I think the other place that may have consulted on the Charter was the VET review reference group, which contained a range of industry stakeholders, different agencies across government, those types of bodies.
And obviously the skills board and the TAFE board include representatives of industry as well.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. And then is there any sort of plan, I guess, to, evaluate the effectiveness of the Charter, whether you're going to meet sort of some of the outcomes that you've got in here?
Yeah, and Ms. Reid will elaborate on this. Yes, we didn't want to just put it in place and then leave it on a shelf.
It's a lovely glossy document.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
How are you going to actually
we see a lot of those, don't we? So we
Yes.
want to make sure it is something which is effective, and we will be reporting back on our progress on the Charter, is my understanding.
Yeah, that's right. So the plan would be for an annual report. We have had some discussions with the TAFE board about them playing a role in kind of the oversight of that process. And then also under the New South Wales Skills Plan, there's also an element of reporting there in terms of outcomes and the actions under the Skills Plan too. So, but an annual report specifically on the Charter.
With sort of metrics, or how are you actually going to measure whether it's successful, I guess, is my question.
Yeah, we would include appropriate metrics and also things like feedback from students and staff and industry, those types of elements.
Okay. So I guess in terms just of some of the specifics, and I'll address this to you, Minister, but happy if you need one of your officials to provide some information as well. Like I've had a read through, and some of the specifics, so I think it's page 4, you talk about TAFE being committed to addressing the underrepresentation of women in male-dominated trades and fields by creating supported pathways for women to enter these areas. So just to pull that out as one example, what are the kind of things that you anticipate that you want to do differently? How will you measure whether you've been successful in meeting that outcome?
And that, as you know, is a whole of government objective as well. So we're working across the skills portfolio and with some of our major infrastructure delivery departments on increasing the number of women in trades. So TAFE will play a role in that. we obviously, there is a number of programs which are out there to try and encourage more apprentices to come in. I think the figure at the moment is around 3% of actual trades on building sites are women, so we've got a fairly low base to be starting from.
Yeah.
We recognise in the Charter and across also quite consistently with the university, with the Accord process at federal level, that the ways of assisting people who have less access to courses need to change and to develop. So some of what we're doing will be working on the way that we assist people and the way that we provide more wraparound support for people as they come through. And we also then need to work through with industry about how you change some of the expectations. And I think we see fairly consistently the messaging that I give and many others give, which is that we need to be talking to parents. You'd be aware, so this is not TAFE, but you'd be aware of the Education Pathways program, which started. That is something which the Vet Review said was a very positive program, and so we do need to reach back in and link into the high schools to try and link the women.
But I guess specifically, and I appreciate
I will come back to
no, but I mean, how will you measure whether you've been successful in that outcome? And I just picked one. There's many.
There are, and we do measure those at the moment. So we do have those information, but Ms. Reid could elaborate on
There's
that.
also the specific programs that TAFE runs that are successful in this area that we'd like to make sure that we either continue or increase. So things like Girls Can Too, things like having some of the micro credentials at the Institute of Applied Technology in construction. Some of those places are targeted specifically towards women and making sure women have access to those. And then I'd like to see us understanding some of the sort of destination pieces out of that. So if a student undertakes one of those qualifications, are they more or less likely to consider a career in that area, and do they end up doing so? That'll be a longer term piece for us, I imagine, but one that'll be worthwhile.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's my time.
Thank you. Ms. Mahon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, how many students are currently enrolled at Bankstown TAFE?
I will just ask for the specific figure. There is. I was out there recently. There is a lot of activity on the campus.
Yes. When were you out there?
So 20. TAFE Bankstown's 2023 enrolment was 5,400 enrolments over 80 courses with 175 teachers and 133 non-teaching.
Has there been an update to that though? That I'm just concerned that the numbers have dropped given
2024 figures. I'll ask Ms. Reid to.
Yeah, they'll be finalised in March when we report to the National Council for Vocational
it's March now.
Research on them.
Later in March?
At the end of March, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I'm not. Anecdotally, I haven't heard that there is any has been a drop off in.
I'm just concerned, given all this announcements of rebuilding, relocation, and so forth.
There's quite a lot. I mean, overall, we do see shifts in enrolments in different courses, obviously over time, and they're.
Minister, this was a very. I was a member for 12 years there, and
I understand
know there was a very, very busy TAFE,
it is.
So I know how.
And it still is.
Yeah, and I hope it remains so.
Yeah, so do I.
All right, good. What were you out there for, by the way?
Oh, I'd have a look around. I regularly visit TAFEs and have a look and talk to staff and talk to students.
Did the member for Bankstown join you?
The member for Bankstown, I think, was with me. Yes.
I'm not sure.
I have to check that, but yes, he was.
You'd remember, wouldn't you? I mean, he's a colleague.
We get on. We're at a lot of things, so yes.
You remember him being there, wouldn't you? No?
He was with me.
Yes.
He was? I'm glad you remembered. That's good. Okay. He can be quite forgettable. All right.
I didn't say that at all. I think he's,
I think
he's a fantastic minister and local member, and
has he discussed the relocation with you? Has he discussed the relocation of Bankstown TAFE with you?
We have obviously.
Have you met over that particular issue? Has he raised concerns that the delay in the date of announcing?
You mean the location of the temporary?
That's right, the temporary relocation. Has he discussed that with you?
He's aware of the process that's going on.
Well, I had to get you guys to clarify the process at the start of this budget estimate. So the date was meant to be 16th of December. We should have had a decision by then.
Well, he's a member of Cabinet. He's very well aware of what's going on in government.
I hope you both are very aware of how concerned I am about this TAFE. Okay, has the member for East Hills made any presentations to you about Bankstown TAFE or met with you over the issue? A lot of the people that reside in the electorate of East Hills actually go to TAFE.
I'll hear the point of order.
So I have sat and listened to the last little bit and haven't wanted to interrupt the Minister giving answers or the flow of questioning, but it's getting to a point where actually the Minister hasn't had a chance to offer any answers, and I wondered if we could make sure he's afforded that opportunity.
A point of order, it was a new question then. It was a completely different question about East Hills.
Okay, order. I think it's a little bit of backwards and forwards is fine, but for Hansard's benefit, if we could try and pause between questions.
All right. Have you got an answer, Minister?
I visited Padstow TAFE with the member for East Hills, and obviously Padstow TAFE is where I previously told the committee that the animal care functions that are currently at Bankstown are going to be relocated to, because they've got better opportunity to have outdoor space there, and it'll be a better facility for the animals. So I visited that TAFE with her. I haven't specifically discussed the rest of the Bankstown project, but I have certainly heard from the member for East Hills that she'd like us to be investing in the Padstow TAFE. Not surprisingly, I haven't met a member yet who doesn't want us to invest in their TAFE.
No, I didn't ask about Padstow TAFE. I just want to make sure that, and that's great that she's involved in Padstow TAFE, but I'm just more interested at this stage at Bankstown TAFE, because a large proportion of students that go to Bankstown TAFE reside in either the electorate of Bankstown or East Hills. So I was interested to know that they were both talking to you about and raising their concerns.
I do talk to my colleagues, yes.
Okay. Minister, can I just ask you, what will be the floor space of the new Bankstown TAFE compared to the current Bankstown TAFE floor space?
That's not a question I can answer at the moment.
Can you take it on notice? I'd like to know the current floor space of Bankstown TAFE.
We're still in the planning process for the permanent TAFE. So you mean the permanent
yes,
new
the
facility?
Permanent TAFE, yes.
We'll take that on notice.
Take that on notice? Okay. I don't expect, I'm not too concerned about the relocation floor space, but I am concerned that be done. You're on the December 23 announcement about the relocation, by the way, you say that this is all going to be done at the start of 2026. So they should be already inside the new temporary accommodation at the start of the 26 enrolment year.
Yeah, that's our plan.
Okay, all right, just making sure you can guarantee that, right?
That's my expectation, yes.
Okay. Can I just then ask you a little bit about this new site then, or it's the same site for TAFE, they're just going to get less floor space obviously, because they're going to share it with the hospital. Have you had discussions with Health Infrastructure or the Minister for Health in relation to the amount of parking that will be allocated for TAFE students?
That'll be considered as part of the planning process, and TAFE will put in its requirements as part of its input into that planning process.
When will that planning process be?
The planning process is underway at the moment, and TAFE is engaged with Health Infrastructure.
Because right now, you know, given you visited the site, you know that there's lots of parking available for TAFE students and TAFE staff. Yeah,
and I would expect that there will be provision for parking, but obviously TAFE is working with Health Infrastructure on that, who are, as I've said, have carriage of the project. So.
But it's your site. It's your site. It's not their site.
It's going to be their site, and they will be managing the process.
Okay. And you'll be advocating that TAFE students and TAFE staff have parking?
TAFE will be expressing its requirements, obviously, for the site.
Mm-hmm. Minister, has the business case for the jointly designed hospital and TAFE been completed?
I'd have to ask Ms Reid to... the design process is still ongoing, and the final budget
This is the business case.
We certainly have a business case that's well progressed.
Has it been completed, is the question I'm asking?
The business case is not yet finalised.
Okay. So, Minister, you might recall I actually asked you some supplementary questions at the last estimates hearing, and I asked you when the business case would be completed, and you told me January 2025 was the answer you gave me.
Well, obviously, that's not the case. So
no,
I'm sorry
another
about
delay.
That. But the TAFE New South Wales is involved in the preparation of the strategic business case, and it'll be considered for the.
So, will you provide on notice the new date then? Now that it's not January 25, can you take on notice that you can actually?
We'll take it.
Can you provide a date though?
I don't know yet.
You don't know.
We'll take it on notice.
Okay. Right. Do we know what the new student capacity, what you're expecting the student capacity to be for the new Bankstown TAFE? Do we have any idea of that?
We're still in the planning process with that. Ms Reid could perhaps elaborate on
As the Minister's outlined, we're still in planning for that, but we'd expect it to be able to accommodate expected and future demand, noting, as the Minister has outlined, that some of the students will be moving to Padstow in that animal care area.
Okay.
So
How many students are in animal care at Bankstown TAFE?
I don't have that number with me, but I'm really happy to take that
It's
on
not the
notice.
dominant course,
No, not
is
by
it?
any means.
Okay, no, thank you. All right.
But
Let's move on from animal care, please.
I think we should
'cause
be clear that, I
Yeah.
mean, this is as I've said to you in previous hearings, this is a really exciting opportunity for us to get a new TAFE facility at Bankstown, and I think in the longer term, it's something which is a really huge positive for the Bankstown community. A new hospital, a new TAFE facility, both delivered by the Minns government. It's going to be a fabulous asset for your community.
Well, as long as it's actually doesn't take away from what they currently have, because they've got a pretty good TAFE there now. Wouldn't you agree, Minister? It's an excellent site.
It's a good TAFE, but as so many TAFEs are, getting some upgrades or new buildings is new facilities is something which can enhance the educational experience.
What was the number of students you said? 5,700.
Yeah, I think it's 5,400.
So you want to. That's a lot of students to fill into a new site.
5,400.
400,
yes.
okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it
Yes.
is. It's a large TAFE, and I expect it to be able to cater for the current and future demand in Bankstown. And one of the reasons why we're so determined to keep TAFE there is because Bankstown is such an accessible location, not just for locals, but also with public transport, and it's a really vital campus. So we're 100% committed to it.
How many students are currently enrolled at Padstow TAFE, Minister?
I'll have to get you that figure. I haven't got that specific figure for Padstow. I'll take that on notice.
Would you be able to come back in the next session on that, or?
Let me see what I can find.
Ms. Reid will.
Well, you got me the Bankstown one pretty quickly, so. All right.
There's 154 campuses across the state. You won't be surprised to know I can't remember all their
I'm just
enrolments.
asking if you can get it back in the next session. You might
Sure.
be able to ask someone. That's what I'm saying. If you can't, that's fine. You can take it on notice. Are you going to? Have you considered having health administration, health-related courses at the new Bankstown TAFE?
Yes, we have, and we are in active discussion with health about how the co-location of the new Bankstown TAFE and the new hospital can enhance the delivery of those courses.
Minister, in the last round I was asking you about what New South Wales specifically has done in terms of progress working on the Commonwealth, the initiatives coming out of the university's accord working with the Commonwealth. Do you have any specifics around what New South Wales has done?
I'll ask the department to elaborate on this, but obviously we work with the federal government on the university's accord. We've, to this point, talked to them primarily about them developing their... I've got codes of practice in my head, but it's not the right word. It's about particularly on campus safety. So we have been talking to them about their implementation of that. At this stage, there hasn't been any necessity for us to look at changing our legislation or taking specific action, but we've been working with them to highlight the priorities that we felt that the Commonwealth should be pursuing through their activity. And I'll ask the department to elaborate on that.
Yeah, through the accord, we've been working at an official level. Mr. Cruz might add to this, but it went to earlier what I described around the student ombudsman, but other areas. We've been working with them and giving input into the establishment of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, which was an interim set up in 1 July 25 and permanently to be established 1 January 26. We've been giving input into a needs-based funding approach, which will enable universities to provide additional support for students from underrepresented backgrounds and those that are studying at regional and remote university campuses.
I might come back to you in the afternoon then.
There was a few more areas too, Chair.
But can I just ask a specific question? So a really good example or a really good opportunity would have been this TAFE Charter that's just come out. It doesn't mention student safety once.
TAFE had existing policies on student safety, which I can ask TAFE to elaborate. But that's not part of the university accord process, obviously.
No, but in terms of...
We've certainly been very conscious of student safety on our TAFE campuses as well, and we had existing policies in place around that. Which,
I have pivoted slightly, but I mean, it's all, we're talking about higher education and safety, particularly for women on campus. You would expect that the Charter would profile, given the recent sort of, controversies and media.
I'll ask Ms. Reid to talk about the measures which we already had in place, and which we had a strong focus on as a lot of this debate, a lot of the issues were emerging.
So as the Minister said, the Public Service Commissioner issued a directive in, I think it was May of 2023, relating to the need for agencies in the New South Wales Public Service to have a policy relating to sexual harassment and sexual assault. And so TAFE has a policy and is also undertakes regular review of that policy to make sure...
Sorry, can I just stop you there? So I'm aware of the policies, but is this Charter then everything that there wasn't an existing policy for? Why would it not be in the Charter?
No, it's. I think we felt we had the policy in place, but I'll ask Ms. Reid
and I think it kind of would be wrapped into some of the pieces around support for students, but I'd agree it's not in there perhaps as explicitly as it could be. We do have training underway and ongoing for managers and senior leaders across TAFE, as well as regular communications. And then as recently, I think as November, Mr. Cole, you might help me with this, we had a month of kind of awareness activities based on countering domestic violence.
I might come
and then
back.
Also,
sorry, go.
Sorry, just.
Sorry.
And then also when we're on campuses, there's an app that people can download called the Safe Zone app, so they can use that to connect with security and those kinds of things when on site. Did you want to hear on the...
I might come back in the afternoon just because time's limited.
Mr Disdar has more on the higher education side of it if you wanted to
Is it
come
specific
back
to what New South Wales is doing in terms of concrete on the ground?
Yeah, we've been working with Vice Chancellors around a higher education strategy for New South Wales. That's not related to the Commonwealth, that we want to bring in front of the Minister and hopefully launch in the first quarter this year. And that has gone to also talking about student safety under the broader umbrella of achieving better participation and outcomes. It has been a topic of discussion and it'll be captured broadly in that strategy as well, which supplements what the Commonwealth has been doing.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you something totally different? I understand that there was a pre-apprentice program between TAFE New South Wales and New South Wales Land and Housing, where students who were enrolled in a specific pre-apprenticeship trade would have access to work alongside licensed tradespeople as they were demolishing and then building homes for New South Wales Land and Housing. But I understand that program has now been cancelled. Is that true?
I'm not aware of any pre-apprenticeship programs being cancelled. But
No,
I'll just
I might
ask.
see if Ms. Scora has, if it was a TAFE program, if she has anything on
Yes,
it.
I can.
Sorry,
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Chair. Yes, we had a program with the Land and Housing Corporation in 3 locations across the state. The program is finished, so we're at the end of the program. So we've finished the completion in most of those locations, the completion of the houses. And we have a maintenance relationship that we continue for a period of time, but there's no further projects.
So I understand that program has been going for 20 years.
Yes, it may be with Land and Housing, but not TAFE New South Wales is not continuing with the program.
Okay, how long has TAFE New South Wales been involved with that program?
I'd have to take that on notice. Certainly predates me, but we are at the end of the current contract and didn't take the option to do it further.
And why wasn't the option to renew taken up?
Because our primary role is teaching, and the role we had in those projects were also building houses. Whilst we want to absolutely support apprentices to get hands-on experience, in those locations it was better for us to focus on teaching.
Minister, we're in the middle of a much needed housing boom, or we're trying at least to increase supply in housing, and we know that there's a significant shortage in the construction industry, and we also know that shortage of workers in the construction industry, and we also know that these pre-apprenticeship programs are really valuable for getting people to then take on a trade. What do you think about this program being cancelled?
Well, we do have a large number of opportunities for pre-apprenticeship programs which are separate to that program. So there is a lot of opportunities which are there. There is a number of programs through the Commonwealth's Fee Free, which have been assisted for the pre-apprenticeship in the construction industry, and we also obviously fund construction apprentices. We've had some anecdotally positive news about increases in construction apprenticeships in the last month or so, which is good, and we're seeing obviously strong interest. We are focusing very much on things like building the links with the high schools and try and get people into apprenticeships. As part of that, a number of pre-apprenticeship programs are offered across the skills portfolio and by a big range of providers.
Yeah.
We've also got things like the government's 1,000 apprentices and trainees, which has been very successful, and we're seeing a number of those come into areas like
energy. And not taking away from that, but this particular program was very sort of well respected, and I understand there was a number of people had gone through it. It's also, sort of a government to government program. Were you involved in the decision to cancel it?
No, but it wasn't, as I said, it wasn't cancellation. It was completed from what I've just heard.
It just means not renewed.
But we have a range of other programs. So we can't leave every program exactly the same, particularly if we want to actually modify to meet needs.
Was this replaced with something?
Well, we have a range of pre-apprenticeship programs which are out there. So one of the key ones is one I mentioned before in the Education Pathways program, which helps to link people in high schools with...
Perhaps we can just narrow this down then to a question of how many in total pre-apprenticeship programs for construction were there when this program was still going in total with all of the different programs versus now?
I think it's probably better not to look at individual programs, but numbers of people.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So
numbers of people who were given that pre-apprenticeship opportunity before this was cancelled to now. Is it more or less?
I will take on notice that direct comparison there, but I can tell you that in 2024, 800 students in years 10 to 12 were enrolled in VET part qualifications, and 758 of them completed the training. We've seen training in apprenticeships and trainees. As I said, some positive figures on the construction sector over the last, or some positive anecdotal information, which will be confirmed, I hope, by the figures as we go forward, and that is very positive.
If you could take on notice that.
But we'll take on notice that comparison over time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just one more for me and then I'll hand to my colleague. Just back on the TAFE Charter. Minister, I was interested in, I think it's number 18, and it says, where necessary, TAFE New South Wales will work with industry to adapt nationally accredited courses to meet specific local economic and workforce requirements, employing a considered approach to curriculum development while upholding the highest quality standards. What does that mean in practice? Where do you think you'll look to make changes to curriculum or courses, and for what reasons?
Because recognising that there's 770 courses, that's a fairly big question potentially. So there is, as you're well aware, there is nationally accredited courses. It's a fairly cumbersome process of changing those. The ASQA process at federal level is, and the accreditation process for curriculum is very slow, and what we're finding at times is that industry is saying to us that we're not keeping up with the developments in their industry fast enough. So we're looking to try and be more flexible. That might be through the work that we're doing with our centres of excellence, where we are looking to develop additional qualifications, part qualifications, short courses, and also higher degrees. We are seeking from the Commonwealth the capacity for TAFE to be self-accrediting, which they don't have at the moment, which would enable TAFE then to, particularly in conjunction with those centres of excellence, to actually develop and accredit or to accredit their own courses. So there is a fairly big complexity in the space, and what we're seeking is the ability to respond more quickly to local and to industry needs, which we are a bit hampered in doing at the moment. And perhaps Ms Reid can elaborate on that.
Yeah, so the work in the Institute of Applied Technology, Digital and Construction, and also in the Centres of Excellence is a good example of where we would look to design often shorter courses with industry that might be very well aligned to the broader national training framework, but for whatever reason don't yet exist in that form. And the Minister referenced self-accreditation. They're also looking to progress some higher apprenticeships in the advanced manufacturing space where we would develop those courses, and that's part of the pilot of self-accreditation.
And what about in other, other areas of sort of service delivery around sort of health or early childhood services? Is there anything in that space that you're looking at, or is that more to do with
Gora might know if we have specifics on those. I think some of the health and early childhood requirements, because they are professions where someone will need the nationally recognised qualification to work in those services. We might be doing that less in those sectors. Ms Scora, do you have a sense of whether we're doing anything in health or early childhood in that vein?
Certainly. What I'd point to there is the National Network of Centres of Excellence that a number of other jurisdictions have, TAFEs have Centres of Excellence, for example, in early childhood or in health. And the network enables us to utilise the curriculum, the course development that they're undertaking for those particular courses and share it. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity to advance some of the course material in those particular areas, acknowledging, as Ms Reid has said, some of the limitations around the regulatory environment in both of those course areas.
You wouldn't want any sort of corners to be cut when you're talking about those
No,
areas.
that's
right?
Not in those areas where you need a recognised qualification.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay. Thank you. I'll just hand over to my colleague now.
Thank you very much, Minister, officials. Thank you. If I could pick up the issue of Bankstown TAFE, Minister, when we met in September, I think it might have been in this great room, we spoke about the budget provision relating to the Bankstown TAFE and the proposed hospital relocation. And at that time, you indicated that there's no provision within the skills budget for any of the costs related to the change to Bankstown. We'd expect that to be covered in the health allocation. Does that still remain the case?
Yes, it does.
Minister, in the recent health estimates, the issue was put to them as to the relocation of Bankstown TAFE, the reinstatement of Bankstown TAFE to the new hospital, and it was determined the 1.3 billion is not sufficient to deliver the full Bankstown hospital as it was originally proposed, plus the TAFE. Health is saying they've got no money to cover the TAFE.
I don't think they were saying that. My report of that estimates hearing, I wasn't there obviously, you probably were, but is that they advised that the original indication of 1.3 billion would not be sufficient to fund the Bankstown Hospital and new TAFE campus. At the time in September, obviously we didn't know that, but we continue to work with Health Infrastructure New South Wales to address the funding requirements, and they will be coming back to government with a future proposal.
Mm-hmm. And Minister, does it still remain unknown about what the required budget is for the relocation of the TAFE and the reinstatement to the new hospital site?
It's still in the planning process, and as we said before in answer to Ms Mihalik's questions, that there's still a process going on of completing the business cases and getting those costings.
Mm-hmm. And Minister, when the options paper was considered, which we were expecting at the end of 2024, Health reported that a business case was being developed due at the end of last year to consider options. Among the options to be considered was to do nothing. Does that still remain an option?
No, the government's made a very clear commitment to the project, and I've met on a number of occasions with Minister Park, who's obviously got carriage of the project, so that we're in agreement about the provision for TAFE particularly, which is obviously the only part of it that I have a carriage of.
do you register the uncertainty that no budgets are known, the allocated money is inadequate, there's no detail on this?
There's absolutely no uncertainty over the government's commitment to deliver this project, and I'm sure Minister Park made that absolutely clear as well.
Mm-hmm. Minister, what reassurance can you provide to students and families at the Bankstown TAFE that the facility will be reinstated to the new site?
Well, government's made a commitment to do that, and I expect to see it delivered.
Thank you. Minister, if I could ask, just in terms of the priority in the current environment to the construction industry and skills and training, for the construction sector, including plumbers, electricians, carpenters in particular, what do we know in terms of commencement numbers of students enrolled in vocational training for apprenticeships every year, and how many are totally enrolled in the TAFE system?
Okay, I can probably come back to you on notice with some of the specifics on that, but obviously we know that we have very strong skill shortages in the sectors you mentioned. Particularly, I noticed the housing industry is consistently telling us we need significant numbers. 80, I think I've seen variations, 80 to 200,000 over coming years. The electro-technology sector is also short, particularly when you consider the work that needs to be done in net zero transition, as is plumbing sector. I noted from your Facebook that you've recently visited the centre, one of those centres. So we have some big challenges there. It's the enrolments in TAFE are quite significant. We see some changes in the enrolments in TAFE, and we're seeing a little bit of a shift, which is positive, I think, towards apprenticeships in the enrolments at the moment, and a little bit away from some of the shorter courses which were funded when there was a larger pool of fee-free funding, and that's also a positive. We've made some changes in the fee-free space, so. Under the previous government, you could do multiple enrolments in fee-free, and that meant that people were enrolling in different courses and not completing. We've changed that to focus it on the areas of skills shortages identified in the skills plan, and I released the skills plan late last year. It was the first skills plan New South Wales had in 16 years. It's a very significant directional document for where we're going, and what we've said out of that is that we will focus our resources on those areas, 6 areas of skills shortage that were mentioned in the skills plan, as well as other areas of high need across the skills sector. So we've got areas in that skills plan of construction, housing and infrastructure, digital and cyber, net zero and energy transition, care and support economy, agriculture and agri-food, and advanced manufacturing. And out of that, I think it covers most of the areas you mentioned there before.
Thank you. Yes.
And they will be our focuses going forward. Obviously, we continue to, as I said, 770 or so qualifications in TAFE. So there's a lot of area we cover.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, I appreciate the priority, and as you stated, and I mean, we're presented with by the housing industry, that 35,000 additional electricians will be required by 2030. So absolutely.
So I encourage your kids to become apprentices.
Minister, if I could just go back to my question about the completion rates for these trade apprentices by occupation, in terms of the plumbers, the electricians, and the carpenters. Not enrolment. I'm looking at completion rates. What do we know?
Well, completion rates, obviously not everybody completes trades, so we do work, and one of the things which we're recognising is that we need to do additional work on completions. We need to provide better wraparound services for people as they go through, but we have seen completion rates in New South Wales, which are, I think I've got a figure here, but which are slightly better than the national average, but they, so total completion rates for training in New South Wales in 2024 was 50%, which was above the most recent national average, and I think we'd like that to be better. 90% of students who finalised a part qualification who successfully completed.
Sorry, Minister, is this relevant to the identified trades?
Yes.
So 50% we're saying completion?
I'll take on notice specific trade completions if you like. It's obviously, I do think we need to have a conversation around defining success in training, because often we see people who come in and do a part qualification and they've actually got the skills that they want or their employer wants. So they may go out or they may go and get another job. And we're in a constrained, we're in a low unemployment environment at the moment. So there is a lot of other options out there for young people, which makes it even more important for us to be promoting those trades that we need. And, for instance, in the Monero electorate, I'll just brag about my unemployment rate of 1.2%. It's very low. There's a lot of demand for employees there. So we have a big job to try and make sure that we're attracting people to do what is a bit of a longer term investment in their career rather than go out and take the short term jobs. That's not new, but it's particularly focused when you have a low unemployment environment. So yes, completion rates is something which we recognise that we actually want to do. We want to do more work on, to work out firstly defining what success for people is in meeting their objectives in education training, but secondly, what more support we can provide to people in a wraparound sense to actually help them to get through why people are dropping out when they do. And that's something which was highlighted in the VET review, and something which we will continue to try and focus on.
Thank you. And Minister, how does the TAFE completion rate compare to the completion rates of industry-led not-for-profit registered training organisations for these trade apprentices?
The latest figures from the NCVR, VER, are that TAFE New South Wales completion rate of 48% for students who commenced in 2019. That's above the national and New South Wales rates in comparative courses. I think what we recognise is that TAFE has higher proportions of disadvantaged cohorts, and they do record higher completion rates for a number of equity groups compared to national rates, including students with disability, students from regional areas and students from non-English speaking backgrounds. So TAFE success...
So Minister, sorry, if I could just redirect, how does that compare to the completion rates of the industry-led not-for-profit RTOs for the trade apprentices? We're saying TAFE completion 50%.
I think there's quite substantial differences in the cohorts that are in there, but I'll take on notice that specific aspect of that.
So there's no knowledge of
yes,
completion rates of apprentices.
And it does depend on which. It often does depend on which NCVR report over which time period you look at. So it does vary, and it does go up and down. So
given the urgency on this, is there any? Would we be able to have this information sort of by the
I'll
break?
take the question on notes, but I'll hand over to Ms. Reid for
just
elaborating.
on the reporting through NCVR. We'd have to go and confirm whether we have information down to the qualification level, comparing the public provider with other types of providers. So usually those reports are fairly broad in their comparisons between different parts of the vet sector and then between states and territories versus nationally. So I'm not sure.
I'm obviously looking New South Wales.
But I'm not sure we would be able to give you, from TAFE's perspective, the difference between our rates and those other providers for a specific set of qualifications.
We can certainly do it for an overall
specific set.
Minister, what is the current cost to government for each of these trade apprenticeships sort of attending TAFE?
That is a fairly detailed question, and it's something which I'll take on notice. But the cost to government, as you'd probably be aware, under the Smart and Skilled system, which TAFE has been a part of, there is a cost established for each of the courses, and TAFE gets a share of that. We are looking to move TAFE out of Smart and Skilled, because we believe that will firstly TAFE is a trusted government provider, and I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that. So, and nationally, ministers have been seeking to acknowledge that as well. Taking TAFE out of the Smart and Skilled system will mean that we can remove a substantial amount of administrative work that our TAFE head teachers particularly, but TAFE teachers have also had to undertake. And that'll mean we can focus on education delivery and also on engaging the expertise that our teachers have in curriculum development as well. So that, as part of that, we'll also obviously be putting in place a mechanism to make sure that the unit cost of a delivery of a TAFE course is not getting out of proportion with the rest of the industry, and we're working on that process at the moment. But I can take on notice if you have some specific courses. I'm not sure
Just
exactly
relevant
whether
to
we
the,
can give you, whether we'll be able to give you many specific costs. But I'll ask Ms. Reid to.
Yeah, so the cost to government, and Mr. Coolidge might have more on this, is broken down into the price of the qualification, any offset of student fees that might have otherwise been incurred, as well as loadings that are specific to individual students and their characteristics. So it might be difficult to put a single cost on that, because it depends on whether the person enrolling in the apprenticeship, for example, is a person with a disability, and then there would be a different loading applied because of that. So we can certainly take on notice.
I can tell you that overall the government for TAFE and for the RTOs spent $400 million in 2023-24 on apprenticeships and traineeships. Spent nearly $400 million.
Thank you. And Minister, what is the current cost to government for each of these trade apprenticeships attending an RTO? I appreciate the $400 million covering both.
Well,
but in terms of
the cost to government of those would be the smart and skilled provision, and I suspect we might take that on notice as well. But I'll ask the department if you'd like to.
I mean, the bulk of that is the bulk of the apprenticeships and traineeships placements are in TAFE. So the bulk of the figure the minister gave, the $400 million close to expenditure on apprentices and trainees across the state in 23-24, the bulk of that would be TAFE. But if you're looking for the split, Miss Merton, between other providers and TAFE, let's get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get that.
And Minister, what is the current utilisation rate at TAFE campuses?
I will ask Ms. Reid to elaborate on that. But you'd be aware we've got TAFE has a lot of assets, 1,700 buildings, average age of 42, some of them over 100, and many of them over 50 years old. There is a number of, there's 154 TAFE campuses across the state, and obviously there is some areas where whenever I go to a TAFE, they always tell me all their buildings are being used. But there is obviously some areas where there is
specifically looking at the physical utilisation, you know, of on the physical campus in terms of facilities.
What I would say in this is
I recognise there's been a move to online, but in terms of utilisation, physical.
Look, what I would say on that is, as the Minister mentioned, 154 campuses, over 1,700 individual buildings. The utilisation of those different buildings will vary greatly depending on the nature of the facilities, the student cohort enrolled, the types of courses that we are offering. And so I think a statewide comparison will be not quite meaningless, but won't give you that kind of granularity. I'll take on notice as to what we have in terms of utilisation for TAFEs overall, and come back to you on notice with that. Yeah. But just flagging that it really does vary greatly. As you know, some of the courses can be online, some of them can be online or in person, some of them entirely in person.
We have 1 minute left for crossbench and 1 minute left for opposition. Ms. Mahalik, did you want to take this 1 minute?
No, you can take it.
Okay, thank you. One of the issues we spoke about in the last estimates, Minister, was in relation to people being unlawfully dismissed by TAFE corporate. And I know that I had this discussion with Mr. Brady at the time. What actions have been taken now in relation to people who have been responsible for decisions which have been found after the event to have been unlawful? I
think we talked about a specific case on that occasion, and we have had a new operating model put in place. I'll ask Ms. Reid to answer the specifics on that.
Yeah, I don't have the specifics relating to the decision makers, but I know the case that you were referring to, that those 3 employees were reinstated, and that we're undertaking a review of the way that those processes are managed to make sure that we can highlight any issues identified out of that and address those.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell?
Yeah, just a quick one. Minister, there was a opinion piece in the Sunday Telly on the 12th of January by Luke Mangan, the chef, talking about wanting to have more chefs and hospitality experts go into TAFEs and schools to help encourage young kids into that industry, but basically said there's been no uptake from the government in relation to that. Why are you resisting having that occur?
Oh, we're not. I've met with Mr Mangan, and he's a very strong advocate for it. We certainly do have contact. In fact, that's one of the reasons why we've started the change to the faculty model, is so that we can try and ensure that we are enhancing that industry contact and exchange.
So will we get to see more chefs and hospitality industry experts in TAFEs in schools in the coming weeks and months?
Well, look, as long as obviously appropriately qualified, in terms of their if they're teaching a class on their own, they obviously need to be appropriately qualified to be a TAFE teacher or a school teacher. But if
this
it's
is more
coming
about
in as
educating
guests
parents and
things
kids
like
about the hospitality industry. I think that's what they're offering to do.
Okay, we have certainly when I met with Mr Mangan, which was after that, we talked a bit about engagement with some of the programs that we've got out there for linking with industries, things like the EPP program and the REAP program and a range of others which we have out there, and how we could actually link them in with those programs. So we're certainly having discussions. He continues to have discussions with TAFE, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just before we break, because it may be useful for your working out your plans for this afternoon, I just wanted to let the TAFE officials know that the crossbench and the opposition have discussed, and we don't think we will require anyone except for Ms Reid after 3:30 from TAFE. So,
That's great, thank you very much.
That's an
You're
early
all
mark
happy,
for the
that's
rest
good.
of today. But we will now, unless the government has any questions at this time, no. Well, we will now take a break and we'll be back at 11:15. Okay, we are back. Welcome back. I'll just start with some questions. I'm interested in, under the TAFE skills plan, the New South Wales skills plan. Thank you. The 6 critical skills areas, you've got construction, net zero and energy transition, digital and cyber, care and support, economy, agriculture and agri-food, and advanced manufacturing. Now, net zero and energy transition is obviously critically important. It's great to see that in the list. I understand that TAFE New South Wales offers 25 electrotechnology credentials. Which of those do you consider relevant to the net zero and energy transition critical skills area?
Okay, I'll get TAFE to be more detailed in the answer, but one of the things I'd say about this is that one of the aim of our manufacturing centres of excellence is to work with industry specifically on the net zero stuff. So we've got the traditional apprenticeships in electrotechnology, which obviously contribute to housing construction as well as net zero transition and a range of other areas. At the Centre of Excellence, Manufacturing Centre of Excellence, we'll also be working with industry on some shorter quals so assisting people with making transitions, existing qualified people to skill up to work in the net zero transition sector. We've got discussion going on about those higher apprenticeships that I mentioned before, which are also directed at the sector. We've been working with the PCAC to set up a hydrogen centre of excellence, which is being run. Government gave it capital funding, and we obviously fund through Smart and Skilled for that, and that's aimed at some of the plumbing sort of side of the transition. And then there's also other work going on in the Newcastle area. And can I also say government is working across whole of government on workforce planning for the net zero transition as well. So I'll just ask Ms Reid and TAFE to talk a little bit more about, and we can come the specifics of the quals.
Thank you.
So I don't have the full list of 25 that you might be referring to, but some examples in the micro skill space that have been introduced in the last couple of years would be things like training for emergency responders to respond to electric vehicle incidents, introduction to fuel cell electric vehicles, hydrogen energy fundamentals, guides to the wind industry, preparing to work in the renewable energy industry. And then also, as the Minister mentioned, in the Manufacturing Centres of Excellence, the centre focused on net zero and sustainable manufacturing. There's an intent for us to produce the higher apprenticeship in renewable manufacturing and sustainable manufacturing practices, and that should be in play in 2026. And then you referred, I think, to sort of more broadly, there are a number of like electrician courses. They would all be highly relevant, I would have thought, but I can take on notice the kind of specifics against a list if you wanted to share that list.
Yeah, thank you. And if you could tell us, I guess, which of these credentials are relevant to grid scale renewables and which are more for the residential, that would be useful as well.
That's great.
And also, I guess, what does it look like when we're looking at the availability of these credentials across the net zero, across the renewable energy zones? Are we sort of ensuring, I guess, that we've got the capacity to skill up in those areas?
That's a really important question. It's quite a challenging thing, obviously, to match where we are training people with where those reses are. And so that is a strong focus for us in terms of our workforce planning. There's a couple of aspects to that. Firstly, I think we know that communities in regional areas want to see long-term benefit out of these reses. They want to see jobs that come from their local communities, young people or people who are actually training, living and staying rather than flying or driving in and out. And they also want to see that the workforce is actually there in the renewables, but also in a whole lot of related areas. So in a number of areas that they're short on people to work in the water sector and a whole range of other things which are indirectly related but important. So We are talking across the portfolios about how to best target that, but then some of our resourcing also, and some of our focus out of the VET review, is on how we can make a better model of regional planning for skills. The Department of Education skills section at the moment is working on developing a model for how we can actually go out, talk to industry and local government in regional communities to say, where do you see your skills future as being? And in those res areas particularly, how can we best tailor our offerings through either Smart and Skilled or through TAFE to assist to provide that workforce in the future?
Thank you. I understand that there's, and again, I'm just going off what I've been told, but I understand that there's basically no courses available in the Hunter New England res in relation to sort of being able to sort of skill up in these grid scale renewable projects.
I think there is
correct?
look, there's a lot of different areas. I think where maybe you're hearing, and I'm hearing as well, is a shortage of people to build the transmission lines at the moment, and that's certainly an area which a number of industry groups have been talking to me about. That's currently a skill. Currently, that training is generally delivered by the transmission companies, as I understand it, and industry mainly. And they've certainly been talking to us about how to make that more available. And I'm not sure is it TAFE or the department may know any more about that?
We're happy to take the details on that on notice in terms of the specific courses that are available. I know that we are also working with TAFE and with others in relation to their workforce needs from a training and assessment perspective, because part of the challenge that we have is also making sure that we've got enough trainers and assessors in registered training organisations and TAFE to actually deliver these particular qualifications as well.
I think we talked last time, maybe it was last estimates, about having the ability to go into, whether it's companies that are already involved in the renewables rollout, or even companies involved in, coal-fired power, etc., and being able to quantify and assess the skills that they already have in order to then be able to transition them across and work out what that upskill specification is. So
there is work happening. The government is working on that, led by Minister Housos, and that sort of transition side of things. And my portfolio is involved in that on the skills side. So we're certainly planning, and that assessment, that working out what people need to transition from one industry to another is something which is very strong focus for us as well. There's also timing issues in that. When we talk to the renewable sector, they're talking to us about how soon can we be attracting those people, but obviously they're still working and earning pretty decent incomes in their jobs. So we've got to work quite hard on that transition phase of it as well, and it's early days on that still, is my understanding. There's a few things which we're doing, I think, which are assisting in this space. We do have the Paid to Learn program, which we've just received another $4.9 million from the federal government, from the Albanese government, to expand. And that is helping us to address some of those areas where we need more qualified teachers for TAFE. So the idea of that program, I've probably said in a previous hearing, but is that we find in many of these sectors that it is hard to attract people out of industry because their incomes are quite high, to then do training with no income and then come in and teach. So we're paying them to do and shortening that process of getting their Cert 4 so they can actually teach in TAFE. That is proving to be successful in a number of areas, and this expansion that we've announced with the federal government is targeting some of those areas, not just the industries but also the regional locations where we want to have those people. As part of that Manufacturing Centre of Excellence in Newcastle, we're also at Tighes Hill. Tighes Hill is the physical location, the campus there, but it's designed to be able to be delivered remotely, and as part of that, those Manufacturing Centres of Excellence, we're also delivering mobile
Training units.
Mobile training units to be able to deliver in regional areas. And I'm expecting that we'll see some more investments in training in areas like the Central West as well.
So I understand there's about a shortage of, it's estimated about 55,000 electrical apprentices. I guess what are you doing to attract them in and make sure that we've got them in the right zones?
I guess same things as we're doing across the other shortage areas. We are working hard to try and make sure that we are building the linkages between students in high school and their potential for those careers, and also talking to people about mid-career transitions and people from non-traditional roles into those transitions. We've got some very active programs in those areas, but I would acknowledge that there's a lot of work still to do on it.
Thank you. Ms Mahalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, just quickly, I want to just wrap up the Bankstown questions. So I just want to confirm, and I think you're going to answer it by telling me you can't answer it, but has the government received a proposal from Canterbury Bankstown Council regarding the relocation of temporary, the temporary relocation of Bankstown TAFE?
I can't answer that. You're right, because it's commercial in confidence at this stage, and the process is ongoing.
All right. But you'll take on notice when you'll finalise the tender. From then on, I assume I can ask some questions. Okay. All right. Can I just then also just quickly ask you whether TAFE New South Wales has sought advice from Transport for New South Wales regarding traffic flow management on Chapel Road North during and after the construction of the combined Bankstown TAFE and hospital? As
you know, the overall project management is with Health, so it would be Health that would be engaging with other agencies over those things, is my understanding, Ms Reid.
Wouldn't TAFE be involved in that, Ms Reid?
We may have been. I need to take on notice whether we've had specific discussions with Transport on traffic, but I would expect that to be Health in the overall sort of master planning of the site, that they would be having those conversations.
What about actually consulting with LaSalle Catholic College and St Felix Primary School?
As Health Infrastructure...
They're a boundary that your neighbours...
Well, Health Infrastructure is running the process, so we don't want to have multiple bosses at this. We want one.
All right. I'll leave that. Can I then also just ask you a couple of questions about your skills plan for 24-28? Was the final data that was collected on that to the end of 23? Is that how that reads when I look at all the
data on skills shortage areas?
All the data that you're relying on. What's the final sort of data that you're relying on? The date, is that up until the end of 23? I'm just looking at the graphs.
I think there's a number of different data sources. I'll pass over to the department to answer.
What's the final date?
Specifically.
It's a skills plan for 24-28, Ms Mahalik, so we looked at the data up until that point, but it doesn't...
At what point? To the end of 23? That's what I just wanted to ask, because you're using the dates 23, so I just want to make sure what that means.
Yeah, that aligns with the release of the plan. We did have some 24 data in there because it was released. Okay. It was released on 29 November, so it was released towards the back end of 24. The important thing in the plan is you don't just set in concrete the data. We'll keep following all the data points that are nationally.
That's fine. Minister, what I'm trying to understand is, because I'm reading your the graphs in the critical skills appendix. So you've got a New South Wales skills plan. Have you got the critical skills area data appendix there in front of you, or?
We do on the bench here.
Well, do you want to turn to it? Because I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about it.
I think Jeremy's got it. Okay,
you've got it? Okay, great. So if we
which bit are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm specifically looking at the critical skills area data appendix that is an appendix to your skills plan.
Oh, it's this back.
So it's not the 35-page doc. It's the attachments. Yes, online you can see. Okay. So what I just wanted to ask specifically, a couple of questions. I'm just concerned with the data, for example, with the apprentices and trainees. On the first graph there, it's got construction, housing and infrastructure. So there's a general statement saying, in contrast, what is that data that it is referring to, apprentices and trainees? If that's only for housing infrastructure, the courses that relate to that, what would that graph mean there? Is that...
So
I'm just trying to say, so you've got construction, housing and infrastructure, And so you've got a specific page on that, and then it's got specific data. So it talks about
The bar charts there with commencements and completion.
You know, students with disability, you've got females, low SES, regional, and then language other than English, and then it talks about apprentices and trainees. Is that specifically in relation to courses in housing and infrastructure? What's that data referred
Yes,
to?
I'll ask the department to tell
If
you
they
what
can
the
just
source of
clarify
the
that.
data is.
Yes.
I'm happy to assist
Yes.
the committee with this. So the way that data was formulated is we contribute to national annual reporting through the NCBER. That data is based on 91 occupations that link to the housing and construction sector, and then we map back from those occupations the relevant qualifications from that, and so that is the data that's reflected on that page there.
So is there any reason why it's, if you look at that graph to the next graph where it says net zero and energy transition, they're identical. Is that because any particular reason why that data would be identical?
There are a number of crossovers in those occupations, but I'll
Could
ask
you answer
for the
that? Perhaps
specific
why
one.
the net zero
Mr.
energy
Cruz
transition?
might add, but I'd just encourage us to look at the vertical and horizontal axis. The vertical axis on those...
No, because you're putting data in, you're talking about apprentices and trainees, and you're putting in data about females and participation, Aboriginal participation, students with disability, etc. And I'm just saying the data that you're relying on is identical for your net zero and energy transition as it is for housing and infrastructure.
It's not identical.
It's not for the rest of them, by the way.
It's not identical. The vertical axes on those two sets that you're referring to are different.
Okay.
So it looks the same. I agree, it looks the same, but the vertical axis on the two sets are very different.
Well, what about apprentices and trainees? Where I think it does.
For which one?
For both. So you've got for net zero and energy transition. Is that also taking in the data that that this gentleman mentioned earlier, the 91?
So for net zero and energy transition, there's 40 occupations. So it's different to the 91 occupations for housing and construction that we spoke about earlier.
Okay. Does the report specify those 40 occupations?
No, but I'm happy to take that on notice and
Can
get
you
that
provide that? If
information.
that's okay.
Yes,
Could you
sure.
also provide the occupations for the housing and infrastructure data on
Yes, of
apprentices and trainees? So I'm just interested to know why it's so identical. Okay, so can I also then ask in relation to there's a spike in 2022 for apprentices and trainees in terms of commencing the courses in both categories, and then it drops in 23. Do we know what that data reflects? Why is there a drop, Minister?
There's a number of factors that you see in these, and it depends often on the sort of incentives that are out there, particularly coming from the Commonwealth Government. How much fee-free, for example, is being put out there, whether there's employer incentives that are being provided. So that actually does lead to some fluctuation, and I'd say that one of the things which we've made clear to the federal government is we'd like to see a consistent year-on-year approach to employer incentives. So, for instance, we've just recently seen an announcement by the federal government of incentives for people going into construction, so you'd expect to see a bit of a boost in that.
Well, I would have thought there might be, given
that.
both federal and state are very keen on net zero and energy transition, you'd think there'd be some sort of incentive to ensure more students are commencing those courses. So
from the point of view of the
22 to
state,
23.
our incentive that we offer from the state perspective is that we pay the fees, and that's consistent and has been for a few years. From the federal government's perspective, they did a complete review of the employer incentives for apprentices, and they announced the outcome of that review last year.
Okay.
Was it? And then more recently announced some initiatives that came out of that. So they, when they came into government, undertook that review, and that's why we've seen we saw a change in that focus. But we do see some.
But you've got a data, the data, for example, net zero and energy transition says that between what looks like 20 to 22, there was a substantial increase in students commencing courses relating to
There
net zero energy.
may be some. I'll have to ask.
Can we find out?
Predates me, but I'll ask the department
what that was.
to
Was that
just
related to COVID-related sort of
I bel-
incentives or something?
I
I'm
believe.
not sure.
I think what you will see is that there was a number of federally funded fee-free initiatives there, which have shrunk since. But
They've dropped off after 22. Is that
That's
what's happened?
correct, Minister.
Once the
There was
federal Labor government got elected.
a very large federal government program called Boosting Apprenticeships Commencements, and it was specifically about employer wage subsidies to increase the number of apprentices
So can you
commencing
say again
in
to me,
apprenticeship.
boosting?
Apprenticeship commencements. That was then superseded by a subsequent program called Boosting Apprenticeships Completions, which was about providing further employer wage subsidies to support apprentices completing their studies as well. But
So
that's
when did
for
the
very
boosting
large-
apprenticeships commencements, that program end?
I believe for recollection it was in 2023, but we'll take that on notice and just come back to you. That was a Commonwealth Government employer wage subsidy scheme.
Thank you. If I could now ask the Honourable Sarah Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Minister, just a quick one back on the termination of Mr Brady. How did you let him know that he would not be continuing in that role?
face to face.
Okay, thank you.
Unlike one of your former colleagues
Not
who
my
asked
question.
the
Just wondering
secretary
whether you
to
met in
send a
person.
message.
So good to know that that's what you did. I wanted to take you now to the issue about we've had a few examples raised with us with a delay in trade licences being, I guess, sort of formalised for, and I appreciate some of this would fit
Sign-offs for people on their apprenticeships.
Yeah, so we've got a specific example, Whan Timber down in Tumbarumba. They've shared with us an electrical apprentice who finished his qualifications and submitted all the paperwork in November but didn't get the official sign-off until February, so a delay of some months of being able to be both working and paid as a full electrician. Are you aware of some of those delays and the concerns in industry about them?
I certainly hear from individuals at times about delays in either the employer or administrative sign-offs, and we do try to follow those up. I'm obviously want to make sure that the people doing apprenticeships can get the full pay as a fully qualified tradesperson as soon as they are able. I'll declare a small interest. My son-in-law is currently a third-year apprentice, so I'm hoping that he'll be able to get the full pay soon to support my granddaughter and all that stuff.
What trade?
Hopefully he'll complete it.
He's he is going to complete it. He's almost completed it. He's a cabinet maker.
Great.
Which is very good. But I'll ask the department to talk about the sign-off process and delays.
I'm not sure if it's with you or with the Building Commission,
we'll
but there's some concern about the delay.
And if there's specific cases, be very happy to look at the specific cases.
Yeah, I mean, that was one, it just was an example where it was almost
sure.
4 months from completion versus the paperwork coming
through
through
and I
and
understand the
questions about the
frustration.
delay.
Absolutely understand the frustration.
We'll look into that.
Yeah, thank you. And is it something that you've discussed? I'm assuming Minister Chanthivong would have a role to play in that as well. Have you discussed that with him? Or?
In terms of the building sector, and I think we still have that process of sign off for the.
Yes, we are meeting regularly with the Building Commissioner though, but we'll come back to you on that specific example.
And if you have any data, and I'm happy for you to provide it on notice, in terms of sort of the average time it takes for that approval process. And again, I appreciate sometimes there's discrepancies, but that's one example, but there have been a few others that we've heard from industry about that delay. And obviously the more builders and sparkies and people who can get out working is what we want. So thank you. I'll hand back to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Minister, if I could just pick up the Bankstown Hospital and TAFE relocation. Earlier, I made reference to comments from health estimates where this issue was considered, questioning whether the allocated $1.3 billion for the new Bankstown Hospital would also cover the relocation and reinstatement of the Bankstown TAFE. And Minister, if I could just, and I'm happy to table this, if I could just quote here from the health estimates, the $1.3 billion is not sufficient to deliver the full Bankstown Hospital as it was originally proposed, plus the TAFE. It goes on, the TAFE wasn't part of the original budget either. And Minister, if I could also just remind you, and I've spoken earlier about consideration of this issue at an earlier health estimates on the 10th of September, relating to whether the 1.3 billion for the new hospital will also cover the relocation and reinstatement of the TAFE. I can table this and I can quote unquote the health official reports. I think it's too early to say the answer to that question definitively because we're in the early planning phase. There are another few months and goes on. Minister, it appears that there is no funding commitment relating to the Bankstown TAFE and its future.
To be absolutely clear about this, the Labor government has made a commitment to build a new Bankstown hospital. The local member there is very strongly backing it, and as part of that project, it will incorporate the TAFE, the new TAFE. That's absolutely clear. I've met with the Health Minister on this on several occasions. Officials from the department and TAFE are meeting with their counterparts in Health Infrastructure New South Wales. I'll get the Secretary to outline the process, but what will happen is that it's a government commitment, and it'll come back with a proposal when they've done all the full costings for the full project, including the cost of the TAFE, the cost of the temporary relocation of the TAFE, as my understanding. Mr. Disdar, do you want to add to that?
As the Minister and Ms Reid have indicated, this is not a project where there'll be two separate submissions, two separate business cases, two separate planning processes, one for the hospital, one for the TAFE. It's a combined project. That's why we're working very closely with our health officials to take forward to government what is the required budget, what's the required commitment here. We've got clear instructions to deliver that. Having worked on that TAFE premise before, on the school side as an executive director in the area, I think it'll be a fantastic outcome for the community to have upgraded and new facilities that can be state-of-the-art and meet training requirements into the future. It's a very big commitment here, and we're hard at work with Ms Reid and the department supporting to make sure we've got a very solid business case.
Mm-hmm. So, Minister, just in terms of reassurance for the students, for the families in Bankstown, by health officials, estimates hearings here are saying there's no budget provision. There may be a verbal agreement between ministers.
No, look, I think that's not the way to characterise it. It's clear at the moment that we are in the process of getting the information needed to go back to ERC and to Cabinet to get approval for this. But it's a clear government commitment. Can't be any clearer than the the commitment that's been made by the Minister, the local member and the Premier. There will be a new hospital on that site at Bankstown, and there will be a new TAFE on that site at Bankstown.
Okay, thank you. If I could, in terms of, but back to the priority of the construction industry and training, Minister. Minister, what is the current wait list for students in the construction sector who are waiting for a spot to attend TAFE to commence their class-based learning?
We obviously agree to train all. All apprentices who come through into TAFE. I'm not aware of any. I'm aware that sometimes if a TAFE, and I'm aware certainly in other sectors that there is some areas where we've had to get students to wait, but in the construction sector, I'll ask TAFE if they can provide specific information.
I don't have information on a wait list for construction apprentices. I'm looking down the table to Ms Scora to see if she might have any information, but we regularly work with the apprenticeship network centres in the department to make sure that there's a really smooth process wherever possible to enrol apprentices in their training, noting that they get employment first.
If you want to take that on notice, that's fine. So it was just the wait list relevant to the construction industry for those.
Can I see if Ms Scora has any information on that?
I'm happy to add what I can. We can provide what we can on notice, but generally there's not wait lists. When a student comes through seeking an apprenticeship with their employer, we endeavour to try and find them a placement as soon as we can. There might be a delay whilst we work out the best location for them, but in general we try and secure a suitable placement as soon as the student and the employer is lined up.
Thank you. And Minister, I have reports in terms of a student wanting to enrol in cabinet making, a fine trade, and the experience being at TAFE was that application made, quota was not met, the course was cancelled. And Minister, I guess in light of the demand for skills training in the industry, both shared by TAFE and the industry-led not-for-profit RTOs, is there not a better way to be doing this?
Oh, for sure, and that's the system that the previous Liberal National Government left us with. The Smart and Skilled system specifies that if you don't have a certain number of people in a class, it can't continue. So sometimes those classes were cancelled 2 days before because they didn't get enough people. Obviously, we will need to have classes in the long term which are viable, but taking TAFE out of the Smart and Skilled system will give us some more flexibility to actually go to an area, for example, and say, look, we haven't got enough for 1 year, but we might be able to make a start every second year and guarantee it, which we can't do at the moment under the Smart and Skilled system. It'll certainly give us more flexibility. Obviously, I'm not going to say that we're going to be running unviable classes, but it'll give us the ability to be to provide that certainty. And that is really important. But if you but in the case of that individual, if you want to give us a location after the event, if you want us to follow up on that person, happy to do that.
Yeah. Can I just
Ms. Reid?
Yeah, when that circumstances arise, we would work with the individual students who may have expressed an interest in that course or sought to enrol to see if we can find an alternate location where they can attend or an alternate course. And so very happy to follow up if you've got specifics.
Minister, in the event of such courses not proceeding, would there not be a role to partner more with the industry-led RTOs to help meet their training needs in terms of shared facilities? My
understanding is that when an apprentice, I think the apprenticeship networks don't just look at TAFE, they do look at private RTOs as well. Again, in terms of sharing, if you're referring to there, it's been difficult for TAFE to share and to work cooperatively with RTOs when they've been in competition with them over the last few years, and we may see when they come out, TAFE comes out of the competitive market as part of that being stewards of the system as government is, maybe we will see the opportunities for more cooperation.
And certainly the department would have a role through training services in identifying alternate providers who might be able to support that apprenticeship.
But Minister, just in light of the priority, and I appreciate the work done in addressing the skill shortage in the construction sector, is this not a directive that you as the responsible minister could make?
We will find a spot for each apprentice.
But in terms of the history of the training sector?
We will work individually with each apprentice to try and find them something which suits them. Sometimes the location isn't in their home area. If not, we will work with them on what components they can do online, what components they could travel for, and the assistance that's available for that.
And Minister, I'm aware of the ETU and NECA with a joint submission for your consideration in terms of coming together in conjunction with TAFE to meet the skill training need. Would that be under further consideration? The ETU, the industry groups wanting to partner with TAFE to help meet the training need by better utilising government facilities at TAFE campuses.
The discussion that I've had with them to date has been about land for construction of a facility with potentially federal funding, but I haven't had confirmation around that. Is that something that one of the department can tell us?
I can provide their submission to you.
My understanding
it's been around for the last 2 years.
Well, my understanding is not that we've got a specific proposal at the moment.
Nothing further to add on that, Minister.
But I have had discussions with them about it, absolutely.
And Minister, if I could just move to Gosford TAFE, And if I could open this by acknowledging the representations and the work of Adam Crouch, the member for Terrigal, relating to the Gosford TAFE. We spoke about this at the last estimates. I think this was a campus you hadn't visited, but it was on your list. Have you visited the Gosford TAFE?
I was due to have visited a couple of weeks ago, but something else occurred and I didn't get to go. But I will. But where we're at the moment with the Gosford TAFE and the proposals for redevelopment is that we did secure an extension from Central Coast Council to retain our option to get the land for a future redevelopment. And TAFE has been working on developing its proposals to take to government about where we may better go on that. In the meantime, we've been investing in some essential maintenance, because even if we were to go to a new campus, obviously we need to keep the current TAFE operating for some time. So Gosford campus has been is having about $4.2 million invested over coming years to address maintenance issues and upgrades to safety and usability at the campus. And I'll ask Ms Reid to talk more about the project overall.
Yeah, so as the Minister said, $4.2 million in the coming years, but also $700,000 in essential maintenance has already been completed this financial year. That includes things like upgrades to lighting, to ceilings, to things like carpeting, and then looking to as the Minister said, in the forward years, looking at some replacements of things. So, for example, there's a lift that I believe needs to be replaced. Those kinds of repairs into the future, as well as some new systems there.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. You may recall that Gosford TAFE teachers are reporting. You owe it to us to give us a responsible and safe place of work. Minister, could you enlighten about the time frame in terms of a change to the campus?
In terms of a new campus?
Yes, correct.
I can't at this stage. The government will be considering whether or not it is going to invest in a new campus at a later date. Can I tell you though, in terms of, in terms of visits to Gosford, Federal Minister Giles is there today, which is very nice. So no doubt talking about fee-free and the Albanese government's terrific investments in vocational education and training. And I'm now scheduled to go there on the 8th of April.
Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned earlier about changes to the sort of one TAFE model and going back to, or moving to sort of faculties, and you talked a bit about heavy vehicle apprentices and access for those courses for people in the mining industry. We've had a bit of feedback with some issues at Curry TAFE in relation to that, concerns from industry that they're not able to get the block requirements that they need for lessons, and some are going to Tamworth and Coffs Harbour. What are you doing to sort of alleviate that particular situation in the Hunter?
And I've had a lot of conversations with Clayton Barr about this. He's written to me a number of times and talked to me about it quite a lot, and I know the industry talks to him as local member. So Clayton's been very strong in advocating for us to rectify these problems. And we have made some progress and then have gone back a bit. So a couple of steps forwards, one step back. Through the Pay to Learn program, and I'll ask TAFE to elaborate on this a bit, but through the Pay to Learn program, we were able to get, I think it was 3 new teachers for the heavy vehicle mechanics. But unfortunately, they were attracted back out by big salaries in industry, I can only assume, and we lost a couple of them again. The history of this is it goes back to a backlog that came out of COVID. I know it seems a long time ago now, but we had difficult situation of apprentices who were potentially running into their 5th year of an apprentice, which is hard to work through and very hard on them. We've now had some difficulties at Coffs Harbour in recruiting enough teachers to catch up the backlog, and that's why some people have been being assisted by Coffs, and also some teachers I think may be coming from Coffs, but I'll just get TAFE to confirm that. I have had a meeting just recently with the Minerals Council and with representatives from industry, and we will set up a meeting then with the new faculty heads on this. And as I mentioned to you before, one of the benefits out of the faculty model is that they're telling me is that there were slight differences in the course that was being delivered at Kurri Kurri and in other parts of the state, and they may be able to actually reduce but still remain relevant in some aspects of the course. So that's happening in parallel with trying to address some of the teaching shortages and working with industry about what role we can play with them to do that.
So can I just quickly, in terms of time frame, and I just want to acknowledge, obviously Dave Loisel has been quite strong on this as well, and I know he and Clayton represent similar areas, so it's something that's probably across the community.
Certainly
but in terms of, I guess, any kind of time frame of when you'd maybe hope to see some improvement in
I
that
recognise
backlog
it's
and
dragged on. I absolutely recognise that. And as I said, we thought we had, when we had the paid to learn teachers come in, we thought we were getting on top of it, and then we lost a couple of those teachers. So perhaps Ms. Reid can talk a little more about that.
Yeah, I think that what's needed in this area is some of that engagement with the faculty leads to work with industry on how we can attract and retain some teachers in that area, and I know that work has begun, including the meeting the Minister referenced. I can take on notice if we've got any more specifics
I mean, it's more, I guess, just timeframes or when you would hope to be able to, particularly the concern seems to be about that block lesson requirement is where the backlog appears to be. But if you can provide anything more on notice, that would be great. Well, time, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I'll give you a chance to catch your breath. Thank you. Can I just back on this skills plan, Minister. So I'm conscious that I think it was Mr. Cruz, is that right? Cruz?
That's correct.
Sorry, my apologies. Has said that he'll give me the data, take on notice, what particular jobs that data related to. So the courses, there were 41 for net zero and 91, was that right, for housing infrastructure? Because I just want to see what the overlap is.
There is a substantial overlap.
And I suspect there's an overlap, which is why I want to get the list of them. Okay. So, Minister, your government has said that, and it's in your report, we know that the Premier has talked a lot about housing and he's talked a lot about the net zero transition. They've been your two big ticket items. So they are reflecting, your skills plan certainly reflects that, because there's 6 critical skills areas, and your first 2 big areas are construction, housing and net zero and energy transition. So, which is why I raised those graphs, because it's showing a drop after as you head into 23, and I'd like to know any further data whether that'll continue to drop the commencement rates in those particular areas. So if your housing and net zero, your big ticket items, the Labor Premier, mins, car, whatever Labor term that you have here, what I'd like to know is what you're going to do, and I know that you're going to give me the answer that it may be related to Commonwealth funding, but there's got to be something that you can do as well.
Well, only aspects of it that relate to the Commonwealth are those aspects which relate to incentives for employers. So we don't set the wages and fund the employers to employ apprentices. So those are the aspects, but our responsibility is in that space of how much it costs to do a course, and that's why we're subsidising the fees at the moment, or that's fee-free at the moment for those courses. Two aspects, a couple of things to this. Obviously, in the training space, we've got the skills plan where we're focusing on those skills areas. We're working to engage young people in high school, which I've talked about before, with the education pathways programs and a number of other programs around the state, which the old, come and tries and all those sort of things. Some of the pre-apprenticeship stuff. The federal government also provided some additional fee-free funding recently, specifically for construction, and that's gone into non-apprenticeship things, so things like those, I think, pre-apprenticeship programs and so on. But I'll ask someone to confirm that. The other thing which we're doing hand in hand with
Minister, is that the boosting apprenticeship program that you talked about earlier? Something different?
That
was about employers. So our programs tend to be focused on the cost for the participant, for the students, and what we can do with the students. The other thing we're doing on this skills area is that I've also released a summary of our state migration skilled migration policy, and that also has the same 6 priority areas for our skilled migration. So we get, the Commonwealth obviously runs most of migration, but we get 5,000 positions in the state, which the state gets to nominate, and there's a segment of those, about 1,500 for regional and rural, and the other is statewide, and we're focusing those on those key skills priority areas as well. So there's a few aspects that we're looking at in terms of how we address the skills shortages, and just in terms of that recent...
So just on this migration, what is that referring to, Minister? Sorry, I'm not aware of this.
Well, the state's role obviously is limited in migration, but
Yes.
The Commonwealth sets an overall number, and then it allocates to the state a number of applicants who can come in under skilled visas nominated by state governments.
Okay, but you're not funding those particular positions?
No. We just, employers fund them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't reduce the fees or anything like that?
No, they're not training, they're coming in as
Training.
skilled migrants.
Skilled migrants,
And then sometimes they have to get accreditation, obviously.
But are they competing with apprentices here for the same roles?
Well, we're focusing them in areas of extreme skill shortage, so they're adding to the workforce in an area where we've got, if we'll train every apprentice who wants to give it a go.
Okay, but you don't have a skill, so... Okay, is there a skill shortage in the housing construction and net zero transmission areas?
Yeah.
There are, okay.
Absolutely. Huge numbers of...
Well, there was a rise up until 22, and after 23,
No, but that's
commencement
only
dropped.
in your numbers. That didn't mean that's nowhere near enough to address the skill shortages. We have a low natural population growth, may even be negative in Australia. We have low unemployment, and we have big skill shortages across those 6 key target areas that we've mentioned in the skills plan. And that means we need more people working in them if we're going to deliver the houses and the net zero transition.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Sure, thank you. Can I ask you, I understand as part of the Student Services Tranche 1 and 2 projects, this was shifting from 6 regional structures to a statewide model. That was finalised, or Tranche 1 and 2 was finalised in October 2022. But I understand that there were 6 Director of Student Services positions who were supposed to be overseeing that transition that were still employed until January this year. Do you know about that, Minister?
I will ask TAFE to answer the specifics of that question.
I might just see if, Mr. Gill, do you have something on this?
I'm not quite sure the positions you're referring to. Could you just say the name of them again?
It's Director of Student Services positions.
We've got a lot of positions in student services, so there were some that were retained to look after the transition, yes, but I'm not sure about the 6 and if that was one of them, so I'll take it on notice and let you know if that's okay.
That would be really useful if you could let us know on notice what those positions, I guess, what they, how long they ran for, and then also what the sort of salary was of each of those positions as well,
Sure.
and were there any severance pay or what happened on at the end of their employment. That would be really useful.
Sure.
Thank you. Last estimates, we talked a bit about our Portfolio Committee 3 inquiry that was looking at the experiences of children and young people with disability in the education system. And we had made a recommendation that the New South Wales Government, in cooperation with the Australian Government, seek to review the governance of New South Wales public universities in relation to the educational needs of students with disability and complaints mechanisms, etc. This was a recommendation that was noted in the government's response to that report. So we spoke about this broadly last time. What action have you now taken in relation to speaking with your federal counterparts, specifically with in relation to the meeting the needs of students with disability?
I think, again, I'd come back to the discussions that we have with the Commonwealth around the Accord process, which talks about access and is talking about developing a needs-based model for needs-based funding, a model for people, so physical access versus
Yeah.
monetary access, I suppose. There might be a difference there. But I'll ask Mr. Cruz or Mr. Disdar to perhaps elaborate on the conversations that we've been having with the Commonwealth have been ongoing around that accord process. And I speak with the Minister, obviously, in between, but also at ministerial council meetings where we have had some discussion on these issues, but the department has been in more constant contact.
Just before we go to the answer, sorry, just to try and direct the answer a bit, I'm particularly interested, we spoke last time about, the situations, I think it was Sydney University, where one of the student organisations was lending out little ramps for people to carry around on their wheelchairs so that they could get in and out of rooms and things. When you talk about needs-based...
I'm talking about funding in terms of access and...
but are we still progressing towards universal access rather than individuals having to sort of carry around mobility assistance?
I'll get Mr. Carews to add to this, but on the broader governance issue, this might be of interest to you, Chair, and then we can go straight to the disability. The Australian Government has convened an expert council on university governance early this year. It got set up. And that's been tasked, this expert council, with developing new university governance principles. I mean, this is an issue that you're raising that's not New South Wales specific. It cuts across the country. And that expert council will come up with recommendations for the federal government against which, if they adopt them, universities will be required, that is if the government adopts the recommendations, will be required to report their compliance. So it's Minister Clare here who has indicated that this expert council is tasked with looking into governance, how to strengthen governance and improve it across the board for both universities, for students as the major shareholders in the system, as the customers here, and for specifically in relation to what you raised earlier around staff and student safety as well. So I think that'll be a very important piece of work that tackles off the back of the accord the improvements that can come around university governance that'll be requirements if adopted. But specifically to disability, Jeremy?
Yeah, so we're in those discussions with the Commonwealth at the moment, particularly around that needs-based funding aspect. What's the additional targets, for want of a better term? So the Australian Government has set an overall tertiary attainment target and is now working through what specific targets might look like for particular cohorts of students. And the needs-based funding work that they're undertaking is designed to complement that, and we're working with them on what is that needs-based funding for? How can the model best work consistently across the country? Some of it's about physical access, sometimes it's about additional teaching and learning support for the individual students, so we're working with them about what that funding model look like.
And is it envisaged under that fund? Is that funding model just here's a pool of cash, go forth, or is it actually tied to mandatory? You need to make sure that your building is accessible, for instance.
The Australian Government's working through that at the moment. I don't think they've made any final decisions on what that might look like in relation to whether it's pooled or whether it's tied to a particular student or individual. But I don't think they've made a final decision on that at this point.
I think it's a really good point, Chair, and we'll be advocating, like we've done on the school side, that there are specific loadings that are very clear so that you can see the money go to those students in need. So as you know, in the education, we've got low-level adjustment for disability, we've got English as an additional language, dialect, low SES. So we've been advocating that they're very clear around the needs-based funding model and what our loadings are very clear for those groups so that the money can go to directly support those students. But I think it's a fair question you raise around what would the accountability around that look like. That's still to be worked out.
Because I think there's a difference, and maybe this is the same discussion that we've had in the school space as well. There is obviously there is a benefit in having more funding based on higher need, and particularly when you're looking at regional areas and people of lower socioeconomic situation. But when it comes to, and also when we're dealing with individuals with particular disability needs, But in terms of that overall infrastructure kind of piece, where we're just looking at buildings that are really old and not up to modern standards when it comes to accessibility, I would hope that that's more of that would just be like a blanket. It doesn't matter how many people with disability need this in your institution. It shouldn't be up to the student to come and demand access.
Universities have to meet the building standards that are and accessibility.
But they're not. So I guess what are you doing to make sure they do?
I think this was a line of questioning you asked Sydney Uni last year, and this afternoon it might be one that you ask again, but they've got requirements under the law, just like I do in the education sector, to make all the necessary adjustments. I think it's like we've tabled in the education hearings, it's a challenge given the asset footprint, but one that we have to meet. On the new school and capital upgrade side, it's easier to do, but it's more to the point of existing sites. We can't turn away a student, and we've got to make sure, and I think that's a great premise, and we've got to make sure that we do achieve accessibility on that site for that student, which is the same challenge that faces every university as well.
Thank you. I'm aware that Ms Mahalik wants to ask a question. Do you want to just...
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
And can I just answer one of your previous questions? There's 1,400 students in 2023 at Padstow TAFE.
1,400, okay. Thank you, that's good. But on TAFE, by the way, on Padstow TAFE, have they had any increase in funding as a result of the Bankstown TAFE relocation?
Well, what they will get is, we would expect that new animal facility to be funded as part of this overall project. So that'll be funding, capital funding for that will come from that. Obviously, the operational funding.
The capital funding will come from the 1.3 billion.
Whatever the total ends up
we
being.
don't know what
we
it
know
is.
it's not going to be
acknowledge that there's going to be extra money.
We've canvassed extensively already, but it'll come from that.
Okay, and just can I just ask, have you met with Minister Giles in relation? When's the last time you met with Minister Giles?
There was a week not long ago where I saw him 3 times in a week.
Okay.
We're starting to feel like good buddies.
That might have been just some niceties replaced between you guys.
We meet obviously the ministerial councils. We have conversations on the phone and also discuss specifics.
Okay. So does he...
Any particular issue?
Well, this issue of critical skills areas and this issue that they've reduced funding for employers under this Commonwealth program, so that you're seeing that drop after 2022.
There's a new scheme they recently... there's a new...
But have you raised
funding,
the impact that's having on
$10,000.
New South Wales students, because it means that they can't... there's not enough apprenticeships in the areas of housing and net zero. You're too big to
We
get items for labour?
advocated... when the Commonwealth was doing its review of employer incentives, we advocated to them that they should be providing a consistent framework of incentives. One of the responses to that was their recent announcement of funding for students in construction, which was, Mr Cruz might be able to give me the proper
Which would
name.
then reflect on the numbers commencing going high after 23, because at the moment it's dropping. So your graph
No,
says
it's actually the anecdote, as I said before, it's my understanding that we've actually had increasing enrolments this year, so we'll be able to confirm that soon.
Okay, can you take that on notice then?
I haven't got official figures yet, but once we
When do you
we will
expect
be
the
able to
official
provide that.
figures to show that that's increased in that area?
End of March.
End of March, okay. But when we're looking at the work
Well, then
that
you
we're
can
doing with the
provide them
Commonwealth,
because you've
for
got
instance,
21 days with your notice.
Sorry?
You should be able to provide them as part of these budget estimates, is that right?
I'll
You've got 21 days to anything that's taken
I'll
on
take
notice.
on notice what we can get.
And that'll get you over March. Sorry, go on, Minister.
I was just going to say that in terms of the Commonwealth's priorities, again, one of the things which we did do was, when I first became Minister, was get housing construction to be actually included in one of their priority skills areas. So we're all on the same page with that.
Okay. Has Minister Clare met with you over Bankstown TAFE?
No, I haven't met with Minister Clare on Bankstown TAFE.
No representation's been made by Minister Clare with respect
I'd have
to
to take
his
on
main
notice whether
TAFE in his electorate?
I'd have to take notice. I've met with
Can you
Minister...
take it on notice, whether he's
I-
made any representations?
I will. Minister Clare and I have met on obviously issues of portfolio responsibility and that particularly in terms of university accord and those sort of areas.
But specifically, I'd like to know if he's made a representation about Bankstown or
I'll
sought.
take that on notice.
Thank you.
Good. I want to take us back again to last estimates, where we were talking about 1,000 VR headsets that had been donated by Meta to I understand that there was a team who was working in TAFE that had been working on making those headsets basically of use to TAFE, and that they had suffered redundancies in that group. I was also assured at the time those VR headsets would be put to good use and wouldn't have a problem now that that group has been disbanded, who was looking after the technology side. What's happened to them?
I will ask TAFE to respond specifically to that.
I don't have information with me. Miss Scorer might have knowledge of the specifics on this one, and if not, we could take that on notice.
Yes, thanks, Ms Reid. Yes, the headsets continue to be used as far as I'm aware. The functions of that sits within my group now.
Okay, sorry, Ms Meredith Soteris looked like she wanted to say something. No?
No, I think Ms Scorer's covered that. We can find more information for you, though.
That would be very useful.
Take
yes, I'd like to know how many of them are actually being, not just still physically located somewhere, but actually being used on a regular basis for TAFE.
There's some fabulous augmented reality welding stuff out there as well, which is awesome. You should have a look at that when you visit a TAFE one day. A huge boost in training in welding.
Yeah, which is why you needed that team that you got rid of.
We're covering it.
Hence the question. Very good. Okay, just in the last couple of seconds I've got left, another question I asked last time was in relation to how many TAFEs didn't have an on-site counsellor, and I got back on notice a bunch of data that talks about all, I think it says all students at TAFE have access to an online or telephone service, but my actual question was in relation to how many don't have access to a physical counsellor that they can walk in if they've had some sort of sexual assault harassment.
Some of our campuses are very small, so they're not all going to have an on-site counsellor, but I'll pass over to TAFE for a specific answer.
Ms Tickle, do you have that information?
So I covered this question last time in terms of how they access the counsellors, and our campuses, people work between a number of campuses, and I think I gave the example of where I'm from, Mid-North Coast, there's a counsellor that travels across a couple of campuses. So the question isn't as simple to answer because we wouldn't want you to think that they have access to a counsellor 5 days a week at the campuses that they cover. But they do travel around, so there's access to the counsellors at some campuses some days of the week, but all students have access to counsellors via Microsoft Teams or the phone.
And maybe that
state.
should have been my question then. Are there any that have a 5-day-a-week access?
We can take that on notice, certainly.
Yeah, how many? That would be good.
Yeah, so you're asking what campuses have a full-time counsellor that only looks after that campus?
Yeah, because I understand what you were saying last time about them moving around, but I'm interested in how many have a full-time.
Sure.
That would be very useful. Thank you. I should have worded the question better. So, how long? Oh, it goes straight back to you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Minister, I wanted to ask about the North Coast Community College. I met recently with Ted Nabung, who is their CEO, and I think he also might have met with you the week that they were in town with the Mayor of Ballina, Sharon Cadwallader as well. So there's a couple of things that they raised with me that I just wanted to I guess, get your input or view on. One of the things that they are asking for is opportunity to access some more land, and they're interested in the Southern Cross School of Distance Education, which I did raise in the education estimates as well, which Mr Disdale will remember. But have you had a meeting with them? Did you talk about trying to help advocate for them to access a little bit more physical space to roll out there?
I did meet with them, and they talked to me about a couple of things. Firstly, around the provision of some of their fee-free courses, and they did also have a map and showed me some areas of land.
Yes.
And talked to me about what they were delivering, and sounded great. There's obviously a process the government is going through in terms of excess land, which is prioritising housing at the moment. The specifics of that site, I haven't had a follow-up on. perhaps we may have to take on notice whether there's any specific further action that's coming out of that. I'll just ask the department if they know more.
Just on the Southern Cross Distance Ed side,
Yes.
my recollection was that we committed to follow up with...
Yeah, and I just, because I know that they
Yeah,
met
so
with
I
Mr.
don't think
Whan while they
we've,
were in town as well, so I just
yeah.
wondered whether there'd been any more done on that.
No.
So our infrastructure folk were looking at that. I'm happy to come back with any
Yeah.
detail.
Because obviously we recognise it's still being used as a school campus as the School of Distance Ed, but it's quite a large footprint, and if there's a chance to make a co-location
they showed me the
sort of
maps
educational...
of it and the space and everything.
Sure. All right. Well, if you could take that on notice, that would be fantastic. And then just, again, continuing on with that community college, one of the other issues that they raised with me was about, and I don't profess to be an expert in this space, but the cap on their smart and skilled funding and the challenges that they have, given that they basically went from having... I think in 2020 their cap was $271,000 and then now it's $120,000. They've had COVID, they've had floods, so they had issues obviously with delivery, but they feel that they're being impeded, I guess, by the cap that they've got, and they've asked for a review. What's the process around that, or opportunities for them to have more funding to deliver services for the community?
Was it just that, or also fee-free places? I thought
they raised the cap specifically with me,
righto.
but that's
all
what
right.
I was...
I'll ask Mr. Cruz to...
So our training services officers work with providers such as the North Coast Community College in relation to their caps. I'm happy to take the specifics on notice. Obviously, that's subject to an annual, process that runs on a financial year basis, where we look at caps within the overall budget allocation envelope that we have, and we look at previous demand and uptake by particular providers. But I'll specifically look into the North Coast Community College.
That would be great, because their concern, I guess, and I take your point about previous demand, but they had a couple of years where obviously they weren't operating at full capacity post-COVID and the floods, and I think they feel that the system they're a bit disadvantaged by previous numbers obviously being lower in the circumstances. But if you could take that on notice, that would be great. And then just one more in relation to that particular organisation. They also have recently, I think it was last year. No, it must have been last year. They offer the foundational skills qualification. So from some sort of disaffected high school kids who now go there and have that opportunity. But again, they're having an issue with the places that they can offer because of their funding. They've got demand from students who want to go there and maybe look into that pathway, because traditional schooling's not really working out for them. So they've got the qualification to be able to offer that foundational skills course, but not the funding to be able to have the cohort of students based on demand. And I think the concern, especially coming from the Mayor and others, is about anything you can do to keep young people engaged who might be at risk.
Absolutely.
Is there anything, and again, you may need to take it on notice, but anything you can provide in terms of that specific course for that provider?
Yeah, happy to take that on notice, because they will receive separate funding under the Adult and Community Education Program and Initiative as well. So we'll come back to you comprehensively.
So there's two aspects to that, as you're probably aware, that we recently had an increase in funding for foundation skills from as part of our agreement with the federal government, which went to community colleges. And I think they were specifically talking about a school, essentially a school equivalent course as well. So we'll come back to you on the funding.
Because it's a good model that works for students.
It's working in a number of community colleges and really well.
Yeah. That would be great. If you can provide something on notice, that would be fantastic. I wanted to take you now, Minister, to Broken Hill TAFE, and again, I'm sure you're familiar with what's been happening out there, but could you just provide an overview? I guess a lot of community concern. The Mayor reached out to me, and I think yourself and a number of our parliamentary colleagues, just in relation to particularly the decommissioning of the lathes and the milling machines. What happened? Is there going to be a review of what's happening out at Broken Hill TAFE going forward?
Yes, and I'm actually going to Broken Hill tomorrow and meeting the Mayor.
Excellent.
So I will talk to him about that. And I'll get TAFE to be more specific about this. They will obviously participate in that meeting. We are going to be holding... fundamentally, there hasn't been much demand in that course for some time. It seems like the impression was there wasn't a teacher, but there was actually a teacher who could come into Broken Hill to deliver the course. So the lack of demand, and several of the parts of the machinery, there's a number of machines, which are decommissioned. They're too old and they're not up to standard anymore. So they're going, but my latest that I heard was that we would not be moving the other machinery Instead, we will be doing what we'd like to do in a lot of places, which is sitting down with industry in the local area to work out how we can work with them to ensure that we're meeting their needs. And I'll ask Ms. Reid to elaborate on that.
Thank you.
So we've started that process in Broken Hill with an industry consultation session that happened on the 4th of March. And so we confirmed in that discussion with the community that we wouldn't remove any operational equipment at this time, but obviously, as the Minister said, where equipment is tagged out and needs to be refurbished or replaced, that should continue. And I think that we're looking to establish a reference committee for Broken Hill based on manufacturing, which is going to concentrate on 3 key themes. So one is a delivery strategy. So what should we be delivering there? And that obviously needs the input and consultation with local industry. A workforce strategy. So I think we do, as the Minister mentioned, have teaching capacity, but I believe that person travels to get to Broken Hill to deliver, and so it would be ideal to bring together the delivery strategy with a workforce strategy where we work with industry to make sure we have delivery on site where we can. And then also a bit of, it's listed here as a marketing and promotion strategy, but I think it's one of those things where if you've had declining enrolments in a particular area, but industry and the community are really interested in keeping that provision, there's something not quite right in how young people or potential students in that area are thinking about their careers and the offerings that might be available to them. So it's something in TAFE and industry and people like the local council working together to really promote the opportunities that this type of course will have for people in Broken Hill to stay in the area and then to work in the area into the future.
I'll just add 2 things to that. Firstly, this was raised with me first by Roy Butler, the local member, and he's been very engaged in making sure that we're addressing this, and that's been excellent. Secondly, I mentioned expansion of paid to learn before. Broken Hill is one of those particular areas where we're looking at whether or not we can use paid to learn to attract some more teachers.
And is that also for mining industry as well as you talked about manufacturing?
That's really this course is really specifically about mining and related industries. We're offering a number of similar courses there continuing. This one is one that I know relates to the mining sector.
Did you want to add something, Ms. Tickle?
Sorry, did I?
Oh, we were just saying 3 paid to learn teachers at Broken Hill.
Three paid to learn teachers in Broken Hill: nursing and health, electrotech, community services, and ECEC up on the program and currently working in Broken Hill.
Okay, so you might be able to expand that, is what you're saying.
Yes. And there's an
industry.
intent in the next tranche of paid to learn for Broken Hill, Wagga, and a couple of other regional and rural areas to make sure we're attracting teachers all across the state using that program.
We go out for advertising in April, so if there's anyone who wants to work in Broken Hill,
sure, they're all
apply.
watching Budget Estimates.
Sure they are.
Flurry of applications.
We talk marketing and promotion if anybody wants.
I don't know if this is the forum where you'll get high numbers for marketing and promotion, but we live in hope. One more on the Broken Hill. The other issue that was raised, and again, Minister, just appreciate your views, but the issue around, I guess, the minimum number of students to run particular courses. Challenges in more remote areas. I mean, obviously Broken Hill's a city, but how do you kind of rectify that?
Sure, I did see that, and moving away from the contestable. From TAFE being part of the Smart and Skilled system is a really key part of that. I'm not going to say to you that we'll be able to afford to run a course with only 7 students, but we may be able to work with industry and say, look, can we do this course every second year or something like that. So again, the move away from the previous government's Smart and Skilled system hopefully gives us some flexibility. We'll still have to be economically viable and we'll still have to stay in our budgets, but we'll hopefully have the flexibility to actually be able to do some things like that.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few questions now on some specific TAFE campus upgrades. You mentioned before Kingscliff, you've been up there a couple of times, and I think the sod turn was April last year. For the new buildings. Do you just have an expected completion date and where that progress for that project is up?
That new building, I was up again just a few weeks ago and looked at several of the buildings that have finished their refurbishment, including the nursing facility there, which is looking great. The new facility that includes the animal section is due in around July, mid-year, and that should be hopefully all things going well and hopefully not too much disruption out of the current events up
Yeah.
there, will be complete then.
Okay. Coffs Harbour TAFE campus. The same thing, I think the SOD term was about 12 months ago, and the media release at the time said the project would be expected to be completed sometime this year. Do you have an update on that
Estimated at June this year.
Okay. Thank you. And then, again, conscious of current events, but I know Lismore TAFE campus, you were up there not that long ago with the local member, but again, just sort of talking about the way forward there.
Yeah,
notwithstanding current issues.
It is a little more complex. There is still some. So the Lismore campus that was flooded, the restoration of the heritage buildings on that site is complete, and was set up in a way which was trying to think about future floods, and so some of the equipment is up on a higher level to try and keep it out of reach, out of the floods, but also it's largely movable. We're seeking to demolish some of the other buildings on the site because we just don't think that it's worth upgrading them when the potential for flood is there. We have discussed that with the community and with Janelle Saffin, who you'd all be very well aware keeps a very close eye on everything there, and there's some of that discussion about delivery sites. Some things have moved to Wollongbar temporarily, some at the university. But there's a bit of an ongoing conversation with Janelle and her community about some of the future of that.
So I guess in terms of, again, I know it can be challenging, but for time frames of when you would expect to have sort of.
I believe the section of the Lismore campus that we've restored is finished and is being used. The demolition hasn't started on the other part, which we won't be using again. We're seeking essentially that those there's too much equipment in there which was lost, is likely to be lost in future floods, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you for that. I wanted to just move now to the centres of excellence, which I think you talked about before. Particularly, I guess, just in terms of timeframes of, commencement, completion, scope, etc. The Tyres Hill campus in Newcastle, I guess first, the Net Zero one. What's the latest in terms of that particular project?
Well, I think one of the key things about the Centres of Excellence is it's not a big capital project. They're not. We're not building new buildings. The capital money that's going in is generally about renovation and upgrade of existing facilities. So timeframes are quite short. We are already delivering some courses in those areas, and we are in the process of then working with our partners, university partners, on things like the higher apprenticeships. They'll take a little bit longer, and some of the short qualifications. Some of those are being implemented as well, and I'm expecting there'll be more from next year. So all of those are sort of up and running pretty quick because they're not about building a building. We've got some work that's going on mobile training units where they'll be built. Whatever. What do you do with it? Yeah, constructed. So perhaps Ms. Reid can elaborate a little bit on the rollout of courses, particularly.
So there is some investment, as the Minister mentioned, in their campuses and in mobile training units, but we have already begun with some of the shorter courses that can be delivered virtually or don't require that specialist equipment. So pieces like careers, discovering renewable manufacturing careers, discovering advanced manufacturing careers, and also maths foundations for those wanting to work in the manufacturing industry. We are on our way with the development of a higher apprenticeship in manufacturing and applied digital technologies, so that we're working through that process with TEXA on accreditation for that course. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I think a higher apprenticeship in renewable manufacturing and sustainable manufacturing practices is in development, but we would be planning to deliver that from 2026 onwards. And then from here, there'll be a number of short and longer courses coming online across all of those centres of excellence, aligned with their kind of overall purpose. And then I think Ms Scorer mentioned earlier the networking of the centres of excellence and the ability to sort of share that course delivery. That's something that's obviously in its early phases as we start to stand them up, but really looking forward to understanding the opportunities that brings us as well.
Okay, and so that, I asked about Newcastle, but that's the same for the Western Sydney campus. It's a similar...
Same sort of progress.
Okay.
On, yeah.
How many mobile training units, you just mentioned those, Minister, how many are you looking at delivering for those?
I will ask TAFE to answer that question. I'm not sure the specific number.
I
We might have to take
2 or 3 in my mind, but Ms Scorer, do you know the number?
We'd have to take the number on notice. We have a large fleet, and as Ms Reid said, there's more in development being fitted out to support the work of the Centres of Excellence as well.
Okay, but if on notice you can provide some numbers, that would be great. And then just on that, I did ask last time for a breakdown. My understanding is for, say, the Newcastle campus, it's a $60 million investment between state and federal, and I think 53 odd for Western Sydney. And I asked for a breakdown of how much was state and how much was federal money. And with all due respect, Minister, I got an answer back that referred me to a press release which didn't actually have the breakdown. So I'll try again. Would you be able to provide what the breakdown is for state and federal funding for those centres of excellence, please? So
for all of it, aside from a small component of turbocharge funding, which was 5.27 million for the renewable net zero Centre of Excellence, it's matched funding.
Okay.
So it's
Thank you.
50-50.
That's fantastic.
I'll just look at
And
Mr. Collision.
the totals, I'm not sure if did we run the total figures? There's 56.21 million at Tyes Hill, 53.95 at Wetherall Park, or as the base, and 47.07 at Wollongong.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have 2 minutes left. Just trying to work out what I can do in 2 minutes. I've got one. This is an interesting one. I noticed in some media recently, Minister, that there is going to be TAFE's first artisan brewing course being offered at Ultimo. I thought we'll finish on a high note, which I thought was very interesting. Obviously, there's a lot happening in terms of that industry. But do you have any updates in terms of the take-up of that course and how popular it is?
I haven't been asked to taste anything yet.
Well, so maybe we could do a committee visit.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll ask Ms Reid to.
I'm disappointed to relay that I'm not able to give you more information on this one, unless Ms Scorer might have something.
No,
but I'll certainly take that on notice.
Apart to say that we do have a number of courses around brewing and winemaking and other things that are related to those sort of hospitality and food industries, we can very easily provide you.
Yeah, I'm actually genuinely interested in the take-up
I think it should
and
be
also
very
the
popular.
geographic spread of students. My understanding is it's not all face-to-face, so I'd be interested. There seems to be a lot, particularly in regional areas where you've got sort of craft brew houses coming, and great for our local community, and happy to support them, of course. But
very happy to take that on notice and
of course
conduct investigations into what.
Highly recommend the existing restaurant there at TAFE Ultimo as well. It's very good.
Yes, I went there last week or the week before, and it's fantastic. It's called The Apprentice, and apprentices doing the diploma of hospitality management in the kind of front of house area, and then apprentices in the kitchens doing all the cooking. The food was fantastic and the service was excellent.
Thank you. I've got 20 seconds, so I might end on a high note. Thank you, Chair.
Now that we're all hungry.
I've still got a few more minutes, actually.
What have we got? About 2 minutes each?
Oh, good.
I'll find something.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, great. Sorry, Minister, just on the animal centre that's going to be put into Padstow, is this similar to what's at Wyong? Is that what you're
in
looking
design?
at doing?
I don't know because the Wyong TAFE. Yeah, the facilities would be similar, I think. I'd have to ask for a specific on that, but I've been to several, so generally they involve trying to replicate some of
$5 million or something. That one at Wyong is.
The Wyong one is a building, lovely building shaped like a whale, and it's got facilities indoors and outdoors. I would expect the new one to have it, but I'm not sure if there's differences in the animals they might be dealing with. So perhaps a scorer could maybe the one. Would you be? Is that?
Yes, that'd be correct. Most of the
Does
animals.
Padstow already have these courses?
No.
So it's going to be
animal
new.
studies.
Is there a demand? There's been a request
There's
for it?
a very
Padstow.
high demand for the animal courses. Actually, it's really.
I know, but in Padstow specifically, is that something
it's
that's
currently
demanded by in South
it is
West Sydney
currently in
or students from
Bankstown,
Newtown?
and there is currently a high demand in Bankstown, and that's what's going to be transferring. But it's going to be transferring from the 5th floor of the building indoors
that's right.
to being one which has
What's
some outdoor
offered at
space.
Bankstown now?
Animal care courses. There's quite a few different levels of certificates in animal care that are available.
So we're seeing it
So they go through
increase in
from
enrolment in animal care at Bankstown?
Yes, and generally, yeah.
Generally,
People
okay.
training to work as veterinary assistants, veterinary nurses. Very high demand.
So that's what it is, certificate for in veterinary nursing, not specifically animal care then? Is that the different
There'll be other
certificates?
courses.
There's
that
a
are offered as
range.
well,
Do we know how many are going to be at Padstow? Which ones?
well, there's a range of things. I mean, when I went to the one at Whan, I was talking to people who were doing training to become wildlife park keepers.
Yes, you've got 5 there.
Right through to vet nurses. So there is a big range and there is a big demand.
I expect in Central Coast there would be because they've got a lot
there
of
is
wildlife sanctuaries there.
I have to say, when I
Central
visited
Coast.
the facility at Bankstown, and it was also very well populated with students.
But it's not coming back to Bankstown, is it?
No, because
No.
it's currently on a higher floor of a multi-storey building, and I think we
Yes.
probably agree that maybe that animals might like to have some outdoor space.
Normally.
I'm not sure how many go there.
Can I ask you, Minister, the Illawarra Heavy Industries Manufacturing Centre of Excellence, which defence industry partners have been selected for that?
I will have to ask TAFE if they can answer that. I've seen a list of some of the tertiary partners, but I haven't seen if there's a defence. We may have to take that on
We
notice.
might need to take that on notice, I think. Yeah, I'll take that one on notice.
Okay, thank you. Some others for you to take on notice just in this last minute. Just back on those renewables courses, if I could get from you what the enrolment rate is, how many people are on the wait list for those courses and where?
So the full suite that might be relevant to renewables?
Yes.
There's quite a few, so...
The ones
we mentioned.
The ones that TAFE considers relevant to the net
Okay.
zero and energy transition critical skills area.
We'll give it a go.
Yep.
Okay, very good. And also whether, in terms of that wait list, whether people have been dropping off because of the wait list, particularly if they've done, say, 1 year and then they're waiting to do the second, but the course isn't available.
My understanding is if someone started on the process, unless there's something outrageous like a pandemic, we wouldn't be delaying their second year. But perhaps TAFE could confirm
Yeah,
that.
I'd be surprised, but let's take on notice what we know about any waiting lists there may be. Many of the courses that I referenced earlier are online, shorter courses where actually probably minimal wait lists. But let's take it on notice and see what we can find for you.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I'm moving on from beer, sadly, but to a good program. I just wanted to ask, Minister, you've talked a little bit today about the education pathways, the pathways program, and I know that that's something that has been there for a while and I think has been expanded as well because it's been successful. Are there any kind of plans for further expansion, further funding? Obviously, I know there's a number of high schools where it's offered with quite a good geographic spread, but there are other areas of the state where it's not.
There's quite a few
happening.
high schools where it's not offered. I think it's a great model. I'd certainly be, out of the vet review, I think it recommended further expansion, and it's something that I would like to be pursuing.
Okay. Is there any kind of indication of what areas of the state you would look to go to
No, I can't give you that.
next? Okay.
I'm obviously from a regional New South Wales, so I
well,
have a slight
absolutely, you'd have my full
interest
support
in that.
with that, Minister. I don't know, is it running at Queanbeyan or anywhere in the...
No,
yeah.
it's not in Monero Electorate yet, I don't think. Is it,
Might be,
Secretary?
be worth,
Don't believe
worth having
Outrageous.
a look at. Yes. No, just as I said, because I know it's had good uptake and it's been quite positive in terms of the outcomes as well. So
Indeed. Look, I have constantly positive feedback about it.
Really
Okay.
good.
And is it sort of a funding challenge in terms of expansion, or what?
Yeah, look, it's obviously, I think one of the things out of the vet review is that it talked about how we strengthen our the links between careers advisors and these programs. And so there's a few challenges in that in terms of resourcing. They're probably more appropriately dealt with though by the Education Minister or the Secretary.
Yeah.
It's a $31 million program at the moment
Yep.
for 173 schools. We've prioritised it in the education budget until the end of 2026. You're right, it's been very successful. In my movements, I've had the same feedback. One of the things you might be interested in is that school-based apprenticeships and traineeships have increased by 19%
Yep.
in those settings. So we're certainly monitoring the impact. We're certainly speaking with those schools that have it, and we're certainly committed with those 173 schools to continue, and we've been prioritising that internally in the department budget.
So the funding, that 31 million, the 170 odd schools, that's locked in till the end of next year, is that correct?
Yeah, not financial year, because as you know, school years go. Yeah, so we've locked it in and made it a priority at the executive level with the department's budget to the end of 26.
Okay.
And we've committed to continue to monitor it.
Yep.
On all reports, every site I've been to, it's been very, very successful, and the data's saying that. So it's something we want to back in.
Okay, fantastic. Just a quick one to finish. I noticed, Minister, you were back at Ultimo with the beauty training facility upgrade recently, and I thought it was interesting that your media release talked about the growth in enrolments in beauty courses over the last 5 years. Are there any other plans at other campuses to upgrade any of those facilities across the state?
I'll take on those specifics. I've certainly visited a number of upgraded facilities around the state in my travels and seen some of the interest in those areas, but I'll take on notice any specific other upgrades in beauty facilities around the state.
Okay, I think you said it was a 26% increase over the past 5 years, which is...
Yeah, there's been some,
Yeah,
it's interesting.
that's true. Okay, that would be good. I'll finish there with 4 seconds to go. Thank you.
How generous.
I know.
Thank you very much. I will just check if there are any government questions. No, very good. So that concludes our questioning with the Minister. Thank you very much. We will now take a break and come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So we will recommence with questions from the opposition.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you very much. Welcome back. Thank you. If I could just pick up in terms of TAFE, and I raised in the morning session about the waiting list, and it was framed just in terms of the priority to meet the skill demand in the construction industry. I was wondering, Ms. Reid, if you might be able to elaborate a little bit more about sort of the waiting list or trying to meet this demand.
I'm not sure about the waiting list part of it. I think we undertook to find out on notice if there were. I think in terms of the construction industry, we have a number of sort of measures underway designed to address shortages and the ongoing demand for enrolments. Ms. Tickle, you mentioned paid to learn earlier. In our new cohort, how many of those places are awarded for teachers who will be in the construction industry?
Yeah, sure. So there's 45 teachers that they just started last Monday actually in that cohort. So there's 12 electrotechnology teachers, 8 in plumbing, 6 in fitting and machining, and 2 in carpentry. There's also an Aboriginal identified role in carpentry. The really great thing about this cohort, actually, if I talk about the Aboriginal teachers for a moment, is that all the cohorts so far have had around 6% Aboriginal teachers coming in, and that's more than double our Aboriginal employee population overall, percentage-wise. This cohort actually has 15%. So 15% of that incoming 45 is Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, so it's great. So we've got a couple of identified roles in there as well.
That's great. And then if we go to the kind of the fee-free places and the additional measures that we talked about being in place, I know in semester 1 there's an additional 941 fee-free places in 23 qualifications, but we also talked a bit about pre-apprenticeships before lunch, and there's 1,000 fee-free places in pre-apprenticeship courses, which obviously will really help with that idea of attracting young people, getting them a sense of what a course in the construction or career in the construction industry might look like. And then, Ms. Scora, did you want to talk about specific initiatives in terms of construction delivery in the state?
I can talk a little bit about, particularly about how we're trying to tackle the waitlist side of things. And obviously, with any apprenticeship, the relationship with the employer, so having work available in a local area is really important. What we try to do, as I said before, really try to make sure that where we, for some reason, we've alluded to the availability of teachers, but where we don't have the capacity to teach at that time, that we have a timeline for where that student might be able to start the formal course, apprenticeship that they want to start. But there are other things that we can assist them with prior to them starting that initial course that might prepare them for learning, so that's either digital readiness or doing earlier units that might help them to start well around work health safety, those sorts of things. So we do try and where someone is ready to engage with learning, to enable them to start that as soon as possible in earlier pathways. And in terms of waitlist, I mentioned earlier, it's really not a concept or a term that we have around the apprenticeships, because we really try to funnel people into available places or to available modes of learning, because we have a significant TAFE digital campus where for many of these types of courses there is the opportunity to start learning asynchronously as soon as a learner wants to, and in lots of the apprenticeship areas as well. So there's obviously things you do need to do that are face-to-face, but we tried to make sure that we have a learning option for anyone who needs to start with us as soon as that's possible.
Okay, thank you very much. If in terms of the national training package, Were all courses that required updates for start of term 1 2025 finalised relevant to New South Wales?
I might ask Ms Meredith Satiros, our Acting Chief Product and Quality Officer.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the question. So TAFE New South Wales has made considerable progress in the last 2 years to implement a sustainable and scalable processes for course development. Just to give you a bit of an idea, in 2022 we developed 277 courses, 23, 179, 24, 144, and 2025, 140. In terms of these courses, that change in numbers is obviously in 2022 we did have a peak of training package transitioning products, which is why the increase in the numbers. We've been able to reduce our course development time by approximately 5 days per unit, so that's reduced from 25 days, all of which is intended to improve the outcomes in terms of producing the resources required for learning and assessment.
Okay, thank you. So just in terms of those numbers, in terms of the numbers of the number of courses not finalised.
So TAFE New South Wales uses a progressive release, which allows courses to be developed in a timely way. In some cases, courses will be developed in readiness for delivery at different stages throughout the year. This does not occur with all courses, but it does occur certainly with those that are being delivered over a period of time and in line with the training package update requirements also.
And has there been the removal of courses as this process has been undertaken?
Could I clarify the question, please? Do you mean the removal of course materials or the removal of courses from scope?
Sorry, courses.
From scope. I might pass over to Ms Scorer.
So we look at the scope or what we have available to deliver in TAFE New South Wales annually, and there are courses that we remove at different times because we've had no enrolments in those, or sometimes as the training packages or other modes of delivery change, it makes more sense to have, if you like, a parent course, and then specialisations flow out of that parent course. And so then what we will do over time is just remove where we see duplicates or other of those sorts of things that just need tidying up. And so that's the process that we go through.
But maybe to clarify, I don't think that we've removed any courses on the basis of training package.
No, not
revision.
on the basis of training package, just on the basis of demand, really.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I could touch on smart and skilled, the Minister stated earlier that TAFE sees industry-led RTOs as competition. Is that the formal view of TAFE?
So currently under the funding that we receive from Smart and Skilled, it operates in what's called a contestable market. So courses from Certificate 1 to 3 are, and Mr Carruthers might want to talk more about this, but are available for a range of providers, including sometimes TAFE New South Wales, to deliver, and training services in the department decides the numbers of places and who is allocated which courses. And so the idea of that concept, which was introduced, I think back in 2015, is that there would be competition between providers in that kind of pool of course funding. I don't know if you wanted to say more on that.
No, you've captured that well. That's right.
Thank you. The Minister also advised that he wasn't aware of requests to utilise unused TAFE facilities by industry RTOs. Has TAFE had any discussions with industry RTOs regarding such opportunities?
I'm not sure that's quite what the Minister said. I think there might have been some confusion between interest in land versus sort of existing facilities. Certainly, I'm aware from discussions with my predecessor that we have had conversations with registered training organisations about delivery on site. And in fact, there are a number of instances where TAFE does lease its facilities or buildings to registered training organisations, and usually that happens where one of two things is true. One is that the delivery that RTO is undertaking doesn't sort of conflict or compete with TAFE's delivery, or they might be renting or leasing space from us for like administrative functions rather than for actual training delivery. I'm aware there's a number of arrangements already in place across the state for those.
I guess just in light of the skill shortage and the priority given to this, shouldn't industry and TAFE be working together as opposed to, you know, this competitive historic?
Absolutely. Yep. So look, my take on being able to progress TAFE being removed from that contestable market operation means exactly that. We can look at how we partner really differently or extend the partnerships that we have with industry across the state. I think it's a really productive place for TAFE to be exploring into the future.
Can I just add, I think the Minister also referenced that there's work that the department has to do to make sure, I think he used the words, to take administration away, particularly from head teachers. So this government's got a commitment to make TAFE number one by, you know, budgetary certainty and as the preeminent provider, and that's what we're doing to deliver that, and looking forward to working with Miss Reid to make sure that when it is removed from the contestable market, that it's not just the funding certainty, but also the administrivia is removed for what is the preeminent government provision. I don't think he was referencing the lack of importance of the private providers. In fact, they're 22% of the budget allocation at the moment.
Can I just, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but my understanding is that there's some situations where like industry bodies do use TAFE facilities currently. Is there like a formal policy for that, or how does that get worked out? Is it per campus, or how do you manage that?
As I said, I know that there's certainly some arrangements in place where I've come across them and been briefed on them. An example would be when I was visiting Kingscliff, they were doing motorcycle training in one of the areas of the campus, not delivered by TAFE, delivered by somebody else.
Yeah.
The industry liaison, I think, would be specific to particular arrangements that have been negotiated over time. Ms. Scorer, do you have any more?
Yeah, not necessarily even just industry, but just like a different provider other than TAFE using a TAFE facility to run. In the, like the example you'll give, is there a policy that covers that, or how does that work in practice?
There is either in development or live, I couldn't tell you which off the top of my head, basically a licensing policy. So the ability for us to make those sorts of local arrangements, because particularly at a local community level, and that was some very clear feedback from the vet review as well, about, you know, these are TAFE campuses and TAFE facilities are public assets, and for us to be able to make them much more open and available, whether that's for other providers or for other community colleges, other sorts of organisations to partner with us. So if that licensing policy isn't available, it is imminent. So I'd have to just take that on notice.
And if it's available,
that's the intent. That's absolutely the intention. Yes.
Yeah. And then just to round out the conversation there, there's also community use of TAFE facilities. So there's over 150 kind of short-term hire arrangements in place, and then there are some other long-term licenses too. But
maybe if on notice you could just provide what you can in terms of how that works and the difference.
Yeah, very happy to.
Thank you. Sorry, Rachel.
Look, thank you. And Ms. Reid, that would be good on notice. I guess we're really looking for some examples where there is a partnership there in terms of the industry, not-for-profit RTOs, utilising TAFE facilities, working with TAFE in this, and I preface that by saying some of the feedback that I'm receiving from the industry groups is discussions have been held. TAFE then say to the not-for-profit training, registered training organisations, it's got to be commercially viable for TAFE to share or provide facilities to you. So if we could see some examples of what's taking place.
Yeah, and into the future, I think, as the Minister mentioned, being able to be more flexible and locally innovative in some of those partnerships, I think will be open to us as we move out of the contestable market.
It just in terms of the TAFE budget, in terms of the provision of what percentage of the TAFE budget would be allocated sort of for capital works and property maintenance, to get an understanding of what some of those costs are.
Yep.
Relating to infrastructure.
Yeah, so the TAFE budget for capital is 300.6 million this year. Within that, there are capital components for asset renewal, for minor works, and then there is also a maintenance allocation, some of which is recurrent. Let me just find my recurrent bit. Yeah, so nearly 40 million, so 37.2 million additional for maintenance, which is in the kind of OPEX bucket. And then, as I said, some 90 million for asset renewal and another 35 million for minor works.
Thank you. If I could look at international students studying at New South Wales TAFE. How many international students came to New South Wales to undergo TAFE studies? I was looking at sort of the years sort of 2019 to 2024, if that might be available or take it on notice.
So you like from between that period of 2019
yes, I was
to 2024?
I was looking at every year, sort of from 2019 to 2024, if available.
We would need to take that on notice to go back. Yep.
Thank you. In terms of the economic benefit to New South Wales from international students studying here at New South Wales, would there be any sort of...
I can maybe help you, Ms Merton.
Yeah.
International education is the state's second largest export provider. It's worth $19.3 billion in the 2023-24 financial year and accounts for supporting more than 95,000 equivalent jobs.
And I think Ms McPhee might have more.
No, those were the figures I was
No, they were the figures she was going to
Secretary.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And if I could, in terms of the under the smart and skilled, and the Minister has suggested some possible changes in terms of TAFE sort of leaving that funding model, which as I think Ms Reid, you've said, that then TAFE would no longer be competing with sort of the not-for-profit private training providers for funding, and TAFE would have a more sort of predictable or set annual budget. Would that be a consequence of that change?
Yeah, and that was one of the key recommendations in the New South Wales VET review, was that both that element of competition that you've called out can sometimes limit the way that TAFE partners with others, but also that surety of a forward budget is really important for TAFE. And I think when we talk about some of the community provision that we've touched on in these discussions before about courses running in certain places and whether they're viable, having a forward view of what TAFE's budget will look like that is more than year on year will let us do some of that planning in a way that is really different to how we can do that now. And then the smart and skilled funding that currently comes from the department to TAFE is largely, for most of it, predicated on a particular course in a particular place, and so that reduces our flexibility to prioritise across and to say things like we might need to run courses with slightly fewer students in some places, but we can offset that in other places. We don't really have that flexibility because the model is looking for a certain number of enrolments in certain courses.
No, thank you. And then just quickly in the final moments, Ms Reid, who from TAFE would lead the engagement or the discussion with the not-for-profit registered training organisations relating to the use of possible shared facilities?
That's a good question. I mean, in the first instance, if you're looking for a contact point, I would send them to me, and it'll depend on whether they're looking for a partnership in delivery in terms of Ms. Scorer and her area where we might be doing delivery together versus, say, a leasing arrangement for facilities.
I guess
where
it's
we might
use
go
of
to somewhere else.
facilities, that's right. Underutilised government-funded TAFE facilities where we've got the not-for-profit, training organisations trying to meet the skills need, looking to whether they could utilise these facilities.
Send them my way and we'll have those discussions very
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is that okay,
Ms.
Deputy
Mahan?
Chair? Do a few questions? Okay, lovely. Thank you. I might just turn to you, Ms. Reid. I was actually replaying some of what I asked the Minister earlier in the day about about the tender. So that's the ROI tender for relocating Bankstown TAFE as we await the rebuild of Bankstown TAFE at the hospital site. Sorry, the new hospital at the TAFE site, the other way around. But can I just ask you, I think I heard you, and I'm sorry, I must have missed it earlier, but as I replayed it, I heard that you said that you are already in discussions with a proponent, that there is someone that you're already and you're doing due diligence?
Due diligence, that's
right. So are we at this stage now that there's actually been a particular site or particular group that's been identified? We're now at that stage. I'm just trying to understand because I think the Minister wasn't clear about that.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be saying we'd identified a particular respondent or premise until due diligence had occurred. So we're in that part of the procurement process where we...
But you seem to have come down to identifying where you're going. Is that right? So can I ask you some general questions in relation to that without being very specific about the tender? So I'll put some questions to you.
Let's
see how you go.
How we go.
So what I want to know, the Minister mentioned the 5,400 students. We don't know what the current figure is. That may be less, maybe more. It might be the same. And I think you took it on notice that you'll get me a more accurate figure. So I think that was the end of 2023 figure. Is that right? 5,400? Right. And at that time you also indicated 80 courses. Is that right? I believe from my memory of what was raised this morning, it was 80 courses. I'd like to know if the whole full 80 courses are going to be accommodated in the relocation.
So obviously, as we talked about this morning, the courses that relate to animal care
will be moved. But there's not many of them though at Bankstown.
No, but just to be precise. And then
I think there's only one or two.
And then we can take on notice about the remainder of the 80 because obviously the 80 is the figure at the end of 2023. So what we could do is come back on notice with the courses.
Well, if you could take on notice,
currently
what changed in 2024 in terms of what courses are enrolled in Bankstown? It may be different from 2023.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to know what courses are available in 2025 this year at Bankstown, and what you expect will be moving forward into the relocated TAFE site.
Yep, very happy to noting that there's a process that's pretty much annual.
Well, as long as it doesn't affect any
profile.
commercial in confidence, but I can imagine the courses themselves may not. Can I also ask then, in relation to the relocated TAFE site, or not so much a site, but the proposal of having the site relocated for a number of years, have we got a specific number of how long we think the relocation will be for?
That's a good question. I believe that the request for premises was for 5 years.
Right.
But that...
Do we know if that 5 years has any kind of possible for extension, or there'll be a possibility that it could be extended beyond the 5 years? So it's a 5 year minimum, is that what it is?
That would depend on the procurement itself, so I couldn't comment on the specifics, but it would be fairly...
If you could find out whether you can comment, so if you can clarify whether that is public knowledge that it's 5, I believe it is for 5 years, I've seen that somewhere.
Clarify that, and then it would be fairly standard in an arrangement to have some options
for
extension. But I don't know that I'll be able to comment specifically on those at this point.
Okay. Can you comment on whether you're looking at different sites, or is it just one site? Do we know to
my
accommodate the
understanding
relocation?
of the request for proposal is that it went out to more than one site.
Right,
but
so that whoever is the final respondent, or whatever term, whoever finally is given this tender, they can provide several sites, is that?
Oh, I see.
That's what I'm asking, yes. So they may have a building on one side, a building on somewhere else. Is that an option that is
I
being
believe we're
considered?
looking for a single location.
A single location, but was that specified
I
in
need
the
to take
public
that on notice at
documentation?
the
I don't
moment.
think it was.
I'll
Can you take that on
yeah, I'll
notice
take
to
that
let
on
me know
notice.
whether it was very specific, whether it was a single site or there was a possibility of multi-site use for the TAFE?
Yep, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And can you also take a notice, and I think I asked it earlier, but I just want to double check that what aspects of the cost that we can have
Yep.
made publicly available in relation to this relocation?
Yep, happy to.
And the tender itself, the costs associated with doing that process?
Yep, happy to
up
take
to
that on
date.
notice too.
How many, what area of TAFE is it, has carriage of this? Which department within your, is it
Our
under you
facilities
specifically, or?
area. Well, I'm in discussions with our health infrastructure counterparts, but obviously we have a assets and facilities area that manages things like leases and properties.
That's their particular domain in terms of this.
And then Ms. Scora's area in terms of the planning with faculties for course delivery and those kinds of things.
What about, has there been any discussion about how many teachers will stay on, current teachers, or that will depend on the courses?
That would depend on the courses, but I'm not expecting there to be a
No
reduction
changes
in the
to
number of teachers.
Sorry, no, not anticipating there'd be any changes to the number of teachers for the site, no.
Do teachers have the option, if they don't want to relocate, can they ask to go to a different TAFE? If they don't
I
want
think we'd have to think about that once down the track, but our teachers have that option at any time.
At any stage
Yeah,
anyway, right,
yeah.
okay.
And we would also we always want to make best use of our teachers across the course that they're delivering. So a number of our teachers already will teach across a number of campuses.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
in fact,
do teachers currently have access to parking at the current site? Do they have?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Yes, they do. Will they have parking in the relocated site, relocation?
I'll need to take that on notice and come back.
Because that could be a factor if that affects their, even something as an inconvenience like that. There's no parking in Bankstown CBD, I know that. And I don't think the relocated site will offer too much parking either, but you can take it on
Yep,
notice.
thank you.
Okay. I'll leave that.
Okay. You're going
Thank you. If I could just touch back on the smart and skilled. I'm getting feedback from industry and the not-for-profit sort of training providers that the funding levels under smart and skilled are not meeting, the rising material costs that industry are facing. Just checking whether you may be aware of these concerns.
So I'm going to refer you to my colleagues in the department who run the program.
I might start, and Mr. Cruz can add to it. Ms. Merton, the funding under the skills budget for Smart and Skilled consists of $3.2 billion. We do work with IPART to make sure we keep assessing the costs of course provision in line with those priority skill areas. Have you got a specific that's a concern for you that you want to raise?
I have. I mean, the industry are saying, and that material costs have risen 30%. I mean, it's public information in terms of meeting some of the challenges of housing costs. And it's in light of that cost that they're then asking about the smart and skilled funding level.
So I'll get Mr. Cruz to tell you how we examine the pricing provisions we give and how we update that.
So, Ms. Merton, I'm happy to take the details on notice and provide them to you, but we undertake regular pricing reviews, which is essentially the price that or the level of funding that the department provides to individual providers, whether TAFE or private providers for particular qualifications. Last year we did increase the price for a number of qualifications, so providers, TAFE or otherwise, that are delivering qualifications under Smart and Skilled received additional funding from government. I'm happy to take on notice what those particular qualifications are, and we are constantly looking at whether or not the qualification funding in the price that we have reflects the cost of delivery, because we do often get that feedback from government, from industry I should say. Apologies as well.
Thank you. And in terms of consultation with industry bodies and stakeholders, I mean, with this just being an example of feedback from the sector, I'm just wondering what arrangements are in place.
So we have what is called industry trade association bodies, or ITABs, which are reflective of industries. We meet with them regularly. Ms. Lawrence meets with them, and the training services team does regularly as well. So we get information from industry directly. Our independent providers also regularly engaging with our training services regional office staff as well. And we obviously hear it through various other channels. But we have formal engagement that happens, I think, on a quarterly basis with our ITABs, which is our formal industry engagement bodies.
Can I just also add that the Skills Board, in its current composition, I just want to get the count right, has 2, 4, 6, 7 members that represent key skill areas as well. So apart from what Mr. Cruz covered, the Skills Board also has very eminent people in industry that give us good advice.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Would I be able to obtain maybe I don't know, some minutes or an agenda or how this engagement works? Maybe when was the last industry trade meeting held and who attended and what was discussed?
Happy to take that on notice. We met with the New South Wales Skills Board last week and we had some good conversations in relation to the implementation of the skills plan. Also discussed the areas of expertise where the board themselves can add their best advice and insights. So the board, as the secretary referred to before, is chaired by the CEO of Microsoft Australia. So we had a good conversation about balancing, the needs of employers and industries against the skills and capabilities that vocational education and training can provide as different to higher education. And we also had a good conversation about disability care and a range of other industries under the skills plan. So very happy to take the details of the specific industry engagement on notice, but as recently as last week we were having a good engagement with the Skills Board about industry needs.
Would you like me to give you the
construction industry would be my first area of interest if possible.
Yeah, well, on the Skills Board, I'm delighted to say that Annabelle Crooks is a member of that board and is the director of Lang O'Rourke, so brings great construction expertise. If you want me to keep going, Mr. Cruz mentioned Steve Worrell, the CEO of Microsoft Australia, as the chair. We have Robin Delander, who is from Health and Safety Advisory Service Proprietary Limited. We have Gillian Kirby, the managing director of the Stable Group. Alan Lipman, who's the CEO of Romar Engineering. Arnie Selvaraja, the CEO and Executive Director of Bell Direct. Annabelle Crooks, who I mentioned, Director of Lang O'Rourke. Jordan O'Reilly, who's the co-founder and Executive Director of Higher Up. And our good colleague Jeremy Cruz, who's our relieving Deputy Secretary for Education and Skills Reform. So there's great expertise on that group that we tap into regularly.
Mm-hmm. All right. If there was anything further in terms of the construction industry, I'd be pleased.
Yes, Mr. Byrne. So we did speak about the construction industry, particularly in the challenge of the renewable energy zones that the Minister spoke about earlier, and how we get that balance right about local on-the-ground skills development versus the speed and pace at which that renewable energy transition is happening. And we also did talk about housing as well. So under the skills plan, there's a commitment to do workforce development plans under each critical skills industry. So we had the very first conversation about where the board can best offer its skills and expertise as we go about that work.
Okay, all right. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have some questions just in relation to workforce and the move to make more teachers permanent. I'm not sure if that's mystical towards you. So the Minister announced in the middle of last year, I think it was an $83 odd million package aiming at helping to, I guess, make more teachers permanent. Do you have, I think the media release said about 48% of TAFE's teaching workforce does not have permanent employment. But do you have any updated figures in terms of that percentage or where you're up to with that conversion?
Yeah, we do. And I will hand to Ms Dickel because obviously her area has led a lot of this work for TAFE. But before I do, I'll say we had a target in 2024 to exceed permanent, increase permanent employment, and we transitioned 446 casual teachers to permanent roles, and also just attracted another 153 new permanent teachers. But then the real step change comes at the beginning of this semester with more than 1,700 casual temporary teachers, assessors and education support officers transitioning into permanent roles. I will now hand to Ms Tickle to talk about the percentages and other features of that initiative, because it's really great work.
Yeah, so obviously our workforce figures aren't finalised, so I'll give you approximates if that's okay, Ms Mitchell. So there's approximately 80% permanent and temporary employees between those three roles, teachers, assessors and ESOs now, and 20% casual. I will say that we expect to always have a complement of casual teachers in our workforce. Many of our teachers work back in industry a couple of days a week and with us a couple of days a week, and many people prefer to stay casual. In fact, some of our casual teachers opted not to.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Yeah. Okay, so the media release said 48% not permanent, therefore it was 52% sort of, and you've gone up to about 80%. Okay,
approximately. Yeah.
Thank you. And then, I guess in terms of why people would hope anyone would choose not to, that was just a personal decision to remain as a casual that people did that.
I mean, I was a casual for a long time and that was by choice. So we've got a lot of teachers. I was talking to a teacher in the North region where I'm from, and his preference is to stay. He works 2 days a week in his own building organisation or building company, and then he teaches and he likes to give back and see the apprentices coming through. So we've actually got quite a lot of teachers who have chosen to stay casual. However, we do have a number that have put forward that they would like to be converted this semester, so we're looking at all those numbers now. Okay,
and then in terms of, I guess, raw numbers, I think Ms Reid, you just said that there were some new permanent teachers that came in, and then I think it was 1,700. So overall kind of headcount changes in terms of numbers. Do you have any updates on those figures?
Yep.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, sure. So, overall headcount, and these are 2024 June numbers. So we had an 8.4 increase overall, so that's 907 FTE, so full-time equivalent, which is 11,748. In terms of teaching FTE, that was a 5.1% increase on 2023, 6,299. But again, these numbers were June 24, so with the additional changes this semester, we've got a lot more permanent rather than casual, but the headcount stayed about the same.
Okay, thank you. And then the 83.1 million, that sort of allocation, can you sort of break down how that was spent? What was that? I'm just a bit unsure. The minister kind of put a figure on it, 83.1 million over 4 years to retain expert TAFE teachers, but is that separate to
I
the
would
temporary
need to see what.
Yeah, I only have one
release
copy of the press release. Sorry,
Yeah,
16th of June. I'm happy if you take it on notice.
Yeah, look, I might take that on notice because there's been a range of workforce-related announcements. There's some that relate to the work under the National Skills Agreement. There's some that relate to this casual conversion. So I might just take that on notice to make sure.
Yeah, so the 2024-25 budget includes 83.1 million to support the conversion of teachers to permanent employment. So, 16th of June last year was the media release from the minister, but happy for you to take it on notice. I'm just curious as to what, I guess, that funding breakdown and what that money's actually sort of gone to, I suppose.
We might just take that on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm happy. Yep. Don't expect you to know the intimate details of every press release put out by your minister. And then just with staff who work across campuses, and we spoke about that before, so if someone has been given a permanent role, has that changed in terms of, I guess, the working across campuses and how that's being accommodated, or no, it's just you've got the permanency of the
I
role?
think that might be quite variable. I'll ask Ms Tickle to talk about.
Does that question make sense? Sorry,
Yes,
I'm trying to read my badly written notes.
Yeah.
My personally handwritten notes.
Yeah, so it's a really good question. So we obviously have teachers that work across numerous campuses.
Yeah.
And so last year in semester 2, we were very proactive and went out to the business areas and Miss Scorer's areas and talked to our directors and head teachers around what their teachers were doing. We then let our teachers know that what their complement of hours were and what campuses they were working across, and then they requested to be converted or not.
Okay.
Once they requested to be converted, then we did a series of kind of conversations with them and their head teacher around what campuses they taught across. So the teachers fill in their hours in what we call a teacher program diary, and that actually has codes according to the campus. So for example, Tari campus, code 60, I remember that one, Great Lakes 73, and you put where you teach into the TPD. So if a teacher's been converted and they're working across those two campuses, they still most of the time would be. It's just that the hours that they're converted and are now permanent across those two campuses.
Okay.
Look, some teachers, particularly in Sydney where it's closer, work across numerous campuses.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess in an operational sense that hasn't really changed. It's just the...
No, I mean, sometimes there might have been a change where it made more sense for a teacher to do all of their hours in one campus, but that was done in consultation with the teachers and the head teachers and the sections last year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The employee survey from last year, I just have a couple of questions on that one, and again, happy for either or both of you to comment. I note that the respondent, I think it was about 45% of staff responded, which was down, I think 13% on the previous year. Any sort of indication as to why there was less uptake from your staff on this year's survey?
Obviously I wasn't with TAFE at that time, so Ms Tickle might want to jump in, but I do think that the survey timing coincided with the consultation that was being run on the operating model that we've just moved to.
Okay.
And so we know that when there's kind of overlapping survey consultation exercises that people get a bit tired of those things, and so I think that's one of the reasons we might point to. Do you have any other thoughts on the reduction?
Yeah, I mean, I do, but it's related to that. So it did go down. It was 58% in 2023 and 45% last year, but it was at exactly the time when we were consulting on the operating model. So we actually didn't, advertise it was out as much as we had in previous years, because we really wanted to hear from people on this new operating model and hear from as many people as we could. And we had lots and lots and lots of sessions and a lot of people engaged. So I think, we probably, that probably led to a downturn in the number of responses. However, 45% is still statistically very valuable, so we still got a lot of great insights from the people.
And would you look, presumably, and I take your point around kind of consultation fatigue, I suppose, when there's change happening, I understand that, but look to probably promote it again this year to get that data set back up if you can, notwithstanding it's still a significant number of
definitely. It's a really valuable insight for teams and agencies and the whole of TAFE on how people are feeling. The types of you can see sometimes the responses to things you've put in place in response to last year's survey, and so we can see it in some of these results, but really want to make sure that as we get that information from staff, we understand what it means, and then we start to address it, and that they can see and feel that. So it's really important to me.
Yeah, so just kind of following on from that thread, I guess, one of the things that stood out to me when I was having a look at it was around issues around wellbeing and burnout, and again, not unique to TAFE. I know that that's something that all agencies deal with from time to time, but from your point, Ms Reid, about how you take the data from this and learn from it or improve, I guess, the issues, particularly around wellbeing and burnout, what do you anticipate to be some of the kind of tangible steps around that space, in particularly based on some of the survey data?
Yeah, so wellbeing is a good call out, because the score improved 10 points, 10 percentage points in the last year. So it's still only 64% positive, and so you'd want to continue to work on that. But I know that there's been a range of initiatives put in place by TAFE in the last year in response to that. I think also what's really important is our two focus areas for this year are going to be teamwork and collaboration, and role clarity and support, given that we've just moved into this new operating model. And so that sense of people potentially reporting burnout because their role is not clear, because they find it difficult to work with others, because they've got different expectations. That's one of those things. There's also a range of other wellbeing measures that I think we're going to continue and potentially increase. Did you want to talk about those, Ms Tickle?
Yeah, so some of the really valuable insights, because that PMES not only has the scores, but it has verbatim comments. So we review those verbatim comments, and a lot of those comments went into the creation of our 4-year employee wellbeing plan that was launched early last year. We've got a number of wellbeing programs that have been quite successful. So, for example, I think I've said before in evidence, we have an annual campaign through Safety Week that's run through October, which we concentrate in terms of National Safe Work Month. We concentrate on wellbeing. We also do, for Are You OK Day, it's a sort of a couple of days where people can come to sessions, and a lot of our teachers actually run those sessions, so some of our counsellors run those sessions. All of the employees are invited and the campuses join in. We also have campus-based wellbeing campaigns that the campuses run. And I think the thing about wellbeing is a lot of it is so individual. So we also encourage people to utilise all of the things that we have available on our Capability Central portal. We also had some really fantastic success with our Festival of Learning and Teaching. We did that twice last year.
I think you might have mentioned that last time.
Yeah, I did, yeah. And I know, you're specifically asking about wellbeing, but a lot of wellbeing is feeling included in your campus and, understanding how you... what your role is in TAFE, so that role clarity stuff. So I think that Festival of Learning and Teaching is something that we really saw a lot of people, I guess, happy to attend, happy to be with their colleagues on campuses. We also have things like, Wellbeing Wednesday. Every Wednesday we have sessions and they just rotate based on how people view them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to move now, you're right if I keep going for a moment, right? Yeah, sorry, to just the... government's commitment for the 1,000 apprentices, that election promise, I think it was 93.5 million for 1,000 new trainees apprentices, which I think is separate to the local government one, which we talked about last time as well. But are there any updates in terms of how many applications, how many of those positions or apprentices have been recruited? What's the status on that?
Yeah, I can help with that, Ms Mitchell. We're well on track for that. It's to hire 1,000 additional apprentices and trainees across government agencies by 26. I want to commend all the agencies that have come to the table with us. Round 2, because we spoke about round 1 last time, round 2, we gave funding approval for up to 450 additional roles, which was above what we were looking at by way of 400. Mr. Cruz might have any further details, but we're well on track.
Yep.
And I can add that we're looking at round 3 in May this year.
Okay. Can you just, how many came in round 1? Do you have
how
that
many in
data?
round 1?
Ms Lawrence can.
Yeah, I'm happy with Ms Lawrence.
Yeah. Do you want to dive in, Ms Lawrence, on that one?
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to provide that info. So under round 1, which opened in November 23 and closed in July 24, there were 251 funded roles available. 221 221 candidates commenced in those roles. 30 couldn't be filled before that round closed and they were returned. So they'll be used in the round that's underway at the moment, which is round 2. That opened in June last year and will close June this year. As the Secretary said, there's 450 funded roles available, and as at last week, 305 apprentices and trainees have commenced in those roles.
Okay. And then for, I'll just keep going, Chair, sorry, the time. Yeah, okay. The 221 that were part of round 1, do you have any retention, like are they all still going, or have you had any kind of dropout for whatever reason?
Yes, we've got a 94% retention rate from round 1 apprentices and trainees, which is great.
Okay. Thank you. And then in terms, I guess, of monitoring, and I appreciate what you said, Mr Disdar, about it being a government commitment, but what sort of KPIs or how are you monitoring the success as you go through, I guess, particular rounds? Do you learn things from round 1 that you will apply to round 2 and round 3? How's that happening in practice?
Yes, we've got a range of wraparound supports in place for those apprentices and trainees. We do a lot of site visits and monitoring in that way. They also get peer support from each other and their post-placement support officers who work really closely with them and with their agencies as they progress through.
Okay. And then in terms of the actual training for these apprentices, is it all being delivered through TAFE or is it happening through RTOs as well?
I understand the majority is through TAFE, but I would take on notice to give you a breakdown.
If you could take that would be good. Thank you. I think I might. Do you want to have a little go, and I'll find the next bit of my notes that I'm up to. So I'll hand back over to Rachel.
Thank you very much. If I could just touch on the Bankstown TAFE and just in the current environment as to the temporary relocation of the TAFE. I'm just wondering if there's been any studies or surveys conducted amongst the student body there at Bankstown TAFE in terms of sort of the impact on them having to relocate to an interim campus. If I could just clarify, the location still remains unknown of the interim campus?
Yep. So I'm not aware of any specific studies or surveys to do with students particularly, but students have been kept up to date with information on the relocation, and I think at the point of announcing the location that we will be at that point we would definitely be engaging with students on the types of supports that they might be interested in and their perspectives on what will make that transition most easy for them at that time.
And Ms. Reid, just in terms of the timing of this, given we're dealing with students here,
Yep.
and I guess the question's going to be, where am I going to relocate to? How will I know if I can get there? What will be the cost of this to me? Will I be able to meet the new facility? What time frame are we giving students here in terms of notification of where they're going to be relocated to and when?
Look, we'll be giving them as much notice as possible. As we said earlier, we'll be relocating from the start of delivery for 2026. So we do, as we've just started for 2025, we do have a reasonable lead time there, noting, of course, that it's absolutely 100% in our plan to communicate as early as we can with students to make sure they understand any implications for them, that they can seek support from us, and that they know what's happening. And I think they'll be excited by the proposition when we're able to talk to them about it.
Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Redden, I think you've answered my question. In terms of the current student cohort at Bankstown, when will they finish their studies at that campus as it is today?
So some students will finish their courses during this year, just because they naturally would. Those who would be continuing into 2026 would be doing so from the relocated premises. Mm-hmm. Is that what you're asking? Yep.
So for the remainder of this calendar year, students will continue in enrolled courses and participating at the Bankstown TAFE campus
yes,
as it is.
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Reid, you mentioned, you touched on sort of surveys or studies of this current student cohort. Do we know anything about sort of the mode of transport or what their current transport arrangements are?
I'm going to need to take that on notice. I'm not aware that we do, but obviously I'm still fairly new, so yeah. I might just take that on notice.
Thank you. Ms. Reid, I get in light of the conversion of the metro, in terms of transport, taking longer than originally planned, that would these issues be taken into consideration in terms of the impact on the student cohort and travelling?
I'm not across the metro piece specifically, so I might also just take that on notice and make sure I understand the intersections between them.
All right, thank you. Ms. Reid, and I think my colleague, the Honourable Tanya Mihalik, may have touched on this, but I guess we're just interested in terms of the current course offering at Bankstown TAFE. People are asking, where will accounting, business and finance courses be relocated to?
To the new site.
Mm-hmm. And then, where business skills courses be relocated to?
To the new site. I might shortcut and say that aside from the animal studies piece that we've identified going to Padstow, that our intention will be that courses that are offered currently at Bankstown that are continuing would be in the new site.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Reid, just to in terms of the current offering at Bankstown and where they'll be relocated to, which remains sort of unknown, that would also include students currently enrolled that would want to continue on in career pathways, educational pathways, employability skills courses, community services, early childhood education and care courses, English language courses, hairdressing and beauty, travel and tourism courses, all of these above to be relocated.
Yes, and in fact, those last three that you mentioned, I went to Bankstown on Tuesday and had some good conversations with the head teachers and teachers in those areas. Many of them asked me exactly the same question: are we going to be in Bankstown? And I said yes, and they were all delighted to have the confirmation that they've previously received that advice, and they were enthusiastic, obviously, to find out where they'd be going and to continue the delivery that they do so well already.
Thank you. And in terms of, I appreciate the earlier discussion about animal care relocating to Padstow, and the view is Padstow could provide a better campus and environment for that course, so that's an improvement there. Is there any other thinking around some of these other courses that they may not return if a better location is found?
None that I'm aware of, though obviously if it was a better location we should be open to that as we move through planning. But the process of designing the facilities in the relocated space and in the eventual final new TAFE is one that we'll be engaging with teachers and head teachers on to make sure that the facilities that we design entirely meet their needs and are the best facilities for them. And so it's unlikely, given we'll be designing those spaces with them, that we would say, oh, actually there's a different alternative that is better.
Thank you. Thank you. And Ms. Redden, I've previously raised this, and given that the relocation budget remains unknown, the relocation and the reinstatement of a course pertaining to hairdressing and beauty, and like yourself, I've been to the college, I've seen the facilities, they're really quite outstanding. In terms of what the cost is going to be to reinstate such infrastructure like that.
Yeah, look, I will need to take that on notice. As you say, they're great facilities. There's that glass window with all the kind of heads with different hairstyles and things on as you walk into that area, which was very, very cool. We obviously want to make sure that we minimise the cost of the relocation, noting that it's part of the project design, and to make sure that they have the facilities that they need. So I'll take on notice anything about the cost and see what we can come back with.
And I think the students proudly told me if you go on a Thursday, the trainee hairdressers are always looking for clients.
Oh, that's right. I know, they offer me that
I wasn't there on a Thursday, but yeah.
There is a moment when you walk into any hair and beauty facility where you wonder whether you should have done a better job of your own hair that morning and whether they're going to be having a look. But they were all very polite. But they did offer me the opportunity to come and pay for their services as they do in so many of our campuses.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm just keeping on the Bankstown TAFE thing just for a minute, and I appreciate what you've said in terms of you working through the process with health and the eventual build of the new campus, etc. But I suppose just in kind of a macro term, when would have been the last time that a new TAFE campus was built? What's the anticipated cost? How do you? And I appreciate commercial in confidence, but I guess I'm curious because my understanding is a lot of the TAFE facilities would be upgraded over time, but to have sort of a new relocated one, I don't think has happened for a while. Are there any kind of similar projects that you look at in terms of scope and budgets?
I mean, I guess we've done fairly significant construction on the Institute of Applied Technology at Meadowbank and Kingswood relatively recently. Yeah. And then, of course, part of the process of going through any of these sorts of development is engagement across government, so particularly with Infrastructure New South Wales on that, their gateway assurance process. So as you move through the process of design and planning, that they're partnering with you and reviewing that and assisting, and so they'll be giving, in fact they have been giving advice on the scope and scale of the project. Okay. Obviously the variable factor is where you are on the site and the specification of the facilities that can be extremely different depending on what you're building.
Yeah, and so I guess to use, say, Meadowbank, as you, like what was the overall, I can't remember because it wasn't my
I shouldn't have raised it without...
No, I'm just trying to get a ball, because I suppose, and I'm prompted with Mr. Disdar sitting there, that while they vary, but you can kind of have a rough idea of an envelope for, say, a primary school build or a high school build, give or take the site. I guess I'm just curious as to whether there's a TAFE equivalent of... Yeah. And there wouldn't have been many kind of standalone new ones.
I don't know
built,
that we.
but,
I don't know that we have a because most of Mr. Disdar's delivery is in the kind of general purpose classroom.
Yeah.
There's obviously quite some variation to that, but before he gets offended. But whereas ours is a mixture of that kind of general learning space and more specialist facilities
the
probably
runs.
than in a school. I wouldn't say that we have. I wouldn't say that we have a kind of, a small one, a medium one, and a big one, or that kind of thing.
And I think in the comparator with the IAT, those two buildings, the predominant delivery mode in those is multi-trade. So they are, were designed and have been built at, perhaps you could argue, more costly, because you've had to build in heights and sand pits and rigging and all those sorts of things that take a lot more. What we're anticipating at Bankstown is much like we have now at that location. It's generalist teaching facilities. And it would be remiss of us to miss the opportunity to not try and include health delivery on that location given the proximity to a new hospital. So those sorts of costs. But in general terms, what we have at Bankstown, apart from animals, is more of those traditional classrooms with some change. We don't have the big trade, multi-trade hub, so it's similar but different.
And that was probably my expectation when asking the question, but I just wondered whether there are others that you look at, but it's very, I guess, individual depending on what you need to put there, more so even than, say, high school delivery as well.
I think so.
Okay. I'll move on to a couple of other issues. Just in terms of, I guess, community engagement, and part of it ties into the TAFE Charter, which I'm going to ask a couple more questions on because I think I'll have time, given that we've got plenty of time to the opposition. I've noticed recently there was a community survey, I think, that went out via social media, asking about whether TAFE meets the community's needs and just getting some training feedback. First of all, in terms of like that specific survey, what was the reach for that? What was the results? What were the indications that you have been getting back, I guess, from the community at large?
Yep, that's a great topic. So the survey that you're referring to is called TAFE Connects Digital, and was part of a process last year that was both the survey itself but also community workshops. And so in 2024, TAFE Connects Digital was open actually from just at the end of 2023 until just into February, 11th of February in 2024. That got 1,721 contributions, which is about just over 1,500 survey submissions, but also 120 ideas and 23 stories. And then, as I mentioned, there were 20 community workshops attended by 352 business and community leaders. And so really across the state, regional, rural, metropolitan areas. And then what the insights from those pieces in 2024 have been fed into the training portfolio strategy and our educational delivery plan, but also into some of the consideration of the operating model and the way that people are telling us they want to engage with TAFE, both at the local level but also at the state-wide level. Ms Tickle's handily reminding me that the operating model that I assume everyone knows about has a dedicated group that's looking at student support and community engagement. And so that's a really important part for us, because the vet review pointing to the idea that not everywhere, but in some places, TAFE might seem more distant from the local community than maybe it did in the past. And so then TAFE Connects Digital is open now, so it's great that you've mentioned it. People have
again, all our viewers, I'm sure you'll have an influx of
everyone now jump online to TAFE Connects. It closes on the 31st of March, and then we have, I think, another set of workshops, 50 workshops this time.
So is it like an annual thing that you do?
Yeah. And that group that I mentioned before, the student support and community group, will be building on TAFE Connects in terms of what does it tell us, both, as I said, statewide and locally, about what we need to do differently, how we can engage better, the types of activities that we might engage in. And just to give you very small examples, community have told us that our website was not great to engage with and find information, and so we've updated the website and the navigation of that based on that feedback. I think in terms of, say, the training opportunities, we've added or expanded offerings in certain places based on local feedback from TAFE Connects in 2024.
And then with TAFE Connects, is obviously using sort of digital advertising. Do you do any advertising in newspapers as well for that, or not specifically?
That's an excellent question. One I do not have an answer
That's
for.
if you can take it or not. And then I guess
a good
just
idea.
more broadly in the advertising space for TAFE, for courses, for, again, sort of digital spend versus newspaper. And I suppose I'm specifically thinking about a lot of in regional communities, a lot of the community-run newspapers, which are very kind of well read and usually the source of truth for a lot of communities. I'm just curious if there's a kind of advertising spend breakdown. If you've got it, or you can take it on notice, or
I
whatever.
think we should take that on notice and also see if we can get you anything on the differences in Metro versus other places in the state.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can get for you.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to go back just quickly to... Oh, no, sorry. Just you talked a few times about pay to learn and bringing in some new staff under that. But just going back, because I'm just interested in it in general, like how many of those positions are currently? Is that a newer initiative? Where do you work out which courses and which locations you do it? I just wouldn't mind having a bit more background on that.
Yeah, great. So Pay to Learn has been around for a little while now, she said vaguely. And I think it's 2023 and 2024, so I think we did a sort of pilot or an initial foray into that in 2023. We've had 278 students go through that course with 269 of them now employed, so the retention rate, the completion rate of the course, but also the retention rate of the course is really high in terms of people doing that course and then becoming teachers with TAFE. And so that's really important. Ms. Tickle, do you want to talk a bit more about Pay to Learn? I think it's one of our really good initiatives.
To know.
Yeah, so we started, there was actually a pilot right at the end of 2022 out at Kingswood, and it was 15 scholars just in construction. And then the program's built in size over the cohort. So I think the 6th cohort just started last week with 45. And your question was how do we determine where they are needed? So we work... my team works very closely with Ms. Scora's team in the sections to understand what teachers they need where, what sort of mix of units they need to teach, because remembering our teachers are double-hatted, so they must be current in their industry area as well as in vocational education and training. So what we were finding was that the Certificate 4 was a bit of a barrier, particularly for tradespeople, because it is quite an academic course. And this program has allowed us to fast-track the Certificate 4. So, generally that might have taken a year, or people were doing it in 6 months. These scholars complete the program in 14 weeks, and the program's built around doing the coursework a couple of days a week, but really importantly being in classrooms, and they shadow a current teacher. And they get some wraparound support from our capability development team or professional development team. So that's why the completion rates are so high, 97%, and a lot of them in regional areas, like about half are in regional areas. So it's a really, really successful program, and as the Minister said earlier, we've secured match funding from the Commonwealth to continue that.
Yeah, and so hopefully that's looking to fill kind of your workforce shortages in high demand areas.
Definitely. Yeah. Look, some of them we have to go out a couple of times because even with Pay to Learn, they're harder to fill, but it's definitely made a difference. What we've seen is actually a lot of reduction in the excess hours that some of our full-time teachers were teaching. So our teachers teach 720 hours a year, and some of them in those areas like construction, electrotech, they were teaching much more than the optimum complement of hours. So by bringing more teachers in, the hours are shared, and that's really good for wellbeing as well.
Yeah, no, just as I said, it was interesting to hear it. I didn't know much about it, so it'd be good to see how that goes, and I hope we get some good outcomes from it, but it sounds like it's tracking along pretty well.
I was going to say, I met a teacher at Ingleburn, which is our carpentry skills site, and he said to me he was a one of the really early paid-to-learn teachers, and I said, okay, so what made you want to make the switch? And he said, the program was just there at the perfect time for me. I was too old to be walking around on roofs, but seeing the young apprentices come through the program is really rewarding. It's a great thing for me to be able to do, those kinds of things. So the stories of people who otherwise might not be able to consider or afford to come to be a TAFE teacher, sort of having had a long career or some of a career in the trades is really important.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think any of those sort of pathway programs that keep skill and expertise in your industry and in your sector is what you want. So, that's great. Which is maybe not a bad segue into, I've got a few specifics just about the TAFE Charter, and obviously I asked the Minister about a couple of the items in it this morning. But I guess in light of the universities joining us shortly as well, I was interested in the mention in here about the partnerships with industry, with universities around micro-credentials, how that's going to play out. And obviously I know that there's been work done in that space in the past, and often sometimes, individuals will go between uni and TAFE, and I think that's always been encouraged. But I guess stemming from this new charter, what are some of the, tangible changes or improvements you want to see with the university sector in terms of micro-credentials, micro-skilling, and industry partnerships?
Yeah, I might ask Ms. Scorer to talk a bit about the Centres of Excellence approach, and maybe also what we've done at IAT, Institute of Applied Technology, Digital and Construction. I think the thing that people are pretty well wrestling with across the tertiary sector is the relationship between the different elements of the tertiary sector, and as you said, people kind of moving between organisations like TAFE and university and back again, and where is that appropriate kind of co-delivery? And it seems to me that it's less of a linear pathway than I'm going to do a Certificate 3 and then I'm going to do a degree at a uni, and it's more suited in some places, particularly maybe renewable energy, to people who might have been degree trained and who are working in the energy sector who need to upskill themselves on some particular aspect of renewables, say, where they can do a micro-skill or a micro-credential with TAFE, which gives them that practical experience from what might have been a career in, electrical, in some other way, or as an electrical engineer. And so those kind of pieces where you're taking people with existing experience and being able to give them skills that are either deeply practical for the workforce or in an emerging technology is a really solid use of that. Ms. Scorer, do you want to talk a bit about the pieces we have underway, particularly in the Centres of Excellence, perhaps?
Happy to. And, the work we're doing with the Centres of Excellence is an area we've learned from. We're basing our learnings from the Institutes of Applied Technology as well. I think one of the biggest themes that the Accord picks up on that we're trying to work through is the recognition of prior learning. And whether that's through some of these micro-skill, micro-credential areas and how an employer acknowledges those as legitimate learning, or how they're recognised as part of what we would call a foundation program. What we heard through the consultations in the early days of the Centres of Excellence was really wanting to make sure that we continue to do what we do around those foundation courses that we deliver that are really important for apprentices to learn their craft, but to provide opportunities for these sorts of uplift or for them to explore and learn in these more emerging areas. But how do we acknowledge that and that allow to be recognised either for continued learning, for example in higher apprenticeships, which we mentioned before as a qualification that we're exploring and will implement in the coming year around the Centres of Excellence. But how do they then go on to recognition in the university pathways if that's where students choose to continue their learning? So that's a big factor for us. But having the universities in close partnership with us, so in the Institutes of Applied Technology, they're active partners. We're proposing a slightly different model, a panel model for the Centres of Excellence, which is how do we unravel some of those technical parts of recognising learning, but how do we also utilise their expertise and their research? Universities are predominantly about research. How do we access some of the research that they have that we are not as equipped to do to inform our course development? And they've been very valuable contributors and partners in that aspect.
And then how, I don't know, it might try you in a bit, Ms McPhee, but I'm just interested, I guess, in terms of Investment New South Wales and how that partners with the work you're doing, Ms Scora, the university collaboration with which micro-credentials and which industry. I mean, that's sort of, I'm assuming, cross-agency collaboration. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add on that, but...
Yes, absolutely. And the work we've done recently in Investment New South Wales around the industry policy speaks very closely to the skills plan and those key priority areas. In representing those key areas, those key missions for the economy around housing, net zero and the energy transition and local manufacturing, where we really see there's an opportunity for the economy to grow and prosper in those areas. And that links very closely with the skill plans and also the net migration work that we do as well.
And Ms Mitchell, I'd just add Jobs and Skills Australia, which is a national research and advisory body to the federal government and states and territory governments, as well recently released a report on tertiary harmonisation that directly went to aspects such as credit transfer. So Ms Scora and Ms Reid kind of talked to some of the work that's happening at TAFE, but that's individual partnerships with individual providers within states and territories. There's recognition that actually needs to be done nationally going forward to have some consistency, because you do find in different circumstances there's different recognition of prior learning between different higher education institutions. So that report called out that and the need for us to, if we're going to do this, to actually bring some national consistency to it, to really get the benefits out of it.
And then just to probably loop you in, Mr Disdar, in terms of, I guess, the micro-credentialing with the universities, that's something I want to ask them about too, but opportunities for, I guess, you know, high school students who might be higher performing to be able to tap into some of those micro courses or start earlier than when they finish their HSC. Is there any kind of update or movement in that space that you're aware of?
I think there can be stronger collaboration and movement here. We've always had, and you'll remember in your time as Minister, we've had accelerated students for HSC, but you know that's a small proportion of the entire student body. We've had a freeing up of vet, the number of vet subjects you can do and still attain a HSC and the ATAR. So I think that's the impetus to come off the back of that and have credentialing at universities. I think it's a good line of questioning this afternoon. It's something that we certainly discuss, but I still think we're fairly embryonic in what micro-credentialing looks like. I think universities are getting stronger and better at course composition. When you and I went through, it was very traditional pathways, whereas you can choose more so across all the universities, across all the discipline areas, and come up with a degree fit for purpose for yourself. But having said that, I think we've got space to move on in micro-credentialing, particularly for students who are still with us in year 11 and 12 when we're chasing high potential gifted, to get them accredited in some university offerings, so that when they jump into university, those going that way have already met some requirements, prior knowledge recognised, and their courses can look a lot different.
And I suppose just in that, I guess, pathways context, really from the senior years of high school into either TAFE or university or whatever pathway young people take, I guess how you can, to your point, Mr Disdar, give options for young people that complement their skill strength, and how you can start that as early as possible to keep that engagement.
Just one other debate and discussion that I want to add. We still have a long way to go as a state and country around the debate to be had between skills and university.
I agree.
I mean, if you look at, we're all discussing the skill shortages. Some of the earnings capacities and employment opportunities far exceed some of your traditional disciplines at university, yet the mentality, and I'm a parent in the system, is that we all sort of chase and push our kids towards uni. We've got to value the skills and pathways just as highly, and I think that vet review and skills plan gives us an opportunity. I mean, you asked the close to 5,000 teachers I have who teach vet, they're exceptional at it. How passionate they are about their subject and how important it is, and they'll tell you that people like me and the Vice Chancellors this afternoon have got to get better at pushing the message around pathways, and that it's an equal pecking order, that one's not any less than the other.
And as you know, I think that was part of the reason why we did make those changes during my time as Minister with the ATAR, so that you weren't kind of making students, I guess, at the end of year 10 pick either vocational or academic. You're trying to increase that.
And I think they were good changes, because it was almost like you're willed into one pathway or another.
Yeah.
And how do we get more, some of our most academically gifted kids to also dive in and get vet qualifications? And if I am, we've got tons of students who are just driven by work placements and hands-on learning, and vet really suits, and now they've got no restrictions on how many they can do, and still they want the HSC and attain the HSC. And that can lead to, like I said earlier, 19% growth in SBATs. It should not be sneezed at, because that's a lot of work to achieve. They are some of our most skilled and qualified kids. They're some of our most disciplined kids. They're at school working to attain a HSC while also walking out with qualifications at Cert 3 level possibly, and they've knocked over a year or two of a apprenticeship. They're way, way more advanced than the traditional pathways that you and I adopted.
Yeah, no, thank you. So just, I guess, following on from that, one of the, and I know you said before, back when we were talking about TAFE Connect, Ms. Reid, I guess trying to get more accessible information out, and again, this is called out in the TAFE Charter as well, about courses. I appreciate the Minister saying earlier that sometimes things will change in terms of numbers, but I guess what is the plan in terms of, I guess, predictability around course offerings as best as you can, and how are you going to improve that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and as we said, the more that TAFE can engage in some multi-year planning and better engagement with local communities, the better. I might ask Ms. Scora to talk a bit about the training portfolio strategy and the educational delivery plan that goes with it, because that's really the piece of work I think that will give us a sense of statewide delivery, but also local certainty. Ms. Scora, do you want to talk a bit about that?
Sure, thank you. So what we try to obviously look at is, from a statewide perspective, is what the skills plan sets out for us in terms of where the skills needs are for the state, but how do we interpret that information to help us to plan what we're going to deliver each year as TAFE New South Wales. And so we've had a delivery planning process in place for some years, an annual process. What we really heard from the vet review in particular was the need for more predictability about what is delivered when, particularly in smaller communities, and the opportunity that we have in the near future to not have the same parameters around the contestable market and how we're funded really gives us an opportunity to think about a 3-year horizon for that planning, and also to think about where are there some opportunities in those more regional and remote locations to have educational delivery present all the time and educational support available all the time, and to give students in those sorts of locations the opportunity to take up some form of learning and to be connected to a location that is in a reasonable distance from home to be able to start their learning sooner. So really trying to think about what we've learned from the sorts of programs we've been talking about today around pathways programs, but how do we facilitate those with a view to, if something is available in your community in 12 months' time, that we can engage with you earlier and give you a pathway to get ready so that when you start that, you're the most successful. The other part of that is it helps us obviously to make best use of the physical assets that we have, but also our most important asset, our teachers, and how do we make best of use of their expertise statewide. And I think that gives us a real opportunity to continue to hear what we do through TAFE Connects about where community needs us to do better or different, and how do we translate that into being the best provider we can in terms of assurance about what we're going to deliver and how it's going to be delivered for students into the future.
So just when you're speaking there, it reminded me of some media recently in Inverell at the hospital there, and I don't know if you're familiar with the specifics, but they're offering for Year 11 and 12 students health service assistance roles in partnership, I think, with Hunter New England and TAFE as well. And so is that the kind of example when you talk about that service planning and delivery, and again, it kind of links back to Year 11 and 12 students as well, working with health in this instance, finding students who already live in that community, giving them training opportunities while they're school-based. Like I read about that because it's obviously not far from where I live, and I know it's not the first time that those sort of things have been done, but I just think those kind of programs really make a difference in terms of your workforce. So then how do you, and using the Inverell one as an example, but how do you, again, determine where you run these sort of courses? Is it based on demand from local community? Do you work with other agencies in terms of choosing the locations? How does that work in practice?
Well, yes to both.
Yeah.
As well as some population information. Where do we know that there might be, a little bump of young people coming through that might be looking for opportunities? If we're thinking we really know that there's an Aboriginal community in this part of the world that we want to work with and have a different pathway for. So it gives us those sorts of opportunities. With a different profile of workforce too, that helps us enormously to plan where our workforce might be as well. Having 80% of our workforce permanent teachers, that gives us a great opportunity to also think about how do we best utilise and give teachers I know many teachers have said to me they would go and work in a regional area for a period of time to take the opportunity to teach a different cohort, have a different experience. And I think we've got so many of these things that are now set differently for us, give us that kind of opportunity to plan differently.
And then in terms of, I guess, how that picks up the closing the gap targets again, which is also talked about in the TAFE Charter, are there any kind of new initiatives that you're looking at in that space, I guess, particularly for Aboriginal students or programs that you're looking to roll out?
Yeah, so I think in a general sense, as we talk about better regional planning, I think one of the things that I've heard people from the Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisations say to me is we don't just need more training because they will say lots of Certificate 3s but not translating into jobs. And so there is a broad piece, I would say, under the response to the vet review with that regional skills planning lens, which is about making sure that the training offered in different places aligns well with actual jobs and transitions into jobs, so making sure that kind of work-enabled training occurs. We do have a range of quite specific programs that work particularly with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. So on day one of semester I was at our Eora campus in Redfern, and there were some students who were day one of the iProud program, which is Indigenous police recruitment.
Yep. I do, yep.
Preparing
I
those.
know the person who founded that.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Let me tell you about it.
It's great.
The excitement and the sense of possibility in that room for their studies, for the careers that they might be able to have, was really palpable. And then obviously you would understand the joining of that with an aspect of cultural safety for those students and their sense of achievement. I was on day 6, I think, at the time, so they were on day 1, I was on day 6, and I said I would go back for their graduation. Did you want to talk about other... I'm not sure who I'm looking at. Did you want to talk about other pieces of support in terms of Aboriginal students?
Well, interestingly, there's obviously a correlation between Aboriginal student outcomes and Aboriginal teachers because, we see those things improving when they see themselves teaching. So, we're really proud to say that our Aboriginal employment numbers have grown 20% since the implementation of our Aboriginal employment strategy.
Well, so when was that?
So the Aboriginal employment strategy has been in place for 2 years. I'll check that.
Okay.
2 years. And we're over 400 Aboriginal employees now, which is an increase. But I think, again, in terms of having Aboriginal teachers coming through our pathway program, that pay to learn program. This cohort's got 15% Aboriginal teachers, and all the way through the program it's averaged, I think it's around 6%, which is more than double our Aboriginal employment percentage overall. So our target's 3%, currently sitting at 2.4, so we've got a way to go. But I think in terms of having teachers in classrooms that Aboriginal students can see, it's really important. And then we've got in our Closing the Gap targets, and I think important to mention, Closing the Gap was elevated in our strategic plan for it to have its own steering committee, which is chaired by the Managing Director, because Closing the Gap is all of our business, of course. And one of the things that we're looking at is greater access to quality education for Aboriginal students and looking at completions, and that covers targets 5, 6 and 7, but that kind of seeing Aboriginal teachers in classrooms for Aboriginal students, we're seeing that's making a difference, and we hope it continues to.
Yeah, great, thank you. I think I do have to listen to that bell, don't I? Yes. Okay, we're done. Sorry, thank you.
No, you've done very well to get
I still had even more, but that's okay.
I'm not at all surprised. Excellent. Okay, that brings us to the end of that session before tea. So just to confirm that we're happy to now excuse Ms. Meredith Soteris, Ms. Tickle, Ms. Scora, Mr. Arambatsis and Ms. Rankin. But we'll hold on to you, Ms. Reid.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are back. Welcome and thank you for giving your time this afternoon to be witnesses. I'm going to just remind Professor Scott and Professor Jegos that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry, but I will have to ask the rest of you to state your name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. I'm going to begin with Professor McLaughlin.
I'm Eileen McLaughlin. I'm the Interim Deputy Vice-Chancellor of the University of Wollongong. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Excellent, thank you. Just bear with me 1 second. Professor Doughton.
Bruce Doughton, Vice-Chancellor of Macquarie University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Brunks.
Professor Brunks from the University of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I give by me will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor Parfitt.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Parfitt and I'm Vice-Chancellor at UTS, and I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Great. Professor Williams.
Yes, it's George Williams from Western Sydney University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Great. And that leaves us with Mr. Cross.
David Cross, Chief of Staff at UNSW. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now I note that we do have witnesses in the overflow seating area, so I'd like to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table, because it assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified. Thank you all. I will now go to questions from crossbench, and that is you, Ms. Mahalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My questioning is going to be specifically to University of Western Sydney, so that's for you, Professor George Williams. Can I just ask you about Bankstown? Can I just ask just how long you've had the position for, just so I can have an idea?
7 months.
7 months, right. Okay, so specifically, when did you start last year?
July 22 last year.
Oh, right. Okay. So you may, and you have missed the article that I'm going to refer to by about 3 weeks, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be on top of this issue. So I'm going to ask you about Bankstown campus. Can I ask you how many students are currently enrolled at Bankstown campus?
I'll need to take that on notice and give you that information. We have about 9 different campuses.
No,
so
no
I can
problem.
give you
It's not a problem.
breakdowns,
Yes, I should have started by saying you're welcome to take it on notice if you don't know the answer. Yes. So I'll ask you then if you can let me know how many are enrolled, how many are overseas students, and how many are local students.
We can supply that information.
Right, and I'd like to also know if you have data specifically in relation to where students reside. Is that data that perhaps the campus may
I can
keep?
check that. Often we won't, because we might have email and other information. But
Right,
again, I
rather
can check.
than knowing. If you know they're
Yes.
residential and you may have some data about that and it's publicly available, if you could take that on notice.
Happy to.
That'd be great as well. So the article I want to refer to you is actually in relation to, it's called A Very Curious Deal, the $340 million uni campus with a $1.8 billion price tag. And it was in the Herald, and it was the 5th of July 2024. Were you aware of this article?
I read the article before I started,
You read the article,
yes.
right, okay. And you will be on top of, I think, some of the issues that I might ask in relation to. And that is the deal specifically that's happened at Bankstown. And what I'd like to ask, so for the benefit of the committee, there is an 18-storey tower now at Bankstown. Half of it's university campus and half of it is a commercial leased arrangement. Is that right?
Again, I'd need to check the percentages as to use. I don't know that.
Can you
off
take
the
that
top of
on
my head.
notice?
Happy
I'd like to know what the arrangement is on the 18-storey tower there. How much of it is the university? The article's reporting half-half, but if you can clarify specifically how much of the tower or the building site is used for university purposes. And I'll say broadly purposes, and if you can specify how much of those purposes are academic related, how much of that might be administrative,
sure,
as opposed to academic use, and then the remainder, what is the percentage that's been allocated for commercial office lease arrangements on site? So, can I just clarify? Walker Corporation is the landlord of the building. Is that right? It's no longer the university. What is the current arrangement?
And again, I'll need to take that on notice because I was not involved in any of those negotiations nor the setup at that time. That occurred prior to my time, and I've not had any direct dealings with them over this matter.
You've had no dealings?
No, I haven't had any dealings. I was aware of the article. I got a briefing about the article at the time.
Have you been briefed, though, on the commercial arrangements of the building itself, the fact that the university has a sublease arrangement with Walker Corporation? Originally, it had a leasing arrangement with Bankstown Council. It then took on an arrangement with Walker Corporation in order for Walker Corporation to build the site, the $340 million site, and it now has some long-term 40-year leasing arrangement with Walker Corporation where in effect they've become the landlord and every year the university has to pay a certain amount.
And I'm aware in general terms of the arrangement, but it's not something I've familiarised myself in recent times. So again, I'm happy to take it on notice and come back.
Can you take it on notice? Because I'd like to, my questions were relating to that arrangement, so it might make it a little bit difficult for me, but I'll still proceed with some of the questions I want to ask. So, what I wanted to ask specifically is precisely what Walker Corporation agreed to pay for, and that was the entire redevelopment. Was that amount $340 million, if you can take that on notice?
Will do.
What the actual leasing arrangement with Bankstown Council is, I understand it's a peppercorn rent at $1 a year, plus there was an initial fee of $12 million. If you can clarify what that's precisely that fee was.
Yes.
And have you since, in coming to the position, have you done your own sort of due diligence check on the arrangement that was?
Yeah, I did ask for a briefing after I'd started in light of that article, and in particular, I sought information about whether all government checks had been received. Also asked for a probity analysis as well to satisfy myself as to what had occurred, and I had a number of discussions. This would have been shortly after I arrived in July last year.
Yes.
And the information I received satisfied me that at all stages the relevant government approvals had been received, and in fact that there was nothing I identified at that point that I felt needed to be taken further. But I'm happy to supply you the same information to help you understand what I was briefed on at that time.
So can you make that probity analysis then publicly available? Is that what you're saying?
By probity analysis, that was an oral conversation I had at that time, talking to the relevant people, asking questions about government agencies involved, and myself satisfying myself that in light of the article that all relevant processes had occurred, and I was satisfied at that time that that had occurred, and it meant that there was no further steps I thought needed to be taken at that point, but I'm equally happy to provide you with the same information.
So were you concerned with what the former Valuer General said in the article? And that was that they believed, and I'll quote, over the life of the loan, they would pay an awful lot less than $1.8 billion. So right now the university is going to pay $1.8 billion over the next 40 years. And he says, and I quote, I would suggest it's a lot like somebody who can't afford to buy a new car and does one of those high purchase lending deals and ends up paying 5 times what the car would have cost. He estimates, Parker, the university could have saved up to $1 billion on the project. Did you take the opportunity to speak to the former New South Wales Valuer General who made these comments?
No, I didn't speak to the former Valuer General, but I do recall that article. I haven't looked at it since July of last year, but I do recall also quotes in the article indicating that it was a deal that made sense for both parties. And when I did make my own inquiries, it was on a commercial basis. It was a good deal for the university. It was a deal that actually delivered the teaching and other outcomes that we needed. And it was also an arrangement that critically the costs reflected the allocation of risk, and that as a university we're far less able to take some commercial risk than other people would, and so hence the pricings reflected that. And all of the indications were that it was a good outcome for the university consistent with our mission.
So when you did your probity analysis or oral conversations, was that just with your internal staff? Did you take any advice externally?
Yeah, it was just with my internal staff, and I was sufficiently satisfied at that point. It was just a newspaper article. I recall in the article there were people at that point, even in the article itself, who identified that this was a sensible outcome.
Well, sorry, who does that? In the article, it only talks to a gentleman by the name of Michael Cook, who was a long-time executive at Investor Property Group and was a real estate agent.
Yes,
so
and I think
he ticks it. He gives it a good tick.
That's right, and it was enough for me that I felt I needed to ask questions. Again, these were matters that occurred before I started, so I was really satisfying myself.
You're overseeing this now. I mean,
Correct.
You're overseeing
That's right.
This lengthy lease arrangement
That's right.
to Walker Corporation. So I'm just I want to know what questions you've posed to your staff that were perhaps involved in this, and whether you've sought any independent external examination of this contractual arrangement, and you've answered that as no. Is that right?
No, and I didn't feel the need, given the answers I received at that time, noting also that the processes we have at Western Sydney University build in external assurance processes for all of our major developments. So in fact, those things had occurred during the process. But as I say, I was at that point acting on the basis of a media article. I sought advice. I was satisfied by what I was told in light of that, in particular that all approvals had been received, that there had been no flags at any point raised by government in light of any of those matters, and that was sufficient for me to believe. It was an article I read, but there was no more that I saw at that point that needed investigation.
Well, I'm just interested, why would government flag anything if this was a private arrangement between a university and a developer corporation? Where would they have needed to sort government?
It's a good question. I think whenever I start with these inquiries, I always start with, have we complied with all relevant rules and regulations? Have we made sure, consistent with our own legislation, that we've complied with our obligations? The answer was clearly yes. That took us into commercial territory, as you say, and the discussions I had were why this was a commercially appropriate deal for the university, given the allocation of risk, particularly developer risk, and that's risk that the universities would not bear.
What about the risk to this $1 billion that you've got to pay back over the next 40 years? Is that'll be a burden on the university in terms of student fees and ensuring that you have the money every year to pay the developer? Is that not an issue?
And again, I'm happy to give you more information because...
Can you give me the exact amount that you have to pay every year to fulfil this
and I don't know that off the top of my head,
arrangement?
so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay. I'm fine.
Great. Thank you. I might start with you, Professor McLaughlin. I understand that the University of Wollongong went through a restructure called Transformation back in... it's now called Transformation. The one that we had in 2019 and 2020 was called Whan UOW. I understand you've just started a new restructure called Transformation, which comes with an admission that the previous restructure was a bit of a failure. Can you confirm how many staff were lost in that restructure?
So you're talking about the first restructure?
Yeah.
Yes, I can't confirm that. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Do you know whether a consultancy firm was used to develop Whan UOW?
Not to my knowledge, but I can check to make sure and obviously provide that information on notice.
Thank you. Do you report in your annual report, and apologies, I normally have one with me, what your consultants spend? I know I've got a total of your consulting spend somewhere at around 14 million for the previous financial year. Do you report on sort of breaking down that expenditure in your annual report? Do you know?
I can check the annual report, which I have with me, if you want. I can't confirm that at the moment. Okay,
I don't think you do. So on the basis that I don't think you do, could you maybe take it on notice to come back to us with what that spend looks like, particularly for anything that's over sort of $50,000, which is something that government agencies need to report against. I think some of you do this in your annual report and others don't, but I believe that you don't. Thank you. I understand that there's cuts to the University of Wollongong in its overall costs being contemplated right now, including these sort of potential staff redundancies. Why hasn't the University of Wollongong looked to its investments in real estate to liquidate rather than cutting jobs?
So as part of the university's overall portfolio, it's currently looking across all of its actual investments and real estate as part of the whole process of the transformation.
So will it be cutting? Will you be liquidating some of those investments, those real estate investments?
That is under consideration at the moment.
Okay.
I can't tell you what the answer to that will be, but it is certainly part of the transformation process that we're undertaking at the moment.
Okay, I probably should have started with where transformation is up to then, this project. Is it, when did it start?
So the initial started in September when we have a consultation period as part of our enterprise agreement where we consult with staff and then we develop a change process over 2 different stages, and the eventual part of stage 1 and stage 2 was then concluded early in January, and we are now in the next part of the transformation process.
Okay, and have some jobs already been cut as part of that?
So there have been 91.6 FTE that have left the university, of which 2/3, I think 67 of them are actually voluntary redundancies.
Okay, thank you. And I understand, and this is a bit of a theme with a lot of the universities where we have redundancies and then we are hiring back into the same positions and then having redundancies again a few years later. Are you able to on notice, come back to me with how many of those redundancies from the 2019-2020 cuts were then, those positions were then refilled in between? And then also how many of those are now being lost again, if there's any sort of data you can give me with that, that'd be very helpful. So looking at, I understand there was a deal that was done with, I think it was Lend-Lease? Loans were taken out for student accommodation. That's right, with Lend-Lease. And it was during COVID at the beginning of 2020. And as part of that student accommodation lease, there was quite a lot of money was paid out by University of Wollongong as part of that. Can you confirm how much was lost as part of that deal?
I was not at the university. I didn't join the university until 2021, so that is before my time as a member of staff. I will take that on notice and provide you with the information.
Thank you. Do you know if there was any, I guess, I'm interested in when those sorts of transactions go wrong, or, being generous, if we're looking back, we say, well, that probably wasn't a very smart financial decision. What are the consequences then for the council and the university governance as a whole? Is any action taken in those circumstances?
For those particular circumstances, I am not aware because I was not actually at the university when that occurred. I will take that on notice, though we do have a complete governance system in place which oversees the actions of our council and our university.
Okay. I'm being informed that University of Wollongong management is placing restrictions on research grant expenditures as a cost-saving measure. Are you aware of that?
So the university has deemed review of all spending across the entire institution. For discretionary travel, then there is review whether or not that aligns with the conditions of the grant that's actually in place.
Okay. I understand that it's not necessarily being implemented necessarily in that way, and that what this is doing is effectively impeding the conduct of research at University of Wollongong. Have you had those complaints made to you?
No, I haven't made. There's been no complaint to me that has been around unable to do research as a result of any financial restriction. In fact, it's externally funded research. It gets undertaken.
I'm also told that in some cases, because a researcher takes their research grant with them if they move to another university, that the University of Wollongong is basically seeking out third parties not involved in the research to join the research, so that then the research grant stays with the University of Wollongong if the primary researcher was to leave. Have you had that complaint raised to you?
That hasn't been raised to me, but I can take that on notice and make inquiries.
Okay, thank you. That'd be very useful. I understand that in relation to the current job losses, that staff provided quite extensive feedback on the inaccuracies and systemic bias in the data used. So things like saying that a course that hadn't even run the year before only had, didn't have enough enrolments, and that data then being used to justify somebody's for a teacher not to have I guess need to be there anymore, so to make the case for their redundancy. Are you aware of the feedback that staff gave in relation to the data that was used?
I'm certainly aware of quite a lot of feedback. We had 2 processes where data was released and staff were asked to confirm, and so there was a dialogue that went on for some weeks while data was verified. And I know that for some cases the corrections were actually made to the data.
Okay. The understanding I have, so I understand the union had to go to the Fair Work Commission in order to release the data on all of the disciplines. Why wasn't that data made available in the first place?
In the first stage of the consultation, only a small part of the university's portfolio was actually impacted, and the data was released for that. The request was for the data for all of the other disciplines which were not impacted, and that data was released later.
There was a well-publicised case where the recent interim Vice-Chancellor, John Dewar, was working for a consulting firm called Cordamentha at the same time as Cordamentha was paid $600,000 by the university to conduct operational reviews. And this has caused a lot of controversy around University of Wollongong's conflict of interest management processes. Has anything been done after that publicity to tighten up on conflicts of interest?
I'm aware that Council has undertaken a self-review, and so that will form part of that self-review.
Final question for you. I understand that that management often consults with the Student Advisory Council, which is the group that's been set up by management, rather than the WSA, the Wollongong Undergraduate Students Association, which is the student elected body. In what circumstances do you choose to use the Student Advisory Council instead of the WUSA?
So the Student Advisory Council is used extensively to consult on a whole range of matters across the entire university, largely because they represent groups of people across the entire diversity of the university. So there are matters for which the Student Advisory Council is routinely consulted on, which affect obviously the student body.
Thank you. I'll go to the opposition now. Ms. Carter.
Good afternoon, Professor Doughton. Perhaps I could start with you, if I may. If female students reported feeling unsafe on your campus, would you respond by setting aside one room in the university where you could assure their safety?
No, I thank you for that question. We have a dedicated process available 24/7 to students at the university to raise concerns if they have concerns about their safety. We would not be dedicating a specific room to a single student, if that's the question.
Yet you appear to have responded to concerns raised by Jewish students by creating one safe space. Why not a whole safe campus for Jewish students?
Our campus, I believe, is a safe campus. The use of the word safe space is a construct of the Sydney media. It is not a phrase that's ever been used by the university. What we have done is respond to a request from a student organisation, which we receive a number of over time. They requested a space specifically for the preparation and storage of kosher food, and where they could have a space to be together as students. That is no different than any other space that we've provided to other student groups. the notion of safe space is a construct of the media.
And so you're confident that the entirety of your campus is a safe space for Jewish students?
We work very hard to maintain a safe and welcoming space for all students who come to the campus, including our Jewish students, yes.
And you're aware that there are reports of Jewish students feeling concerned about attending lectures at Macquarie?
I'm aware of those concerns being raised in the media. We have had very little complaint from our own students. I've personally met with the student groups involved a number of times during the last year and a half, and we have not had those concerns brought to us in a concerted way. They asked for a space, as I say before, to store and prepare kosher food.
Okay, thank you. And you have modules which students complete about a range of matters, including Indigenous heritage, sustainability, academic honesty, before students can access assignments and learning materials on MyLearn?
Thank you for that question. We do have those modules. They do not have to complete those modules before they can access learning materials. That again is a construct. I know not where it comes from. Students can access the learning materials before those modules are completed.
When are students required to complete those modules?
During the course of their studies.
And is every student required to complete a certain set of core modules?
There are the 4 modules that you mentioned at the moment: academic integrity, a safe campus for Macquarie University, sustainability, and the Indigenous heritage and culture module. Those 4 modules are currently mandatory for students. In response to concerns that have been raised, as we do for all courses, we're regularly reviewing those courses, content and their nature.
So currently all 4 of those modules are compulsory for students during the course of their studies?
They are now, yes.
Right. And for how long have they been compulsory?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have that.
No, that would be great. The Safer Communities module which students complete, does this deal with anti-Semitism?
Again, I'd have to look at that in detail to see if there is specific content about that. It certainly, I believe, deals with discrimination in general. I would have to take that on notice. I would add that we have been in regular communication with both our staff and student bodies, where specifically anti-Semitism and Islamophobia have been raised, including by me personally, in written and oral communications with the university community.
Okay, thank you. And the, I believe it's pronounced Manawari module that's compulsory. Does this include material that non-Indigenous students are taught that they are visitors and settlers in their own land?
Those words were in the introduction to this module when that was raised with me. As we do regularly for any course, it was raised with me. I asked that be reviewed. Those words have now been removed.
And for how long were those words and that instruction present in that module before your review?
I'd have to take that on notice and check when it went up.
And if you could, that would be good. And what are the processes for regular review of these compulsory modules?
These modules fit under the purview of the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academic, and there is a process of review in accordance with our usual academic review of courses.
And so if it hadn't been raised in the media, would it have been reviewed and removed?
It would have been reviewed, yes.
Would it have been removed, Professor?
I can't speak to that. I would need to, that's a delegated responsibility to those who develop the materials and those who review them.
You would agree that informing non-Indigenous students that they are visitors and settlers does not really build a culture of inclusion, which is one of Macquarie's core values?
That's why I asked for the review to be done.
Thank you. Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah is a researcher in your Department of Sociology, I believe?
Correct.
And she was a presenter at the Anti-Racism Symposium convened at the Queensland University of Technology earlier this year?
Yes.
And that, I believe, was the symposium at which the trope Dutton's Jew was presented?
I don't know specifically whether that's true or not.
Thank you. Have you been asked by the Australian Research Council to provide video or a transcript of Dr. Abdel Fattah's speech in which she allegedly has said that She refused an ARC requirement to stage a traditional academic conference and instead invited women to contribute revolutionary quotes and declared, and I quote, "I refuse to cite anybody who has remained silent over Gaza, no matter how authoritative and big they are in their fields, they are deficient human beings." Have you been asked to provide video or transcript?
Macquarie University does not have a copy of that video or a transcript.
But you were asked by the ARC to provide that
I
material?
would have to check with the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Research. I'm not aware that we have been asked to provide that, but I have to take that on notice.
If you could, because Dr. Richard Johnson, the Acting Chief Executive of the ARC, told Senate estimates that he had been engaging with your university for a year over this matter, and I wondered why it was taking so long to engage with the ARC.
For clarification, the QUT matter was just earlier this year, I believe, hasn't been going on for a year.
Okay.
The matters related to Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah have been going for some time, and we have been in touch with the ARC about a range of matters.
Thank you. And how much of the $870,000 research grant awarded to Dr. Abdel Fattah does the university currently retain?
I don't have that information here.
Can you provide it on notice, Professor?
I can provide that, I believe, yes.
Thank you. And of the research grant, how much goes to the university and how much goes to fund the expenses of the research conducted by the researcher?
All of the funds allocated by the ARC are spent for the purposes of the research.
Great, thank you. And have you received a notice of suspension in relation to that grant?
We have.
You would be familiar, I'm sure, with Macquarie University's Code for the Responsible Conduct of Research, which provides, inter alia, at Section 2, Part A, that your researchers, quote, treat fellow researchers and others involved in the research fairly and with respect. Do you have any concerns that Dr. Abdel Fattah is not complying with this code?
I think that we have to be very careful that we are not getting into any territory which potentially abuts up against the privacy or confidentiality of individual staff members when there may be matters of investigation being proceeded with. And so I would politely suggest it's not appropriate for me to respond to specific questions about that particular staff member.
Because you believe there's an investigation in process about that staff member? I'll hear the point of order.
I think it's a bit unfair in light of the preceding answer to then try to verbal a particular fact, which clearly the professor's doing his best to avoid, I would suggest. And I think on quite proper grounds he's doing so.
To the point of order, I was not seeking to verbal, I was really seeking clarification of exactly what the preceding answer was.
If you could perhaps reframe the question.
Thank you. What would be the process if you were concerned that there had been a breach by a researcher of the Code of Responsible Conduct? What would be the process for an investigation of that possible breach or that researcher?
For any concern raised about a matter of research conduct for any academic staff member in the university, we would apply Macquarie's own Code of Responsible Conduct of Research, which closely mirrors, as I believe do most universities, the Australian Code. That would provide for the initial establishment of whether there's a prima facie case to be answered or not, and if there is, there would be an investigation process launched out of that. That would apply to any concern raised about an academic staff member and their research.
I understand that one of the 4 compulsory modules is an academic honesty module, which would deal with referencing. Assuming that Dr. Abdel Fattah has been quoted correctly and there's been no contest of the quote that she refuses to cite anybody who's remained silent over Gaza because they are deficient human beings, how does that sit with what Macquarie teaches its students about academic honesty and appropriate referencing and use of resources?
Well, thank you again for that question. First of all, I would reiterate that we have not seen the full transcript of what Dr. Abdel Fattah said at that meeting, and I would again reiterate, I don't think it's appropriate for me to be responding to questions about a specific academic staff member when there may be matters ultimately adjudicated through other processes. Our academic integrity model directed at students firmly emboldens a set of standards about a whole range of matters, in relation to conduct of academic integrity, not just in relation to citation, but it's a very wide set of issues around not using contract cheating services and the like.
Okay, thank you. I may have some questions for you later, but thank you for
Thank
those. Professor Scott, perhaps if I could come to you.
Yes.
You acknowledge publicly that you and I think the broader university failed Jewish students and staff. Do you also acknowledge that by allowing the encampment to continue for some months, the university inadvertently helped to foster the current climate of anti-Semitism, as behaving in that way was seen to be tacitly endorsed by our leading academic institution?
Well, last time I was here, you asked me questions on the encampment, and I believe I answered them comprehensively and thoroughly. The encampment started, best part of 9 months ago now, and has been completed for a full semester, and now we've got another semester underway. We made a number of steps that I believe were very constructive on the back of the end of the encampment, which I think has significantly improved the tone in and around campus. I note with interest that student complaints have reduced 80 to 90% in the second semester on the back of the campus access policy that we introduced, and we have a revised campus access policy for this semester. So the
That's
events...
very interesting, Professor Scott, but it doesn't actually go to the question that I asked you. What was the cultural impact of that encampment and allowing it to proceed for as long as you did? Did it have an impact on the culture of anti-Semitism that we sadly have not really seen very productive diminutions of in Sydney recently?
I would refer you back, I think, to comments that I made when I was last here, that the university is a microcosm of broader society. As you'll have seen from comments by the authorities, levels of anti-Semitism have significantly increased across our society, particularly since October 7. Universities that had protests and protest activities, as numbers of our universities have, reflect that microcosm, but I reject the broader assertion that you put forward.
Okay. You gave evidence that you declined an offer from the New South Wales Police to move the protesters on and close down the encampment. When was that offer made by the New South Wales Police?
I spoke to that when I was last here.
With respect, Professor Scott, you spoke to that at the Senate inquiry. You didn't speak to that here.
Yeah. What I'll simply say about our engagement with the police is that we were in constant discussion with the police through the time of the encampment. Our security team had constant discussions, at times daily discussions with the authorities, close contacts with the police. The Bruce Hodgkinson review that was commissioned by the university paid tribute to the work of our security team and endorsed their close connection and engagement with New South Wales Police. And part of those discussions were discussions that went to how best we manage the complexity of the encampment, how we dealt with some of the complexities of the legal interpretation around enforceability and the Enclosed Lands Act, which is something that I've raised previously in this Parliament. And so these were all questions that were part of ongoing discussions with New South Wales Police.
I'll have further questions for you later. Perhaps you could take on notice when exactly the police offered to close the encampment. And I believe my colleague has some questions.
Thank you very much. Professor Dalton, if I could direct this one to you. You are aware of recent commentary concerning Macquarie University and its requirement that a student who was enrolled in Masters of Creative Writing undertake what has been reported as a Manawari student training unit about Aboriginal and cultural awareness, as well as sustainability modules based on the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Thank you. Professor, look, university sort of vice-chancellors, from my experience, have sort of had a long history of forcing students to undertake actions in terms of compulsory mandatory activities like this as a condition of enrolment. I mean, we saw this for years with compulsory student unionism in place at campuses, and for many decades, university VCs and administrators sort of opposed the freedom of association. Students were forced to join these unions, often not representing their best interest or their choice not to join these unions. But back to the issue in terms, look, as a graduate of Macquarie Uni, I'm interested in this, Professor Dalton. Is there a requirement for the completion of compulsory units in Aboriginal cultural awareness, sustainability, or anything of a similar nature as part of enrolment now generally for all courses at Macquarie University?
As I've testified earlier, yes, we have those units in place. I would, with respect, take issue with the comparison between compulsory student unionism and educational programs, particularly in the vein of campus safety, for argument's sake, which is very strongly focused on ensuring a safe campus, particularly around sexual conduct matters, and also the academic integrity unit, which is about facilitating students' successful passage through the university by making them aware of the concerns about academic integrity matters.
Thank you.
So they don't fall short.
I respect that. Thank you. I respect that. I just direct that my question was in specific to the Manawari Student Training Unit about Aboriginal cultural awareness in terms of being a compulsory, mandatory study module as part of enrolment and graduation at Macquarie University.
Yes, it is, and as I referenced earlier as well, those programs and that nature is under review.
Sorry, Professor, those?
Whether those programs are mandatory or not is being reviewed by the university now. I've asked for that review to be done.
If I could draw to your attention, I'm happy to table this. This is a communication from the Macquarie University. It's got the Macquarie University email and standard on the top of it. Student Manawara training, compulsory completion, student information. The unit will take 1 hour to complete, and the advice is students will only be required to complete this once. Upon completion, study sessions will not be hidden. Professor Dalton, is access to enrolled studies not available before completion of these courses?
I thank you for raising that, and certainly I appreciate that concern. When that concern was brought to me, that information has now been amended. As I referenced earlier, it is not a prevention of access to course materials to complete these programs.
Mm-hmm. And Professor, if I could also draw your attention that this is a Macquarie University post on Instagram. This remained live as of last night, and it's advice to new students preparing for your studies at Macquarie. You'll need to complete 4 introductory modules to understand some of our policies, values, responsibilities. The 4 areas I've listed, the 4th being student Manawara training. You will find you have been automatically enrolled to the modules, and the post goes on to say, we encourage you to complete this as soon as possible to ensure you have full access to your unit content online. Access to study and content is not available as represented by this post until completion of these modules.
I'm happy to take that on notice and look into that Instagram post.
Professor, are there any plans to introduce further requirements at the university that students must undertake further units of study relating to...
No.
Thank you. Would you like more questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just back on to Professor George Williamson, please, in relation to Bankstown. I think I asked you earlier just the exact numbers of students enrolled in domestic local students, yes, and separately overseas students. Can I also ask what's the breakdown of how many students are enrolled in physical or face-to-face lectures and classes as opposed to online learning? Is there a separation?
Of course, what often happens is there's a blended approach to those. We have a number of students who do both aspects of those, and I can give you a breakdown both as to solely online, yes, solely in person, and the blend, if you like, and I can take that on notice.
That'd be great if you could take that on notice, and if I can have, yes, that breakdown, that would be appreciated. Can I ask you, have you or any of your staff had any discussions with either Health New South Wales or TAFE New South Wales about the redevelopment taking place at Bankstown TAFE in relation to a new hospital there? Have you been briefed
I've not
at
had
all,
those
or any of
discussions
your-
myself, but I can't speak for my staff about those things. Again, I can take that further on notice, and the answer is no, I have not, but I
Yes.
can't answer for every other person.
So can you take it on notice? I'd just like to know whether you've had, or whether University of Western Sydney, any of the appropriate staff have had briefings from Health New South Wales and also from TAFE New South Wales about any potential arrangements, partnerships in the future moving forward. And also, does Bankstown campus or will Bankstown campus offer any health-related courses? Are you aware if it does?
Again, I'll need to check exactly what programs we offer there. Yeah, let me take that on notice as to what specifically we offer there. I don't recall that, but I don't want to confirm it until I check.
Okay. And just back to the $1.8 billion Walker Corporation deal, I understand you took you had your own discussions on coming into the position. Are you aware of there being any independent audit taking place of the actual contractual arrangement? Has there been any independent audit of it or assessment of it?
I would need to check that because you're testing my memory from a conversation I had last July. Let me get back to you on that. I was satisfied at the time that all relevant processes had been completed, but as to whether there was an independent and who completed it, I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you know if they undertook any assessment as to actually taking up the loan themselves directly, the University of Western Sydney?
I don't know.
As opposed to having an arrangement with Walker Corporation?
I don't know. It was before my time. I'm not aware.
Is that at all, is there any information provided in relation to that? What kind of assessments were undertaken, or?
The assessments I took at the time were to check that it was on a viable commercial basis, and I was satisfied as to that at the time. And I remember I was also informed at the time that the article did not contain a lot of further information that made it clear this was not only a viable but a sensible arrangement for the university to enter into. But in terms of the specifics, I don't have them before me, but I'm happy to supply you with what I can.
Professor, they had an opportunity to respond to the article. They chose not to. That's okay. I can understand why they didn't comment. You don't necessarily have to comment. But has there been was there a public comment or a comment from the university to its students and to the community in response at all?
Not that I'm aware of. Again,
that
the article was before I had
media, or?
The article was before I had started, so I don't know for sure. But I do also know that it may assist you that, of course, some of these matters are in confidential commercial arrangements as well, which no doubt the newspaper did not have access to, which may tell a larger part of the story. But again, I was not part of those negotiations at the time. And
well, if that wasn't true, wouldn't the university take the opportunity to refute some of the claims there, or particularly that $1.8 billion price tag that they're referring to? And they're saying that the university has to pay $45 million a year to Walker Corporation for the next 40 years. I mean, if
and
that's
again, I don't know. It's possible the university did. I don't know. I wasn't in the chair at that point.
Do you know if they are or not, or you don't know?
Know if they are.
Going to be paying $45 million? Are you going to be paying
Again, I'll need to
$45
take that on
million
notice
every year?
because I'm happy to look at that information. I don't have it before me.
Okay, could you clarify what the arrangement is?
Yes, I'm happy to get further information on notice.
Can you also do you receive? Can you clarify what sort of federal funding the university receives? Is that something that could be publicly?
Yes, I mean in terms of our total budget, it's about 60% of our funding is provided by the Commonwealth through a arrangement of Commonwealth supported places through student fees and the like. And of course, there's a much more sophisticated breakdown. But again, it would depend on what sort of Commonwealth funding for what project you're interested in. We also receive specific funding for things like an agritech precinct at our Hawkesbury campus. That was a recent announcement. And there are a lot of particular arrangements that many universities might have where particular programs are funded.
Do you know if the university went to actual tender for this, or was this a private arrangement?
Again, I just wasn't involved in those matters at the time, and I can't tell you off the top of my head what occurred in that regard.
Can you take that on notice?
I'm happy to.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I do have something else quickly.
Go
Just
ahead.
on the TAFE, on the redeveloped site, so you're going to come back to me on whether any staff have had any discussions, and there's been no interest from the University of Western Sydney to take up. There's been an ROI for tender for relocation of the TAFE. The university has not been involved in that at all.
Not to my. I haven't. not to my knowledge, but again, sometimes these arrangements go back many years. So I can simply say
It's
I'm
a
not aware of
recent
it.
tender. I'm just wondering whether the university's taken any interest. We've answered my question in the context that perhaps you haven't had an interest in the ROI itself, but whether you've had any discussions with either Canterbury Bankstown Council or TAFE New South Wales into any of the university's facilities being used or utilised for the purposes of this relocation.
I mean, I can say, I not specifically for that, but I can say generally, yes, we would like to have some discussions. In fact, I wrote to the acting head of TAFE to say I'd like to have a meeting to discuss how, in fact, as part of the harmonisation... I know, that's right, we haven't had our meeting yet.
You guys can talk and break.
I think as a university, we actually need to do much more with TAFE, and we have many campuses next to TAFE facilities. There's been a recent report talking about harmonisation. At my end, I've spoken to many students who have expressed concern at their inability to articulate TAFE qualifications into university. So actually, I'd like to do much more in this area, I think, and I would like to work with TAFE on that, but that hasn't yet happened. And there's actually a meeting we'll hopefully be having soon to discuss those matters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Professor Doughton, I'll start with you. Just in relation to Dr. Abdul Fattah, who I had the pleasure of listening to speak at an event last week, actually. I hadn't heard her speak before, and I put on record my admiration for her bravery and courage in the face of what she's experienced recently. I guess my question for you is, when you get these sorts of, and all of you have had a bit of this, I think, but when you have significant attacks from the Murdoch press and from some in the Liberal Party, how do you, I guess, react to that in a way that maintains your duty of care to staff and the pressure that this sort of thing can put on staff, particularly in this case where, it's like, you know, I say particularly in this case, it's yet another case where it's largely unfounded as far as I can tell. How do you, I guess, respond politically while also maintaining academic freedom, due process, duty of care to staff, and academic independence as well?
I'll generalise my response if I might. We take a number of approaches towards that, both for the individual staff member as well as for the community at large. For the individual staff member, those in a direct reporting line would be meeting with the staff member and offering support. We would draw upon the expertise of our employee relations group in human resources part of the university. We would be offering support from independent external providers that we make available to all of our staff, and employee assistance program we have on contract to be able to provide arm's length psychological support and counselling. So we work very hard to try to provide support for any staff member who might be under duress for whatever circumstance, whether it be personal health reasons, media issues or whatever. We also reach out more broadly into our own staff and trying to be clear around our policies and procedures. And again, at the difficult intersection, as you've referenced earlier, Chair, at the difficult intersection between academic freedom, freedom of speech, and maintaining a safe environment for everyone. That is an awkward space for universities in Australia at this time, and we work hard to try to provide clarity in the complexity of that to our staff around what the standards expected are. We do that in a variety of ways through written communications. For instance, I have sent an email out to all staff members at the start of the new year this year to welcome them back and to elucidate some of my stand and the university's stand on these matters. I referenced this just as recently as last week in the university-wide town hall that was attended by well over 1,000 staff members. Do the same thing for our student body as well. So we try to approach this in a multilateral way with due regard for, on the one hand, a safe and welcoming and supportive environment for all of our staff members and students, as well as protecting and adhering to the tenets around freedom of speech and academic inquiry.
Thank you. If I could turn to you, Professor Scott, how much money was spent on the Hodgkinson external review of campuses?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Since the university implemented its new policy, when was that? June last year, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
How many notices of alleged misconduct have been issued?
Again, I'll take that on notice if I can.
Thank you. If you come back to me with how many were to staff, how many to students,
Sure.
how many visitors, and then within that category, to the extent you know, how many identify as First Nations people, how many identify as people of colour, and how many international students in the case of students. That would be very
Sure.
useful.
I'll take
Thank
that on
you.
notice.
I'll come to you, Professor Williams. I understand that Western Sydney is partnering or in some sort of agreement, a research agreement, with the Israeli medical technology company Psych. Are you aware of this?
I actually became aware of it yesterday. A student mentioned it to me, and actually this afternoon I asked my Deputy Vice Chancellor Research to look into that to give me a briefing on it.
Okay, that's great. I understand it's something to help IDF soldiers to sleep, something along those lines. It's been brought to my attention that the company is, I believe, owned by a tobacco company, or there's a significant investment by a tobacco company in that Psych company, which would breach the university's investment rules, I think. Is that something that you are looking into?
It's certainly
as
something I'm
well?
interested in, yes. A student gave me a flyer mentioning these things. I received the flyer, I gave it to my lead in this today and said, please look into this. This looks important to get across and see if there are any breaches or concerns. But obviously I've only just received it, so it needs to be looked into so I can get the information.
That's great. And are you aware of the petition that's circulating for this?
The student mentioned there was a petition too.
Right.
And in fact, that same student separately mentioned that to me last week. There was a petition, and then today gave me the flyer, so I actually had the information needed to follow up.
I like this student. I think we should.
we
should
you know?
recruit this student. All
It's
right.
conflict
That's fantastic. Thank you. I will wait for you to get your briefing and come back to us on notice then on those points. Are you aware of concerns by the Bangladeshi community regarding artwork at the Parramatta campus, which includes a bust of former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's late father?
Yes.
Are you aware of the concerns the Bangladeshi community has with that bust?
Yes, I am particularly given recent events in Bangladesh, and I was written to by a community group. I asked my team to review it and to consult widely with the community to understand the concerns. And yes, and my understanding is we're going to be sensitively responding to that. And we have not yet informed the students, but we are looking at change, shall we say, in that area in light of that. But we want to make sure we continue the consultation with our Bangladeshi community so it's done in the right way.
Thank you. I think especially given the sort of numbers of students killed in Bangladesh in the recent uprising, I think that's, I'm glad to hear that you're taking that seriously.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. I will, I think, come back to you, Professor McLaughlin. And you may need to take this on notice as well, but in terms of the debt refinancing that was undertaken, I tried to make sense of this in the annual report, and I understand there was some finance given at quite a low interest rate, and that had to be refinanced at a sort of more normal interest rate. Are you in a position to tell me what the financial impact of that refinancing has been?
No, I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. There's been a lot made of the impact of the potential sort of cap, I guess, on international students and the financial impact that will have on universities. And in the case of University of Wollongong, I understand that Ministerial Direction 111, if I've got that right, is effectively reducing a lot of the impact of Ministerial Direction 107, but the university is still saying, as part of the transformation blurb that's on the website, that will have a significant impact on on student numbers going forward and on finances. Can you explain the quantum of that impact? My understanding is that under the new direction, there's a sort of 80% limit on how many visas get fast-tracked. But in the case of University of Wollongong, I was led to understand that you weren't historically meeting those sort of large numbers of students, of international students anyway. Are you able to tell me what the actual impact is?
Okay, so I can't give you the exact numbers. I can give you the context. The context is that after Ministerial Directive 107 was actually put in place, there was a very significant downturn in the numbers of students who were actually coming through to the university. That has impacted the whole of the pipeline that we actually have of students. And though Ministerial Direction 111 has been put in place, there hasn't been a significant rebound of the numbers during that time period. I can get you the exact numbers and the proportions of those. That is, which I don't actually have to hand at the moment, but I can certainly supply those.
Thank you. I'm just curious as to how it sort of works in practice, and I guess also the when you look at I guess University of Sydney or other sort of metro-based universities, if they then max out on their cap or their sort of effective cap, whether that benefits the University of Wollongong that's historically had lower numbers of international students, where those international students then come into go to the University of Wollongong instead. I think I'm just curious on seeing whether it's I guess the financial claims are overinflated when it comes to the impact of international student numbers.
That's a future event because that hasn't actually happened yet. So I would be speculating to do that, but I can certainly go back and look at the numbers for you of where the situation is at the moment.
I think the issue is that when you look at the transformation project, it talks a lot about these student numbers as being the reason why there needs to be staff cuts. So I think it's quite important. As you say, we don't really know, and you're using best guesses, but I'd like to know how that came about, particularly whether the assumptions you were working on last year have changed now that we've had this new ministerial direction.
Yeah. I can say at the moment that we have not had refilling of the pipeline of students, and it takes 18 months perhaps to recruit a student and before they actually arrive at the university. So there's quite a long time lag before a student actually arrives.
Okay, thank you. From mid-23 to today, I understand that most of the senior executive positions at the University of Wollongong are held in an acting or interim capacity. Do you agree that that introduces a level of risk in decision-making and accountability? And I guess what is the university doing to firm up those positions?
As you're aware, the interim position was a very senior and experienced Vice-Chancellor who came to the university in July and literally left last week. And we knew Vice-Chancellor is arriving in the 28th of May. Okay. And so I think that we've taken as many steps as possible to have experienced people around us and a new experienced Vice-Chancellor coming.
Because I understand that the Deputy Vice-Chancellors, the Executive Deans, there's a huge number of them that are held in this sort of interim capacity. So is there, I guess once the non-interim Vice-Chancellor comes in, the idea is to firm up those?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, understand. And why did the interim Vice-Chancellor leave just last week? What was the reason for the timing?
This was his arrangement with council. He was originally to stay for 6 months. He extended that for 2 more months, but due to personal reasons, he actually stood down at the end of February.
Okay. I feel like I could ask 200,000 other questions or none. I'm going to go with none. But thank you. I've only got a few seconds left anyway. I may come back in the last bit. I'll hand back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. I just wanted to ask about a slightly different issue, and I'm actually interested in a response from all of you, noting that there's not a lot of time, but even just a couple of minutes each. And I might start with you, Professor Brunksings. You haven't had a chance yet, just from UNSW. Won't be a surprise to many of you who I know that I'm obviously interested in opportunities for rural and regional students, particularly to access universities and the pathways that are available. And I'm wondering if each of you could give us just a brief oversight of what your university is doing specifically to engage, I guess, students from more disadvantaged backgrounds, including those from rural and regional communities. I know UNSW, I think, has a gateway program, but just interested in what you're doing in that space and if you're seeing an uptake in students from those communities coming to study at your universities, and happy to start with you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I'll be very quick. Two overview. One is the whole totality. So University of New South Wales has quite an ambitious target to increase the number of regional, remote, Indigenous and low SES students as part of our student cohort. Not just accessibility, but accessibility and success program. So while we had the highest of the GOA for a number of years, we want to go from about 40% up to 25% over a 5-year period, where I think the 2025 numbers are at 22%. So we've had significant growth in those. The keys like reaching out in schools, providing, again, merit here, the education in New South Wales is excellent, but sometimes a little bit disaggregated across. So how to make sure that all students have equal access to the material that they need to be successful at university, providing scholarships, providing accommodation, providing a whole lot of support, because we find if students get through first year, they're successful all the way through. The thing we're very proud at UNSW is the success rate. So take, for example, regional remote students, they succeed at 93% at UNSW, which is about almost 15% higher than the university average and quite significant society. So it's not just about accessibility, it's about accessibility and success, and we've got a number of programs on that. Maybe if I drill down specifically in regional students again, UNSW is very proud that we teach so many doctors on the ground right across. I remember, I'll be blunt here, I often say this, we're actually the university for New South Wales, all of New South Wales. So we actually have hundreds of students on the ground in Wagga, Albury, Wodonga, Port Macquarie, Coffs Harbour. I think it's 100 at Wagga now with our new building there, another 100 at Port Macquarie, and that you can do medicine in the regions from first year all the way through to sixth year. I think if you look at the numbers, because we've been in Wagga the longest, over 25 years, 50% of the medical practitioners there, 47%, sorry, are trained at UNSW, and particularly given that, say, general practice is so important now, we've got a new professor of general practice there to really boost those numbers as well. That just gives you an indication of some of the things we're doing.
That was going to be my second question about medical, so you've done two in one for me. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Dutton?
Yes, a number of similar programs that Professor Brungs has already indicated, but to amplify our view is that the really key thing is school partnerships. It's not the way we would necessarily acquire students in the metropolitan area as concentratedly on school partnerships. So we have an outreach program into developing relationships with the schools at the leadership level, as well as with the careers advisors. I personally make trips into regional and even remote New South Wales. I went back to my hometown where I was born of Ivanhoe in the far west.
We're talking about the central school there at Estimates with Mr Disdale the other day. So. Yeah, and, they need a bus, so if you can help with that, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Well,
we'll leave that aside.
I'm proud to say that through our first robotics program, we had the first robotics team, which is a program to teach simple robot construction and computer programming in schools, where our engineering students go out into schools, not only in metropolitan Sydney, but also into regional and remote Australia. And I actually went with the team, the first robotics team, to Ivanhoe some years ago to the first robotics episode, and we actually brought those students down to Sydney at our expense to take part in the regional competition, to give them a sense of what it was like to be in a university that would make them feel welcome. I'm delighted to hear from my colleague to the right of the success of the UNSW medicine program, a program which I launched when I was Dean of Medicine at the University of New South Wales with Dr. Michael Wooldridge, the Federal Health Minister, offering a substantial grant to launch Australia's first regional rural connected school. So well done to my colleague.
Thank you. Professor Wu?
Sure, and I might come at this from a different angle. I mean, our students are largely equity students. 2/3 of our students are first in family. And we've got the largest number of low SES students in the country. 1 in 2 of our students doesn't speak English at home. And in particular, we do look to attract regional and rural students. And I have to say the system is really stacked against them. If you're not coming from a wealthy family from those areas, you might get youth allowance $47 a day. Medium rent is over $100 a day. We also see the fact that many of our students from those areas can't afford a device other than a phone. Try writing an English essay on a mobile phone. I mean, they're the sort of things our students are dealing with. And the most pressing issues are often the most basic. So 1 in 2 of our students have identified they have food insecurity. And so a lot of any discretionary money actually goes to our food pantry, where we're literally feeding our students rice, oats and the like, including from those areas, because I've identified that's one of the main reasons they do not continue study. They're just hungry and they actually can't study without adequate food. And where international caps have hit us very hard, for example, is that cross-subsidised Aussie kids trying to stay and study. We no longer have the money we did to, frankly, buy them food to keep them in study. So we would actually say the system is badly stacked against young people who might want to come either from within Western Sydney or outside of Western Sydney. And sadly, being a student today, unless you're from a wealthy family, is often a recipe for poverty. And it's no wonder many drop out and don't survive through their studies.
Thank you for that. It's quite sobering to hear. Professor Scott?
Thanks. Many of the issues covered by my colleagues are great success with our 4-year medicine program at Dubbo, terrific engagement too at Broken Hill, Lismore, other regional centres. We've significantly expanded our scholarship program for students from low SES backgrounds, the My Sydney Scholarship, now in effect 1,500 students studying at the university on that scholarship scheme now, which we only started a little over 2 years ago. There's a critical question, though, I think members of Parliament could help us with here. The real issue that you're focusing on for regional and rural students is the accommodation question in Sydney. Expensive to live in and around the campus. We have, over the last decade, significantly expanded the accommodation available for students in and around the University of Sydney, but one policy setting that holds us back is that currently university student accommodation is not recognised and categorised as affordable housing that provides a fast track through planning and development provisions and other incentives as well for the university and developers to be able to develop this program. Now, one of the reasons it's not counted as affordable housing is that it's really only available there for students, so it doesn't meet that criteria. But some of the accommodation we offer at the University of Sydney with its weekly rent is as cheap as any accommodation that's available in and around. And so how do we get more, not just accommodation, but affordable accommodation close to the universities? That would be a significant help for us to help university student accommodation to be classified as affordable housing with all the benefits that accrue on the back of that. We've taken that up with the planning minister and also the Minister of Housing and Homelessness, and we would hope to get some support there. And also it's a federal government issue as well.
So, and I'm interested to hear from the other two witnesses, but just to follow on from that, the demand is there from students outside of Sydney, but the capacity to provide accommodation
I think
is part of the challenge.
when I speak to students,
and I see Professor Bromscott
it's interesting,
nodding.
you know, the My Sydney Scholarship offering provides, I think, good living support for students while they're studying. But I think if you are travelling and you actually have to live in Sydney as part of that, if you're coming from a rural and remote area, it's the accommodation cost which is crippling on top of the other living expenses. So our question is, how do you make more accommodation available at an affordable cost? There's been a very significant advancement. There are now something like 10,000 beds in and around the University of Sydney provided by the university or provided by private providers, but you want to get the cost level right for students, and that's where affordable housing recognition we think could help us meet that market need.
Thank you. Professor McLaughlin, just sort of back to the original question around regional remote. I mean, obviously you're Wollongong, so not Sydney, but how do you sort of capture that market and provide opportunities for students?
So the university itself has multiple campuses across the region. So about 40% of our students come from equity backgrounds. We have campuses in Eurobodalla, the Bigger Valley, Shoalhaven and Moss Vale, and those campuses are there to provide as much of the university's portfolio as we can provide in those areas. We also have a number of scholarships. Ours is called Country to Coast. It comes with guarantees of accommodation or access to accommodation that we actually have at Wollongong. We've also been recently able to obtain funding through the rural medical training programs, and for that we have set up 2 additional rural end-to-end medical schools for training, and that came with sufficient funding, which we bid for, in order to provide more accommodation so that the students could actually live locally to the campus that they were actually in. We obviously take great care of students who come from a whole range of backgrounds, and we start that by having pathway programs right down in the schools that encourage them to come onto campus and undertake, prior to them beginning their studies, effectively small courses that they can use for credit within there. And those are actually done in usually with their parents, particularly for younger children, younger students, so that they are safely transited onto the campus, which for students coming from far rural backgrounds and rural backgrounds is very important, and particularly for First Nations students.
Last but not least.
Thank you, Senator. Well, UTS, unlike many my colleagues here, we have no regional campuses, so we sit right in the middle of city. In contrast, what we do have is the widest Greater Sydney region catchment of students of any university. And so to address the issues of participation and so forth, we have been widening out programs, specifically engagement with schools and the like across the Sydney area. Our You at Uni program in particular has been able to be expanded out with the introduction of some new enabling places from the Commonwealth, which we've got a small number, and if the state can advocate for even more to provide those pathways, that would be a good outcome. Probably our biggest contribution, just to take a slightly different tack from the others, is in the postgraduate and professional development area. I think areas such as working with businesses, regional businesses and so forth, around micro-credentials, around expanding out of professional learning, postgraduate study for career development, also or career transition, some of which are offered online, with and particularly leveraging the regional study hubs network, I think provide opportunities for universities like UTS and our particular remit to make a contribution to the development in regional areas. But as I said, we have no assets in the region, so our reach is digital and engagement through schools and so forth.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. Professor Scott, you're talking about the housing, and I just wondered if anyone who else wants to comment in relation. We've got the housing minister coming before estimates on Friday, so it's quite timely. Just in terms, I guess, of your campuses, and I know that it's been a challenge in the eastern suburbs for a little while too, but happy if any of the you three gentlemen wanted to talk about those challenges, if that's something you see as well.
Well, I'd certainly respond by amplifying the comments around affordability. And certainly as we are currently right now planning expansion of student housing, we are very much planning and designing that around affordability, because that's what our students really say to us, as Professor Scott has said, that the affordability of accommodation in Sydney is a significant issue. And so unlike some of the design of the traditional commercial providers, we are working very hard around a low-cost model to try to assist students, both regional, rural and remote students, as well as international students, often who don't come from huge means, to be able to afford to live in Sydney. I suspect we all share the issues around food security. We certainly have a food bank at Macquarie University, certainly not as large as University of Western Sydney, but even in the affluent northern suburbs of Sydney, students express these concerns. So affordability of a university education is a real issue, and accommodation is right up there as the major one.
Exactly what both my colleagues said. If I could, looking for the New South Wales state support on, I suppose, fast-tracking those around affordable housing, which is where we need, and that's where Mark started off this conversation. We see lots of demand for affordable housing. We provide lots of scholarship. There's actually quite a lot of accommodation now going up around UNSW, which is great for students in general. But it's ones that we develop and we control, as it were, where A, we can look after the welfare of the students, and we can really drive the prices down to make sure that they're very affordable. And that's the challenge that we have at the moment, is just getting them done fast enough that we can provide a significant amount of really highly affordable accommodation, because the demand is quite strong. And if you look at, I think George said it before, if you look at factors which prevent success from students of all backgrounds at university, are things like secure, affordable housing, and food and other things, as well as all the academics, which we put support around them, are absolutely critical in supporting them to succeed. Because the biggest worry I have is there's always a drive around accessibility, which is great, don't get me wrong, but if you have accessibility without success, without providing that success support, I worry about that as well.
Thank you. Do you? I'm happy to.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Scott, if I could just come back to you, and thank you for the evidence that you gave about the extensive consultations between the university and the police, and in estimates last time you told us that you had received notice in May about the presence of Hizb ut-Tahrir on campus, and that had been passed on to the security service to discuss with the police. I'm just confused because in an answer to a question on notice put by my colleague, the Honourable Chris Rath, the New South Wales Police say that they never received any notification from the University of Sydney about the presence of Hizb ut-Tahrir on campus. So can you help me understand how this communication breakdown occurred?
I'll hear the point of order.
It's my memory of the evidence last time that the witness never confirmed the presence of that group on campus. And I think if that's going to be put in a way that suggests that he did do that, that it should be made clear that perhaps he didn't, because it was a long time ago.
Sorry, by the witness, do you mean Professor Scott?
Yes.
Yeah.
So perhaps if we could allow Professor Scott to
to
confirm
the
or deny.
point of order, I've got a quote from the transcript which says, "In early May, we received a phone call after a rally suggesting that Hizb ut-Tahrir may have been a presence on campus. This was referred to our security team that is in constant contact with the police."
Yes, and I think he came back to it, and it was confirmed that it was never confirmed they were present, but perhaps he can answer, given that he's heard
but
the
perhaps I
exchange.
can reframe the question. There was you acknowledged that you had received communications that Hizb ut-Tahrir may be present on campus. You have told us about the extensive and ongoing communication between campus security and the police. The evidence said that this was referred to our security team that is in constant contact with the police, but the police apparently, according to the answer given to a question on notice, didn't ever receive any information from your security team that Hizb ut-Tahrir may be present on campus. I'm just hoping you can explain this for us.
No, I've really got nothing to add to what I said last time. Our security team were in touch with the police on a regular basis, constantly. We have records of phone conversations and other messages that went forth, as well as more formal structured meetings. We were assured by the police that they would keep us informed about any concerns they had, and no concerns were raised with us by the police or any other government agencies around Hizb ut-Tahrir at any point. Now, I can only tell you what we did. I'm not sure about record keeping and where conversations went to at the other end, but I can simply affirm what I said to you in previous evidence.
But you don't find it surprising that something that the reported the possibility of Hizb ut-Tahrir on campus passed on to the security service wasn't passed through to the New South Wales Police?
No, what I am saying is that we were in constant discussion with the New South Wales Police around security matters and evidence that we had heard constantly throughout the time of the encampment, and the police gave undertakings to me that if they had concerns around the security on campus and groups on campus, they would let us know. But we have canvassed this extensively, and I have nothing further to add to my previous evidence.
Yet the police say that they would never received information about the possibility of Hizb ut-Tahrir being on campus from the university.
I think the question would be, there were lots of lines of conversations with different groups, counterintelligence. I was in a briefing at one point with senior members of New South Wales Police. There were engagement with local police. It's quite a broad engagement, and I've nothing further to add to what is on the record.
Thank you. I've got other questions, but only if there's time.
Okay, I think we'll split how much time? About 4 minutes each. Great. Okay, I'm going to turn to something totally different. I'm going to start with you, Professor Parfitt, because you've not, to my knowledge, answered any questions yet. Oh, you got one. Yes, you did. I'm very interested after after this committee's inquiry into the experiences of children with disability in the education system. There was a lot of talk about how people with disability have access to reasonable adjustments within the school system, but then when they get to university, things aren't as clear. In your university, and I'll be asking all of you, but do you have oversight of how those reasonable adjustments are provided? How does it work?
Yes, we do, Senator. So it works on an application process, obviously, and part of those adjustments are assessed by people with expertise in what's necessary. There's a plan put in place. That plan is communicated to the relevant areas and lecturers. It often involves adjustments for things like assessments and so forth, and it's systemised and tailored to the individual. So that the process is there. It's made available to all students to apply for. It's handled on a semester-by-semester basis in relation to the nature of the study.
So it's university-wide, not sort of at the discretion of each teacher?
Indeed.
No. Okay, that's good. Professor McLaughlin?
Identical, practically. We have exactly the same. It's a university-wide. It's tailored to the individual student. It goes through an application process. It's assessed and facilitated by a number of people who operate separately. There are people who sit within the schools and within the disciplines whose job it is also to keep abreast of the developments and to look after the students.
And is there for both of you, is there a complaints mechanism for?
There is a complaints mechanism, yes.
Yep. Okay, and for you as well?
Yes, correct.
Yep, excellent. Professor Scott, we had a brief conversation about this last time.
Yeah, very similar. Students with disabilities are encouraged to register for academic support. Individual academic plans are developed with them. Reasonable adjustments are also put in place, and all academic plans are communicated to academic and professional staff who are providing support for the student.
Okay, and is there any sort of monitoring to this complaints process? Presumably, is there?
Yeah, there'll be a complaints process and a review
goes?
process if requested by the students.
Okay, thank you. Professor Williams.
It's a very similar approach. Of course, it stems from an overriding legal obligation, which means that there needs to be consistency. So again, we have a similar set of processes to ensure it's not subject to individual discretion, but is actually enlivening a right of the person irrespective of what subject or program they're taking.
And does your university again have that sort of, I guess, the governance structures in place to ensure that that is working well?
Yes, and for example, one of the things we're looking at the moment is where we are potentially seeing inconsistencies. Why? Because it shouldn't be inconsistent, and enables us to pick that up. And that's a warning sign, in fact, if we're not getting consistency, that we've got to go back and make sure that it's applied fairly across the board.
Okay, because we were hearing a lot of that in our inquiry from people saying it was sort of applied inconsistently. Professor Dalton, is there anything different at your university or anything sort of additional that you do?
No, the same sort of systems are in place, being dealt with at a central agency level, not at the local level. We've undergone a review of our complaints procedures a couple of years ago, and they were too complex, so we've simplified those. We also we have a significant proportion of our students with disability have neurodiversity, and so we've actually made specific spaces available, particularly in the library, for neurodiverse students to be able to have access. And another example of a specific space at the request of students, no different than the one we referenced earlier, being provided for students.
Nice.
Otherwise the same as my colleagues.
Thank you. And Professor Brown?
Similar to my colleagues, the only thing that I would say, and I'm sure my colleagues are the same, we have a disciplinary action plan that wants to ensure that we support people for all aspects of university life, because a lot of what you've been talking about is the academic, but if you remember, university life is beyond. There's lots of experiences at university to make sure you've got what I call a complete package of what a university experience is. So there's lots of activities you do to make sure it's the full aspects, not just the academic ones that we were talking about.
Thank you. Back to the opposition for 4 minutes.
Professor Scott, when you were here last time, you detailed communications you'd received from Jewish staff and students, and you indicated in evidence that, quote, some of the complaints were quite generalised and students were unhappy the encampment was there.
Yes.
16 days later, you make an opening statement to the Senate inquiry into anti-Semitism at universities, and you said, quote, "The testimonials from students are heartbreaking and unacceptable, and for that I'm sorry." What happened in the 16 days that you moved from unhappy to heartbreaking?
Well, with respect, I think that's a curious question. There were in the submissions to the Senate inquiry, there were hundreds of submissions that were made, testimonies of students. I read all of those submissions, and that anyone would testify that they did not feel welcome or part of our community was upsetting and of great concern to us. And so on that occasion I apologised on my own behalf and on behalf of the university for the students and those experiences. But I think they were also the sentiments I was expressing here to you, framed in a different way and drawing particularly from the experience of the testimonies of those students by the hundred, not just at the University of Sydney, of course, but universities all across Australia.
And indeed, many of those testimonies had been contained in letters, emails, communications that had been sent to the University of Sydney. How many of the complaints from Jewish students and staff had you personally read before you testified at the estimates hearing here last year?
I had read many of those, but I can't document that for you. What I could say to you, though, is that the evidence produced by the anti-Semitism envoy and the documentation of so many of those complaints online allowed me and other Vice-Chancellors who were testifying on that occasion to spend a weekend reading them all together. And as I said at the time, it was very sobering to hear their testimony, and that is why at the University of Sydney, clearly, and as I've articulated to you, we have put in place significant changes to the operations of our university through the campus access policy, and I'm delighted that complaints from students have dropped 80 to 90% in second semester on the back of that campus access plan, which attempts to do something quite challenging: respect academic freedom and freedom of speech whilst creating a safe and welcoming environment for all our students. And I'm very pleased with the progress that we've made, and that progress has been made in part through the testimony of the experience of students.
Thank you. I think you point to the nub of the issue, which it is very difficult to reconcile academic freedom, freedom of speech, and when there may need to be limits on academic freedom of speech. And in that regard, I'm sure you're aware of the comments of Mr. Justice French in his testimony to the Joint Standing Committee on Human Rights, where he notes that before considering the limits on freedom of speech and academic freedom, it's necessary to consider what is not within the scope of freedom of speech. Some expressive activities does not get to first base as part of the freedom, and the example he gives is encampments. Would you treat an encampment differently now in the light of Justice French's comments about what academic freedom has to be understood as?
I read Justice French's testimony in full, and I can tell you that the first of 15, the first step in our campus access policy and the first of the 15 recommendations of the Hodgkinson Review was for us to determine that encampments would no longer be permissible at the University of Sydney. As I think I may have said to you last time, encampments were not a tactic that had been widely experienced across Australian universities. In 175 years, we hadn't had encampments at Sydney. Having been through that experience, with our campus access policy fully endorsed by the University Senate, we have said that encampments are no longer a permissible form of protest at the university.
Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude our hearing for today. Unless, sorry,
Actually,
I'm so sorry.
Sorry to surprise you.
Go ahead.
Firstly, Professor Brungs, if I could, can you please tell us what UNSW is doing to increase the number of students from low SES and other underrepresented groups enrolling in and succeeding at university?
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. A little bit, as I said to the other Honourable Member, we've got a plan for about 5 key pillars to try and increase our access to the target is 25% low ASS, regional, remote and Indigenous students at UNSW. We're a long way down to the target. I think this year we're hitting somewhere between 21 and 23, but I can give you the number on notice. The key to all those steps is not just to increase accessibility, but to make sure all those students succeed. Because we've got a very proud record at UNSW in that all of our students, and even those low SES, regional, remote, Indigenous students, have essentially the same success rate, the same employability rate as all of our students, which is amongst the highest in the country. And so it's not just about the excess, it's about the success as well. And the whole part about this as well, from a university's perspective, it's not just about equity, it's about equity and excellence. If we enable all segments of society to access university education, we believe the university itself and society will be more excellent. So some of the things we're doing, for example, as you've heard from other colleagues, is partnerships at schools. I'll take the number of notice, but we have in excess of 300 partnerships across the state and across the Greater Sydney area, where we go back into schools, back into year 11, 10, even 9, to make sure that we can both build capacity, appreciation, or understanding of university, so that the students have choice. I mean, from my perspective, it's choice. I'd love them to come to UNSW, but I don't care if they go to UNSW, any of my colleagues, they go to TAFE, whatever they wish their lives and aspirations to be. Part of what our outreach is to build aspiration and then build the confidence that they can go to those aspirations. The second part of that is making sure we've got preparatory courses so that, again, everyone is prepared for the rigours of study at university. The third is when they get there, particularly in first year, we have a whole lot of support services around them to make sure that they succeed, not just all the way through, but we have found often that if you nail first year, then students generally tend to go through the whole university reasonably well. The fourth one is around dramatic increase in scholarships. You've already heard testimony, I think, from all of us on the importance of scholarships for students. And then the last one is around housing affordability.
Great, thanks, Professor. And secondly, for you, Professor Brungs, how can UNSW's research activities support New South Wales and national priorities?
Let me start with, say, the New South Wales strategy. So a couple of big things for the New South Wales state strategy at the moment is around looking at housing affordability, for example. UNSW has big research centres for many years around what we call the Cities Institute, looking at how cities are done. Also understanding how you can, both the policy and the underpinning research that enables cities not just to be affordable, but they also have the infrastructure that enables future development and livable. The second part, I think, that the UNSW does in terms of supporting anywhere is providing education. Say, for example, in the New South Wales state's priorities around affordability, local manufacturing, advanced manufacturing and health is providing a workforce into all of those areas with the skills they need to do that, both undergraduate, postgraduate, but increasingly what we call lifelong learning skills. How to make sure that the workforce of New South Wales, right across all the sectors that the New South Wales government is focusing on, how to make sure that their skills are keeping upgraded, because as I'm sure you're aware, we have a lot of technological change and there's a lot of change in all the key industries. How to make sure that everybody continues to be, their skills are relevant, and once again driving productivity. Because if you look at productivity, that drives the key measure of, I suppose, prosperity for all Australians. Maybe another one in terms of if you think through the focus on zero emissions and a zero carbon economy. New South Wales University does a lot of work in removing carbon from, it's called decarbonisation of infrastructure. Plus we do a lot of work in renewables. So everything from, I'm sure you've been aware that New South Wales University, about 90% of solar cells around the world are all based on UNSW technology. That's batteries and so forth, and those are technologies. And the last one is in the area of health. I think, again, with all the universities here, we provide both the health workforce, be they nurses or doctors or allied health, but also trying to work out what I think is one of the key questions, particularly for the state government, given the focus on health. How do we make sure, something worries me, how to make sure that healthcare is as affordable and as excellent today for our children as it is for us? Because if you think about the portion of health spend on all state budgets, it's something we really need to tackle to make sure that Australians get increasing excellence in healthcare, but at a what I call an affordable rate for the state.
Thanks, Professor. And then going to Macquarie University, Professor Boughton, can you please provide an update on the progress of the $96 million RNA research and pilot manufacturing facility, which I understand is currently under construction at Macquarie University?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. As you indicate, the RNA pilot and test manufacturing facility is under active construction right now, a project being run by Health Infrastructure under the New South Wales chief scientist. The university has provided the land for that facility, and it is certainly on track as far as I'm aware, and provides incredible potential to build a whole ecosystem, not only about the faster access to vaccines, for argument's sake, in the event of a further pandemic, but cancer treatments, but also the development of a new workforce in relevant STEM fields. And it is ultimately about economic prosperity of building a whole new industry. Macquarie University is fortunate to sit right beside the Macquarie Park Innovation District. And I would say members probably realise that Macquarie University and the Innovation District were created out of this Parliament just over 60 years ago as a maverick construct, never done in Australia before, and having the RNA facility on the university campus adjacent to a business park with 300 companies in there, a number of them biotechnology companies, a number of them major multinational pharmaceutical companies, provides an incredible additional puzzle piece to an ecosystem that is going to provide a lot for the state of New South Wales and for Australia.
Thanks, Professor. Thanks, Chair. Those are the government questions.
Thank you, and apologies for not realising you
No
had some
problem.
questions. That was foolish of me. So I will now say that is the end of our hearing. Thank you very much. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, which I know I have a few, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch, but that does conclude our hearing for today. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you all.